Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. What's going on? What's good, y'all? As people start to trickle in here, man, we are a few days outside of the second round of the playoffs for the Chicago Bears. What are we talking about here, man? Football still happening in Chicago in January, man. That's crazy. I'm not surprised, but a lot of people might be, man. But I'm feeling real good tonight, Trips. Big show planned for you all like usual on Wednesday nights. A lot of stuff planned for you all, including the Bears conversation, which we'll get to as quick as we can, man. But how you doing, bro? Welcome into the chat, everybody. How you doing, man? How's life been?
I'm good. I'm enjoying it. It's the middle of January. You know, we're still talking about Bears football, and I know that it's petty, I would think is the correct term, but it's beyond just enjoying the Bears victory, but the meltdown of the Green Bay Packers fans after that loss. Fucking licious.
Crimson. He said the breaking news: Packers feelings have been added to the injury report. Sources believe they will be placed on season in the IR.
Now, when I try. Big up to all those that join us for the live call on the game, and if you haven't, make sure you do so, as we have one of the most entertaining live reactions calls during the game as we've had all season. But at the end of the game, I mentioned how Ben Johnson was kind of a hit and run handshake, but he shook his hand, he kept it moving. The Packers Twitterverse just got so into their feelings, clutching their pearls, clenching up their butt cheeks, and it's like, oh my gosh, well, couldn't they be gracious winners? What is all this vitriol? Where does that come from? Oh my God. And it's like, guess what? Eat a Richard. So yeah, FGB, FTP, that's to be discussed. But yeah, it was a good week, and now it's on to the Rams. But before we get there, we're kind of in the middle, so where we wrap it up from last week and look forward to the next week plus some extra stuff. So I'm looking forward to this evening's program.
Hey, you know what, man? The only thing I've watched is really I've just been keeping an eye on the floor news and seeing how that's going to play out. And I watched the game a couple more times just to see. I'm looking for stuff, but not like that kind of stuff. But I haven't seen any really. I've seen a lot of videos as I'm scrolling through YouTube, but I ain't really stopped to. It's in my rear view, man. I hope everybody enjoys it, man, because I'm looking forward to the Rams.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's the game that just passed. Got to enjoy it. Gotta savor it for a little something, and then you move on, and then it's all about the Rams. That's cool. But there was something else that was, I know it's news, but something else during the live game reaction after the Pittsburgh Steelers game. I mentioned that, hey, do you think Mike Tomlin will be another coach that Ben Johnson, is writing their epitaph for? Holla at your boy.
That's crazy.
Holla at your boy.
I was just talking. My guy Bishop just busted up in here. I'm gonna wait for him to give me the green light when I see him. He'll give me a thumbs up when he's ready. He just busted up in here. But yeah, my homeboy is a real deal Steelers fan. I mean, he didn't even know when I called him because the news broke and boom, I hit him up on the phone. And he was just like, I kind of seen it coming, but he's that motherfucker every year always talking about, man, ain't nothing gonna happen to Tomlin. People say this stuff every year. I was like, nah, this feels different, man.
I'll let your boy.
Bishop, give me a thumbs up when you feel like you're ready. Can you hear me? Oh, he said he's good to go.
Uh-huh.
What's up, baby boy?
There he is.
What it is, fellas. What's going on?
What it was, what it will be.
In here talking about Mike Tomlin. You know what? I was going to save that for the Bears conversation, but why not, man? He didn't brought it up. Now let's talk about it. It felt like a funeral to me, to be honest with you, man, because in my opinion, all they're missing is the quarterback. They haven't been right. They've been right there since Ben Roethlisberger left, but they ain't had that quarterback to really get them over the top. They thought Aaron Rodgers was that guy, but even he wasn't enough.
Well, it's funny you say that, man. A couple things. I think it was a little bit of malpractice on the organization because they did not prepare themselves post Ben Roethlisberger. They didn't really have a true successor. They just had a backup. For whatever reason, I guess they must have thought Ben Roethlisberger was going to be around forever, which we all started seeing the decline about 2 years before his exit. But with that being said, for their fan base and for everybody else to think that it is so easy to replace a guy like a Mike Tomlin, first of all, let's take a look at it. 19 years as a head coach, never a losing season, all 19 years. He has won a Super Bowl and gone twice. Granted, I know you want wins when you get to the playoffs, but let's be realistic. How many teams have actually made it to the playoffs and have actually had playoff wins? So if you put it in true perspective, there's been winning, there's been success. If you want to say, has there been any lack of growth? Yes and no. On one side of the ball, they've always been pretty dominant when it comes to defense. Now, one of the issues that you have to say with regard to them defensively at this point is they've aged out in terms of the contracts and the guys that they have on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, they've been hit or miss on receivers. They have not found that replacement at the quarterback position to help catapult them and move them into that elite status or that status with regard to being able to quantify wins once they made it into the playoffs. It's unfortunate, but at the same time, this might be a blessing in disguise for Tomlin in terms of get a chance to take a step back and really take a look at the landscape of the NFL. So when he does decide to move forward and coach again, he'll have a better perspective on some things that he wants to do moving forward. But I really think right now, man, the sky is going to be the limit for him in terms of on TV, sitting at a desk, giving his perspective regarding the NFL, regarding the play within the NFL. And if nothing else, he's going to give us some good one-liners. Yeah. He's going to give it. And you got to love him, man, because he's authentic, man. He's true to who he is. He ain't gonna fake it for nobody. And he's not everybody's flavor, but you get what he's putting down when he puts it down. So look, man, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Mike Tomlin, man. I wish him nothing but the best. When he does become a coaching candidate, you best believe it ain't gonna be. It ain't. Whenever he make the announcement that he does want to get back into coaching, if he just and I'm just speaking prematurely because it doesn't. It's not necessarily saying that he doesn't want to still coach, but it would have to be, I think, the right job for him. And I think right now, for him, it'd be best not to take a coaching job this coaching season. I would take a step back and let these other guys fight over these 9 jobs that's available.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, especially since he's still under contract, so it's not like he's going to another team. I mean, he could if they traded for him, but it's been 19 years. Let the brother take a breath. I'm sure he would like to just recharge his batteries, refocus, on the important things in life. And if coaching is still one of those things, he can continue to pursue it because he's still a relatively young man in the age of head coaches.
You know what
I started so young.
To close this conversation out, man, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And I appreciate y'all giving him his flowers.
So the thing is, as from the fans' perspective, it's cool to win during the season, but to get your ass bounced every year in the playoffs, and it's like, all right, you got us to 2 dances, you won once, but it's like we need a change. You just need a different voice. And I think the expression goes, for every single hot chick that you see, that only means that there's some dude that's tired of having relations with her. And it just got to be, Mike Tomlin was still a hot coach, but Pittsburgh is like, we just need a change of pace. You do you, and we're going to do us.
Yeah. To close this out, man, real quick before we get into other stuff, we got to keep moving. I just want to say this, man. I think this is the ultimate compliment coming from man to the man I never met. But I think Mike Tomlin, to me, I've seen so many mic'd ups at him over the years. Kids, you ain't chiming in on this one, man. You late. We got to move to other stuff. But I think that's the epitome of leader of men to me. I think he's the best leader of men I've ever seen coach the game. And I mean that with my chest out. I got the ultimate respect for him, man. But I just wanted to say that before we move on to the next stuff. Kids,
keep on moving, don't stop. No, all I gotta say is fuck the Steelers, man. They screwed me over on my parlay. I had a weekend. I'm straight up. Big ups to Mike Tomlin, but right there with the Steelers.
The degenerate gambler enters the chat.
Yeah, right on time with you.
Look, I had a full wild card weekend parlay going down, with the exception of the Rams game. I was too late to catch the Rams game. All right, had all the other games. Pittsburgh was the grand finale. Fucking like $3,000 on the line. Everything else green. Boy, Aaron Rodgers got me again, boy. Man, that's all I gotta say about that. But yeah,
I don't understand you, man. You got people around you that know this game intimately, man. And never in my time knowing you, since we've been friends, have you ever reached out to me that, hey, no, man, I got something I'm thinking about doing. What you think about? Never once.
Listen, I don't consult.
All you have to do is fucking text me.
I do not consult. That's not what
It's not
what I do. I do not consult. I do my own thing.
His pocket, so he gonna make his own thing when he's betting his pocket.
And you know what, Crimson, that is on me, and I feel it, and I'm letting y'all know. The facts is, it had everything. It had little to do. It had everything to do with the numbers. Like that's sometimes you got to go with the numbers,
analytics.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I was going with. Like
that is a poor.
The flip side is the odds were.
That's a poor. You don't bet like that. Trust me.
That's how you win money. What are you talking about?
Analytics will get you broke, man. You get your house up. You lose.
Brother, I ain't putting my house up now.
Messing around with analytics, bro.
I put up a couple of bucks. You put a couple of bucks up. You go by the odds. You lose. You lose.
No, kids, no mess. You go by emotion. You go by feelings. That's how you win.
Well, there was a little bit of emotion and feelings in there. Under normal pretenses, I avoid those. The emotion and feelings was really that I knew the Niners were going to win, and I knew the Bears were going to win. Just how I felt about those situations. That was all emotion and feelings. Mind you, the odds were on my fucking side right there too, though. You know what I'm saying?
I'm here crying about losing, man. You got me, you got Bishop, you got Tripp, you got Samuel. You got all these people that you can lay some of that shit on.
Man. I do
Don't
not
come in here crying about it, man. That's what you get.
I do not consult. But just one more time.
Patrick Higgins, as Ed is frozen. Patrick says, "What a degenerate gambler!" LOL. And Ed is back. There he is.
Thanks, Patrick.
It's not, and it's not smart, man. If I'm gonna put money on the line, I'm gonna go and holler at some people that I know can give me another perspective.
But no. So here's what you have to fully understand about gambling. Like, this is what I'm saying. You got to go with the odds and the numbers sometimes. Sometimes you have to look at the situation and just put your nuts on the table, because that's how you get paid. The facts is Texans were favored. Texans should have won. They won. Like, I knew, you know what I mean? I knew what the potential was, but if they lost, I get paid big. Now, if you look at it the opposite direction, the 49ers were not favored. I picked the Niners. The Bears were not favored. I picked the Bears, right? These were all to drive odds and get you a bigger payout. So the fact that 4 out of my 5 parlays all together as a single parlay went forward, I was like,
you did all right. So you did okay. You just didn't. I didn't. Right. You
Damn you, AA Ron.
So, kids, I got a little news.
Look, kids,
for you. I got a little
4
quick
out of 5
story for you. Quick story. One of my homies named Eric, man. We've been homeboys since a long time, man. Anyway, man, he used to always tell me, don't bet on sports. Don't bet on sports. He comes from a big-time gambling family. He was always trying to, he sees the good in me. He keep me away from that kind of stuff that leads to slippery slope. All the time, over the years. And then one year, probably about 5 years ago, he called me. He was just like, yo, man, I got this bet going on. I can't remember exactly what it was. And I told him what I thought about it, broke the shit down for him. Boom. He wins like $6,000-$7,000. He calls me again, probably about 3-4 months later, about another one. Boom, he hits it for about like 15. He calls me for the third time. I was like, yo, man, ain't you the motherfucker always telling me don't bet on sports? He's like, no, dog, you actually should gamble. He said, you should gamble, bro. And I'm just like, nah, I'm not. I went this long without doing it. I ain't doing it, man. I just don't. I ain't fucking around.
Brother, so there was one time I walked into the casino because they were showing, it was wing night at the casino, and they're showing the Anderson Silva fight. I don't have to pay to go watch. I get some food, and I'm watching the Anderson Silva fight, right? So me and my boy, we go in, we walk in, square up on some wings, dirt cheap wings. I'm happy. And, the fight's about to start, and this dude comes out of nowhere, wad of cash in his hand. He goes, yo, I'm taking all bets against Anderson Silva. I'm taking all bets against Anderson Silva. I don't care what it is. I'm taking bets. I'm like, dog, are you for real? He's like, yeah, I'm going 3-1 odds against it, because Anderson Silva going to win. So 3-1 odds. And I was like, wow. 3-1, I'll put up $200. See what happens. Yo, Chris Weidman knocks Anderson Silva out. This is what winds up happening.
So homie owed you 600. So 600.
Yeah, my boy was like, "Damn, bro, how did you know?" I was like, "I didn't know. I'm just saying
numbers.
You put some numbers in front of me. I kind of couldn't refuse. I'm just here for the chicken wings." I'm laughing. Meanwhile, there's a crowd going, damn, this dude got to pay him $600. He's like, I put the money on the table. The money's yours. They took my $600. I walked out the casino. Matter of fact, I hit the slot and run an extra $600, but that's a whole other story. Sometimes you just got to go with the numbers, man.
So you saying you was playing with house money on the way out?
Money all day long, and it was double the house money all day. It was a great venture to the casino, brother.
Right on. Sounds like that.
It made them wings taste extra good.
Didn't it, brother? Oh man, they were so sweet, bro.
Leave the kids to come in here. Leave the kids to come in here and screw everything up. Man, we gotta get going, man.
All right, on to the next one. Where are we headed now?
We got to get human real quick before we get into the show, man. Like we always do, man. Check in and see how everybody's doing, man. What's your life been like? Triple R. Let's go clockwise.
Well, you know me, I'm real low key with it. Very chill. And speaking of chilling, everything's good. I got a new flavor that I haven't tried, and I'm looking forward to the Bishop and his people with their tequilas. But for my little introduction here, just take a real minute to say, kids, Bishop, no maniacs. What did the young black teenagers say? Hands up. Don't
Tap
shoot.
the bottle and twist the cap.
Yeah, that too. So I got this right here.
Ooh,
Oh, that's
Which one
hard.
is that?
Crown Royal
Crown
Black.
Royal
Crown
Black.
Black.
Oh, the black. Okay.
That's
Ooh.
rough, man.
See, I've never tapped it.
Pass it to the crew because the crew be
So
on that.
I gotta tap that first. You know what I'm saying? I
It's
don't
rough.
wanna break
I'm
no
telling you,
cup.
it's strong, bro. It's strong.
Well, so am I. What you saying?
Oh,
I'm just
see,
saying,
there
man.
you go. 2 for 2.
That got some bite to
You
it.
know
Right?
what I'm saying? You know, so I'm like, oh, a lovely bouquet.
Yeah. Do you smell like the char in it?
I do.
Yeah, that's what I taste.
What are you talking about? It's charcoal?
It smells burnt.
You could tell it came from a charred barrel.
It smells
My mother,
like
my mother's a bar owner, so they came in all the time with all the new everything. So I got to taste all of it.
Oh, okay, okay.
I still got some.
Man, you know what, man? Like,
oh, that's nice.
I'm such a snooty.
There's a smokiness to it, but then a caramel sweetness
Yeah, yeah.
that dances on the lips, kind of like honey, but not honey. There's
It's sweet, Trap.
there's a sweet at first, but then as it settles on the tongue, it gets more woodsy.
Yeah,
And then
that's
going
what's
down the
good to me.
throat, there's a heat and a little burn, but nothing that's offensive. But you can tell there's like, oh yeah, I feel you sliding on down like a smooth, warm liquid, not like a liquor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel you, Trips. It's been like 3 years since I tasted that, but I
that's
kind
nice.
of remember what you're saying. You bringing it back to me.
And then you get the headiness of when it hits your system, and it's like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
see,
nice.
Me and Crown don't get along, bro. Me
You,
and Crown,
you can taste it.
Crown had me on autopilot, bro.
Oh, you wouldn't survive in Canada, bro.
Well, you see, there I had an option there, Bishop. I was gonna get over the holidays enjoyed some Johnny Walker Black, and I was like, let me sip on that. And I was like, oh shit, I need something different.
Yeah, okay.
So it's like, well, I saw Crown Vanilla. Nah, that sounds like a little much.
I
but
like
Crown
the
Black.
peach.
It's okay. Like,
Well,
I
I
don't
had the peach, but I'd like the apples, the vanillas, the peaches. Those flavors are more like for mixers.
yeah.
I tasted their whole lineup. I like some of it, man, but I'm kind of traditional in my way of being. You know, I like it, the original stuff more than like it. But every now and again, you get like they had some. Trying to remember what
that's
brand
very
it was.
What was it, maple?
Very smooth.
Maple is okay if you like the sweet, but
I'm like you with that. So because I've gone through a scotch and a whiskey tasting, it changed my whole palate, like my whole appreciation for whiskey. After that, I'm looking for your Glenfiddichs, your Johnny Walkers. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking for something high end. And because I've grown up on Crown, I'll walk right past that shit in the store, man. I don't even mess with it. The last I had was I had the apple, I tested the maple, and there's another flavor I tasted, and I was like, man, this shit's just too sweet for me. I'd rather just a Glenfiddich on the rocks or even a Jameson on the rocks.
I'll tell you, this is why I keep my mind open, man. There was this new brand on the market, man. These people came all the way from Duluth, Minnesota, down to the club to deliver this stuff. And they had different flavors, man. They had all kinds of, and it's a vodka. And there was this black cherry vodka that they had in there, and they gave us like 3 of everything. There was black cherry, raspberry, all kinds of different flavors. They specialize in berry flavored vodkas.
Okay.
And that blackberry was special, bro. Man, I fucked around and that night that it came, I was there for the delivery. So I'm helping them unload shit, put it on the shelves and all this kind of stuff in the back. And my uncles came down there a little early before everybody got down there. It's about like 7:30, 8 o'clock. So I'm sitting on the patio back there with that bottle. And it's like, what's that? It was like, I'm like, man, this is new shit somebody brought in here, man. And it's just like, I was just like, smell it before you even taste it, just smell it. It's like, man, that shit smell good. Let me go get some ice. Get some ice. Both of them get some ice, and we knocked down that bottle. And we on the second one before fucking 10 o'clock. We on the second bottle. That's how good it was. I wish if I had the name of that brand right now, I would help them market it. But it's a new brand out there, so there's some good stuff, new brands out there on the market. If you are willing to give them a try, if you like flavored, like I like flavored vodkas.
That's different to me. You know what I mean? Like vodka's where, like, if we're talking vodka, I'll do flavor for sure. Like I like right now, I'm rocking this. It's from the Ukraine, but it's some crazy Ukrainian lemon vodka, and it's delicious. So that's how I've been rocking my Moscow Mules. Shout out to you, Nomad. I caught your short, your Moscow Mule short. It was exquisite. Yeah. It was very well prepared and put together. I liked it mainly because I was talking all over it, but it was real good.
Hey, you know what this smells like, Nomad, kids, everyone, Bishop? The scent of nutmeg sprinkled in eggnog.
I love nutmeg, man. Honestly, that's one of my favorite smells in the world. That's crazy.
Right. We got liquor to talk about here really soon.
And I did add one rock. You know, you get those silicone ice molds. I got the round one going.
Oh, okay. All right.
So Triple R, we know what his week's been like. This is what was on his mind all week. What's been going on with you in your life, man? How's everything, family, and all that?
Everything's cool. The young man's going back out west to get at quarterbacks one more time. You know what I'm saying? I lost that bet, won a couple of more bets. It could have been better. It wasn't as good as it was. Outside of that, it's mostly just been business, man. Trying to get ramped up for this new year on the business side of things, and things are pretty crazy, man. Not to mention listening to the entire world pull their foots out their mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole general media. You know, everybody pulling their foot. You know what? I said Caleb Williams sucked, but he's friggin' Houdini. You know what I'm saying? Like this is basically what's going on out there in the world. And it's awesome to listen to everybody back that train up, go in reverse and say exactly what it is, because this team never says die. And I love watching it. Packers fans are crying all over the place. It's been a good week for me, man. So you know, I'll leave it there.
All right. What say you, Bishop, man? How's your week, man? How's life?
Life is good, man. Week has been productive, man. You know, every day is income producing activity going on, so I can't complain about that, man. I just been basking in the wallowing of the Packer fans who seem to always have something negative to say. Even now, I mean, let them tell it. You know, we still didn't win. They essentially just didn't complete the job, or they. You know, whatever their excuse is, you know. But other than that, man, I mean, I can't complain, brother. Just enjoying myself, man. You know, I've taken on a new role and position. So I'm in a 12-week training, man. I'm 5 weeks into it at this point, man. And everything is good, brother. Everything is good. Cannot complain. Kids, I am partaking in what you like, brother.
Oh, you got the Glenfiddich going. See, there you go.
Was that Glen Velvet? Oh no, it's Glenfiddich. Is that his cousin?
The Glenfiddich, yeah, the single malt, the sherry cask finish.
So, ooh, also a little bit sweet, just a little sweet coming out.
Sherry amore. Okay, well, cheers, and to Culture Creature, I see you out there, and for those of you on the sobriety tip, big ups to y'all as well.
Yeah, I'm straight up sober. I've been sober for quite some time, but I know what it is. You know what I mean? Like at some point, I'll go and do. I will go and part. I'm actually headed off next week. I might not make the show, and in that case, I will likely be drinking. A little bit of drinking on the New Year's, but you know, I'm not a heavy drinker, not very very often, but I do enjoy me a couple of a couple of scotch here and there.
Nothing wrong with it. So me this week, of course, I always got a story to tell, man, like Biggie. And I had I guess the best compliment / so I'll just tell you the story.
Okay.
So my nephew called me, and the story goes, I got to set it up. So about a year ago, I go down to the club, and here comes one of my cousins with my nephew's girlfriend, and she's going off. She got a baby on the hip down at the club, and she's going off. Where is this motherfucker? I'm looking for him, and all this. And I'm just like, what? So she's telling me this MF was supposed to be at home. I ain't got no way to get in the house. He got the keys. I can't get in the house. I got this baby. And I pick up the phone. I call him, and I just start gnawing at his ear. I told him, man, get your ass back to the house, man. Let this girl in the house with this baby, man. Get home. I don't give a damn what you doing. Get to the house. And, he was like, all right, good. He hung up the phone, and I thought nothing else of it. It's been that long since I heard from him. He picks up the phone and calls me yesterday, and he wants to get at me about that because I guess that night he went to jail behind something with his girl. I don't know exactly what it was, but he went to jail about it. And so he's calling me. I can tell in his voice he really wanted to say some things to me, but he at a certain point I can tell he remembered who he was talking to. And it ended up being, man, I love you so much, man. I love how you carry yourself, man. We all look up to you and all this stuff I don't take for granted, you know what I mean? Because when you got people underneath you that look to you, like I had to, even though I haven't lived my life the perfect way, the Lord knows I made a whole lot of mistakes in my life, man. I didn't always do the right thing. I was doing wrong things for a little bit there. And one thing about me is I kept it out of kind of the reach of the people that I knew that looked up to me. So they didn't know how I was moving whatsoever, unless they heard about it here or there, but they did not see me moving in a certain way. And so it's like everything that you do and everything that you're about, what you stand for, how you carry yourself, all came to fruition in one phone call with my nephew last night. He wanted to chew me out about that because he was like, man, because he wanted to say, because of you, I went to jail for all this time, man. I'm gonna tell you about yourself. But he remembered. It's like, look who I'm talking to. I respect the dog shit out of him. And it didn't come out of him that way. So I let him know. I said, I know what your intention was. I know how you felt about it. I didn't have nothing to do with what happened to you that night. That's all you. But I respect the fact that you gathered yourself and you came to me with respect like you're supposed to. You're a man now. You have a child. It's time for you to start acting that way. Carry yourself as a father, because that's what people see first, a father. And so I just had to, snatch his collar a little bit. He's past the point where I need to guide him. But once in a while, it helps that your elders, the people that came before you, can tell you something to kind of redirect your mind to help you get forward and move forward in your life, man. I think that's what happened last night. It was beautiful.
Well, I would disagree with one thing that you said, is that he is not past the point where, he is beyond advice from the elders. Because guess what? You never get to be that point, because you ain't to that point. Kids ain't to that point. Bishop ain't to that point. I ain't to that point. We can always learn something from someone else, younger and older. Absolutely, but specifically older because they've lived it.
Yeah, man. Lived experience is a whole other thing. And it's funny, I've had so many of my, my younger cohorts come out of from doing a little bid and want to blame others for their situation in some capacity. And I've had to have that same conversation, and it's been, hey, you know what? None of that matters. It's about you now and what you do moving forward, your personal trajectory. That's what everything is about. So you can be harboring whatever you want to harbor. You could have been inside brooding and pissed off, but now you were outside. So now that you're back on road, as we say, back upon road. Do what you got to do to be a part of society, to provide for the people who respect you and need you, and that's what it is, man. You did exactly what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I didn't. While I was in the conversation with him, he wanted to talk so much, I had to bite my tongue to just let him air out, man, because he had all this on his mind for this long, and he wanted to tell me about. He thought that I was a trigger to why he got jammed up. He's somewhere in the city, in the hotel with women and shit, and he's supposed to be at the house, man, taking care of things. And I was just like, man, it's the way you live in your life, man. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else but that. You know what I mean? Everybody wants to have fun and do it their way, like Frank Sinatra. But once you have children and they come into the picture, into your script, now it's time to rewrite things. You got to rewrite things the right way.
Yeah, and you're right, no man. And the thing is, though, even without having children, especially young men got to be very cognizant of the decisions and choices they make, because um, they, especially young black men, they're hunted daily, and if they put themselves in certain positions, man, they can really um, cut their futures short. You know, fortunately, um, whatever time he did, it was a short period of time, even though no time is short when you're doing it, but when you get a chance to when you get a chance to sit back and really reflect, and I think probably as he was getting ready, as he was having that conversation with you, he began to reflect and say, you know what, it wasn't on him, because it wasn't on you, with regard to, you just made the phone call because you're thinking more about the child than anything. And you're looking at, hey man, you need to be at the house so she can get in the house with your child. Now, whatever transpired after that, he had he had the opportunity to make the proper decision to do to he could have let her in and be like, you know what, I'm not gonna deal with you and your attitude. I'm out, to avoid whatever may have taken place,
Bruh,
but
that's
with
awesome,
that
man.
being
You
said,
know what I mean?
but with that being said, to that's that's behind him now. All he can do now is focus in front of him and make the proper decisions, man, and just do what's right and do right by your child, man.
You know
You
what?
know,
You know what, Bishop? I got to tell you, man. I could just tell by her energy when I met her. That's the first time I ever seen her. I could tell they probably got a volatile relationship. I can tell. You know what I mean? And that's on him. You got into a situation and got a child with somebody, and it's a volatile situation.
man.
Now you got to rectify it the best way you can. I'll tell you what really, I think what really got to him though, and I don't remember doing it. Maybe I might have, but maybe one of my other family members gave him my number because they know I can reach him and get to him when somebody need to talk to his ass, and gave her my number. And so I don't remember if I did it. I might have been like, hey, if he give you some shit, man, just call me up. I'll come over there. I might have, but I don't remember doing it. And so that's what he said that too. I'm just like, hold on. You really think I'm trying to get at your, nah, man. Nah, what's wrong with you, man? But that's just the kind of things that go through guys' minds. I don't care if they're your family or not. If she shows up and shows
time out, she probably put that in his head. Like I'm saying, like at the end of the day, man, inside you never know what's going on with your lady outside, man. You can only trust what you can see, feel, hear, and touch. And sometimes what you're hearing ain't trustworthy. So end of the day, man, the way I look at all of what you're saying is, unfortunately for him, it's semantics. And if that's his life, he just has to own where he is in it and his responsibilities therefore and thereof, man. And none of that personal business between him and his lady is on you. Like that's on him to manage, right? Like that is for his, that is all his management, man. If he mismanaged the situation and it unfortunately led him to a bad place, as they say, whatever will be, will be.
Hey, Cass, trust me, he had other shit going on. There's something I can't talk about on a live show.
I'm sure.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. What's going on? Yeah, we are black. We are black.
What the hell are you asking me now?
We're black. All right, man. Let's get to some other stuff, man, before we get this conversation.
Let's
go
get
on
to it. Let's get to it.
Let's hop on this other stuff we need to get to. And that is, gotta talk about some food, don't we? Before we start drinking. That's what y'all said last week.
All right, food and drinks.
So, kid, before I put this up here, man, let me tell you something, man. When you do touchdown in Chicago, one of the first things you're gonna want to do is go and get you some Chicago pizza. I'm telling you right now, if the pizza don't look like this, don't freaking eat it.
Ooh,
in squares? Gotta be like it's cut in squares there. No?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is that like a thing?
Yes, that's a thing, brother.
Okay.
Tavern style.
Cornmeal.
Yes,
what the? All right, let's do this. Chicago tavern style pizza. Ingredients: dough, cornmeal, homemade sauce, olive oil, Italian sausage, mozzarella, Italian seasoning, basil, oregano, seasoned pan. Interesting.
I knew I shouldn't have put this up until Trip got back because I know he's gonna have a mouthful to say.
Well, he would have said mozzarella and he would have said Italian, but it would have basically been the same.
if your pizza don't look like this when you get here, just walk right on past it. If you go somewhere where they got slices and shit that look like
that you can fold up, you gotta fold up and eat, please.
Don't eat that shit. Don't eat that shit.
And if they call it pie, run.
That's just normal pizza, Lord Crimson says again. Yeah. Italian.
So the ingredients, let me tell you something, kids.
Mm-hmm.
This is easily doable. I've done this myself at home.
I have a quick question before you go any further. How is the cornmeal presented on this pizza?
For the bottom.
On top?
It's all for the bottom, man. It's basically it gives it another added layer to the texture of the crust of your pizza.
Okay, I got you.
And it helps it to slide. I think that's the most important thing. While they're doing the dough, it helps so it doesn't get traction on the surface. That's mostly what it is, but it does add extra layer of crunch to your crust.
Okay, that's kind of, I wasn't sure what they're doing with it, but I can dig it. All right, interesting.
What say you, Bishop? This is actually a Italian fiesta.
Ooh, baby. Yes. Oh, come on, bro. You know, every time I touch down, there's two things I have to have, and that's one of them right there. You know, pizza. Gotta have the pizza. And this is the thing. Please understand this. For all those who are not from Chicago that is tuning into our show, we know that the media and everybody always harps about our deep dish pizza. Chicago started with this right here. This is thin crust pizza. This is what we're really known for, and then from there we evolved to pan and then deep dish. So there's layers to our pizza in terms of how famous Chicago is. But know this: the flavor profile, regardless of thin, pan, or deep dish, is superb. You can't beat it. The sauce is and the sausage, bro. Look, no man. I didn't eat already. I didn't got hungry again, man.
Let me give you another little idea. This is another idea. When you get around here and you start, like on the south side, this is like always been if I see pizza on the outside of that place and I see that tap and it's pizza.
Ooh. Yes, sir.
That's a good place. Not only hang out and have you a good ass time. It's a good time happening inside.
You know it's gonna be good. Yeah.
That pizza gonna be good in that motherfucker.
But ain't no man, and let's we got to put this out there. The coolest thing about Chicago and its pizza is it ain't about chain restaurants, man. You find some of the best pizza, man, in the smallest spots, man. But you look, the neighborhoods, every neighborhood got at least one spot, man, that they go to for that pizza, bro. And that pizza be on point. on point. And anytime a pizza can make an entire meal, bro, come on now,
Dog.
man.
Dog.
Man, I'm damn.
Trips, I was just showing
I'm
them like,
hungry, man. I just got hungry all
I
over
was just
again,
showing
man. You
kids.
didn't get it to the bishop, bro.
Anywhere in the city, you see somebody that has pizza in the window, and this for a marquee, that shit probably fire up in there. I'm just telling
Yeah, or if it comes with a free liter RC.
Ooh.
RC is like a soda pop, like a think Coca-Cola or Pepsi.
Who are you explaining that to? The world or kids?
Well, any and everybody who don't know what the RC is, but yeah, Chicago tavern style pizza. That got that crispy crust. Yeah, this Crown Royal ain't no punk. You got the light sauce on there. And then and Italian Fiesta. Yeah, that's the South Side spot.
Yeah, I told you.
And what Smitty here is saying about Italian Fiesta is that when you got a house full of greedy relatives or people, deep dish is for you and your lady. But the tavern style, it's tavern style, that name, FYI, and the way it's cut, not in the triangle traditional pieces, but in the little squares, is because in the taverns, when you're having a PBR or a cocktail,
or
one pizza can feed more people. Yes. And it leaves a hand free to drink your beer and eat a slice at the same time without it being nasty.
Double fisted. Yes, brother. Right. You walk around double fisted, baby. Yes, sir. Pizza in one hand, drink another, baby. Yes, sir.
And so even if you wanted to double up, you can stack a couple of these pieces and eat them, like a double burger or something.
See, Trip got that's etiquette now.
That's boy shit. Don't listen.
But he's giving the technique, man. If you want a big back.
But the thing is also that there are people who like vanilla. There are people who like chocolate. There are people who are just lactose intolerant, can't have neither. But the center, you don't want to bogart the center. You know what I mean? Because that's where all the toppings and flavors are. People like that part. Then you also don't want to bogart the crispy, crusty edges, because some people really enjoy that part. Ooh, so you got to have like a mix. You know what I mean? You got to be judicious in the pieces you take, because you're not the only one eating off this pie.
I was trying to tell kids that you can do this. Like, one of the things I got that's gonna always stay with me is I had a chance to my aunt that she passed away recently, several years ago, but she was in Georgia when I was in Georgia, and she was working at Domino's. She was a manager, not in Domino's. She was working at the plant. She was managing the plant. They shipping stuff out and all that. And she came home, and I'm out there at her place out in Marietta. And she came home with some dough and some ingredients and shit. And she was like, all we need is some sauce. You gonna whip it up? I was like, you gonna do the dough? She's like, I'll make thin crust. So she hooked it up, man. And the key to you can make this at home, kids. You can buy dough at the store now. I don't know any place in the United States now that you can't go and ask for some dough. I don't know anywhere that you can't get dough. It might be a few grocery store chains that don't sell it, but most places I know have dough. If you got the willingness to take your time and knead out that dough, spread it out, thin it out, and you can do this at home. But the secret to all Chicago pizza is the sauce and the sausage, for the most part. That's what most people get. Mm-hmm. It's the sauce and the sausage.
Crucial. Because it's the Italian sausage, and it's either that and just basically cheese will top a pie. But if you want to get jiggy with it, you throw in a little green pepper, you throw in a little mushroom. You know what I mean? But also, I saw somebody in the chat that brought up more etiquette. Yes, vidIQ's right. Italian Fiesta make folks fight, but usually you get the Italian Fiesta used to be open till like 4 a.m. And by the time you order one of these, you are, let's say, inebriated, or as some might say, fucked up. And so it's not the pizza that's making you fight. They gonna fight anyway, but now they got a reason to fight because they be bogarting the wrong pieces of the pizza. But If you make it at home, as Creature Culture is pointing out, if you get that pre-made crust, cook it for a few minutes. Let it, cook up a little bit, and then season the crust before you put anything on it.
It'll keep it from getting soggy. It'll keep it from getting soggy at the bottom.
Yeah.
He says create culture, not create culture.
I'm sorry, create culture. Creature. I'm thinking creature features. My bad.
Hey, look, bro, it's the Crown Royal, baby.
Hey, sometimes you know what I'm saying, I ain't mad at it either, because guess what? I ain't driving nowhere tonight. You know what I mean?
I appreciate you, Create Culture, man, for being here, man. Got comments in here, but
okay.
Go ahead.
And you know how the pizza good too, man. When they, especially if you go pick it up or it's delivered, bro, and it's in a bag, bro.
Them the ones I love,
man.
Them
It's
the ones I love.
Don't bring me nothing, no damn cardboard, man.
Mm-mm.
Give me, man. Look here. I want to tear that bag open, bro. I want to tear that bag open and get to it, bro. I'm trying to get to that. You know,
but they got to make sure that they got that teepee in there, so the bag don't stick to the cheese.
It's gonna have that in the center. It's gonna have a little tint.
But question, real talk.
Yes.
We ought to start a poll, because maniacs, I want to hear from y'all in the chat. Whether you're listening on the Nomad Network, whether you're listening on at Cans of Canuck or at Sports Chicago Style, make sure you are subscribed to all three, but respond to whatever chat you are in. Which is better, when the Chicago Tavern style pizza is hot, or the next morning when it's cold?
It's definitely hot, but I've learned to appreciate cold pizza. Sometimes the flavors are animated in the cold pizza. That's weird. It's shit to say, but it's the truth. Sometimes you can taste. Yeah, I've learned to appreciate cold pizza, but I don't do like a pizza like this. I refuse to eat it cold. I refuse.
Okay. How about this? Let me amend.
I don't do it cold.
Before you go, Bishop. Before you go, leftover pizza cold. Wait, no, 3 options: hot, leftover cold, or leftover reheated.
You asking me?
I'm asking everybody.
I do.
What?
So hot 1, reheat 2, cold 3. Now
I ain't never trying
like
to eat no cold ass pizza. You got me on that one. I don't give a shit what it is.
Oh, bro, you ain't had Chicago pizza yet, bro.
I've had. You guys would be surprised, and so no, I haven't had Chicago pizza. Where I'm at, the sheer level of Italian immigrants here that have built up this community have made for some very interesting pizza, and that's part of the reason why I can't wait to get down there so I can contrast and compare. We have, and it's exactly the same as you describe it. I ain't going to a pizza chain to get my pizza. I kind of refuse to do that. I got 3 or 4 joints here in Canada that would blow your mind. Again, I don't know how it compares to what you got, but damn, some of the pizza here is really, really good. So sooner or later I gotta get it. So good, in fact, that I eat my pizza from these joints with a knife and fork. I don't use my hands.
Oh, for fuck's
I need to get every bite. I'm telling you,
the show is over, fellas. The show's over.
What the hell?
I'm serious.
You live on TV. Why would you say something like that?
Because the pizza is so damn good. The pizza is so damn good. I don't want to drop any on the floor. I don't want to drop any on my shirt. I want every damn piece of that pizza.
Do Komodo dragons drop their food? They ain't got no hands. They don't use no.
Komodo dragons also eat shit, bro. Just to put that out there.
But how do you get to the age that you have gray hair and that you've never, the morning after, reached into the fridge, grabbed a cold piece of pizza and just ate it?
Don't get me wrong. I've clearly been drunk, rolled over with a pizza box beside me.
Hold on,
reached in and ate that pizza.
Yeah, you wanted them.
Did I prefer that experience to me going to Colonnade, like my spot, and getting a Colonnade? There's like a colonnade pizza, bro. Like their pizza is off the chain.
If you eat pizza with a knife and fork, you eat fried chicken with a knife and fork.
Lord.
No. This is a completely. You would have to have this pizza to understand.
Hey, do me a favor. Don't ever say that out loud again, ever in your life.
Right? Keep that in your head.
I go to the restaurant and eat it I eat it with at the restaurant.
Well, that's fine, but just don't ever say that in public.
I don't, brother. I'm telling you.
No.
I'm telling you, this is how good this pizza is. Under normal pretenses, I'll just grab a slice out of box. I'll eat the pizza. But this pizza I'm talking about is so good. You don't want to manipulate it. You want to get in there and eat it like a meal. I'm dead serious.
Well, I understand eating pizza with a knife and fork like a meal, hence deep dish. But this ain't that.
I understand. Like the same token, I would probably do that with a deep dish too, just because it's a little bit more of a messy thing. A little bit.
I don't even do it with a deep dish. That's ridiculous, man.
Me either, bro. Thank you. No, man. I don't even my deep dish. I'm eating with my hands, dog. I'm scooping that bad.
Well, see, that don't work. That don't work with hot deep dish though, because it's too fucking hot. Because first of all, I grew up eating deep dish going to Gino's East Pizzeria, and for those that don't know, they allowed you to carve shit into the wall or use markers and tag it up. Was here, whatever the date was and shit. And it took 45 minutes to an hour for the pizza to get there.
Get a pizza
because they cooked it as you ordered it. And to get in, first of all, there's always a line down the fucking block. So you get in, you order your pizza, and then when they bring it to the table in the pan that it was in the oven in, and they put it in the center of the table, it was on a stand because it was so hot because it just came out of a 500-degree oven. And then they cut it and they did a little spin thing. And then they pull it out with the cheese pull. Then they cut it around and put it on your plate. It's too fucking hot to pick up with your hand. Shut your mouth. Because you can eat it with a knife without burning your tongue.
It's gonna be all right.
But you can eat it, just pick it up like in the morning after it's been in the fridge overnight and it's solidified.
Once you pull that thing away from there, give it about 5 minutes, you can pick it up.
I hear you, Trips.
Hold on.
I hear you, Trips. But I'm talking. I'm sitting at the table talking so much smack, bro. By the time I get finished talking shit, it's the right temperature for me to grab it and eat it, bro.
Bishop talk shit? No.
Wait. So Trip, do you almost prefer cold pizza in this?
No, there is no preference because the thing is, when you get pizza, you want it hot, and then the thing is, you don't want to be a glutton or a piggy and eat it all. So there will be cold pizza after hot. So there's not a choice to be made, because you will enjoy both.
Like I said, kids, this is when you come here, you just take a mental note, bro.
No. I'm like I say, I have to.
You see this sign. You see this sign anywhere particularly on the south side. I can only speak for that. I ain't ate too much pizza on the west side. But it's some good pizza over there too. But I'm talking about the south side, north side. I don't know. I heard some good pizza up there, but I ain't really had none. But on the south side, this is where you want to be.
No, man, I'm gonna tell you, bro. I'm very well I'm very well traveled when it comes to the city of Chicago, brother. And it's not a corner of that city I have not touched. And whether it's northwest, south, or far east, pizza good all through the city, bro. Like I said, you got your little hole in the wall spots. The primary chain spots growing up was Gino's East, Home Run Inn. Those was two of the chain places that was well known for their
space age.
Bro. But in all honesty, bro, you go throughout the city, bro. There's little spots, bro, that you bounce into. And it's good when you hit the door, bro. When you can smell it,
Bishop, but tell him no. Here's the thing about pizza. It does not have to be, the best pizza in the world to be delicious out of the oven when you are leaving a bar at 2 a.m. There was a place in Chicago on Foster and Broadway called Lori's. It was connected to a bar. Or a liquor store, rather, and a bar, all of that. And they were always open till like 6 a.m. And the thing was, they had a thing right on the busy street. 4 in the morning, cars would pull up, go in, get their slices of pizza, and burn out. Everybody was intoxicated, of course, but it's just something about pizza fresh out of the oven when you get drunk. That grease and that oil, helping sop up that liquor so you can get home on Lakeshore Drive. You know what I mean? Sometimes it'd be hazy, but that helps you make it.
One last thing, Triple R. One last thing that I do like as a feature of a really good pizza, when they putting that, and I had somebody bring me in the back and show me how they put it together a long time ago. It's like, man, somebody pulled out the little steel can of oregano seasoning. Give me a little bit of that on top of that cheese before you throw it in the oven. That's a great feature. And maybe a little olive oil on top of that or something, whatever that. Sprinkle a little olive oil on top of that cheese. The cheese is going to produce its own oil, but I'm telling you, it's a great feature to kids. If you want it, I know you ain't going to do it, man, but if you ever decide that you want to make a pizza at home, grab the dough, go back to this show and look at this shit. Listen to what we're saying, and you can pull this shit off. It's all in the sauce and the ingredients.
That's where I draw the line. Maybe the wife. You know what? I'll hold this all down for the wife. See if I can trick her into doing it. Maybe like she makes mini pizzas, but not full go with the.
Well,
dough.
what is your apprehension about it?
It's just not the style of shit I don't like that I would make. I don't like the baking aspect of it. I don't like the dough. If I bought the dough myself, maybe, you know what I mean?
Here's what you do, kids. You go next time you're in the store, because I know baking is not a thing for me, because all that mowing and kneading and like that. Just roll the dough out, bake it for a few minutes, and as Coach here said, you gotta poke it a few times with a fork to let the air out so it doesn't puff up, and then you season the dough with a little, maybe get fancy with it. Throw a couple heads of garlic in the oven for 45 minutes and roast them out. Then squeeze them into some butter. Throw a little Italian seasoning in there, mix that up, and then brush that over the crust.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like a nice roasted buttered garlic crust going on. And then for the sauce, you don't need to get tomatoes or nothing. Go get you a bottle of generic sauce. Put it in a pot on the stove. Throw in some garlic powder, onion powder, a few crushed red pepper flakes, some basil, oregano, Italian seasoning, or whatever, and let that simmer for a little bit. Let all those flavors get in. Maybe even throw a little roasted garlic into that as well. Or if you don't want to roast the garlic, just mince up some garlic and put into that sauce and let it come to a simmer. Then let that cool down and put that.
Scratch trip.
Fennel as well.
I would.
In the sausage.
I'd grab just a can of tomatoes, man, and start it right from that, and crush those fuckers down and spice it up the way that you're saying. But
you're gonna have to blend them. You can't just You're gonna have to blend.
Well, I would boil it. If you boil it,
once you boil it, you mush it up enough. It's the same
you mush it up, they'll kind of dissipate real easy. So
there's no body to those.
Yeah.
Hey, no man, I don't know where you at out south, brother. If you out south, but if you are, there's 2 spots, man, that my boy own, man, called Dreams Pizza. One is in Cal Park, right off 127th, and the other one is off 159th. We call it off the 9, but it's called Dreams Pizza. You ever stop in there, man? Holler at the owner of Dreams Pizza is my boy Mickey. Tell him that Keith Harris sent you, brother. And trust me when I tell you, the Italian sausage pizza is superb. But brother, he has a chicken sausage that is to die for, brother. Trust me when I tell you, brother.
Well, here's the thing about what Bishop is describing is the levels of edamame, the different levels of flavor. What we describe with the crust, that's its own level of flavor. What we're talking about with the sauce, that's its own level of flavor. And what Lord Crimson is talking about with the fennel and the Italian sausage, that's its own level of flavor.
Yes, sir.
And so you put all that together, and then it's just a part in your mouth, and everybody's invited.
Man,
yes, sir.
dude, I
Yes,
could
sir.
talk about this for the next
Man,
2
you done
hours.
made.
I'll
You,
get
I'm telling
myself
you, bro.
hungry.
I just ate, bro, and now I'm hungry again, bro.
Dog,
You
man,
done did
dog.
it.
I'm just gonna
Bishop,
say, I'm
it's
trying
Damn
to
you, bro.
I'm trying to keep everything Chicago because I'm so excited about my team. The whole city is happy, and so I'm doing these things because I know kids are getting close to. Remember, kids, when you see this,
all right, I'm
and
hunting for old
if
stock.
it says anything about beef on the outside, that's the place to go. But
See,
this
this
is
I'm much more
Ooh.
interested in. I'll be honest with you, man. I really want to have one of these, man. This looks so good to me, man. Chicago Italian beef, y'all. Ingredients. Okay, you know what? Straight up, I'm gonna make this at home real soon. Olive oil, garlic, beef broth, water, chuck roast, Italian rolls. I don't what like you guys are telling me
Hot
what that
Hot
jardinera.
jardinera.
hot
Jardinera.
jardinera, sweet peppers and seasoning blend. No, what's an Italian roll? Oh, it's in the bun?
yeah, it's the wrap.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the bread.
It's actually
Okay.
French bread. French
Okay.
French
bread,
bread,
bro.
Italian
French
rolls.
bread.
It depends. Different places use different ones, but he's right. Some people use
French
French,
bread,
some people
brother.
use
So could
Italian.
you use like a baguette?
No,
No,
It's too
no,
tough.
no.
Okay.
too
All right.
tough.
Too tough. All right.
Yeah. You
Mm,
gotta
so,
get either the French or the Italian.
Okay. So
So
what's the seasoning blend, Trip? I guarantee you know
Well-
what it would be. What is it?
Well, the seasoning blend, your basic, the seasoning. I'm thinking of something else. I'm sorry, but I don't know for sure. But I do believe it's your garlic powder, your onion powder, maybe a little paprika up in there.
Okay.
But there is something else you got to put in. I cannot.
Exactly what I put on in everything.
But also instead of the hot jardinera, which is like that right there. See it right there.
Okay.
You have other options such as
I know what you got. I know what you. Okay, I'm with
you
it.
go with something like that.
Hold on a second. Before don't take that down yet. Let me get a good.
Yeah, the seasoned au jus sauce.
Banana pepper rings. All right, so I would use that. I got that.
And then also you could also jazz it up with some of these.
What about spicy eggplant? You got spicy eggplant? Would that work?
No.
Sport peppers. Okay, sport peppers. All right.
Mm-hmm.
No,
yeah, au jus sauce. That's the seasoning blend in the au jus sauce.
Au jus.
Because
Okay.
when you put the chuck roast into the slow cooker, or because you want to cook it slow, or roast it slow, low and slow, you want to put that into the au jus sauce and let it, bathe and get all terry downy and tender up in there.
So
Okay.
And then part of hold on before y'all go. Part of ordering the sandwich is, do you want it dry or do you want it wet?
So they dunk it in au jus.
Dip
I'm
it,
with
right.
I'm with it. Okay, I love it. I gotta do this myself.
And you can add cheese as well.
Here's a good way to start, kids, because Trips knows this. I'm sure Bishop knows this.
All right.
In the local meat, I found this even in Atlanta. You might have a product there that comes in a little plastic tub in your grocery store that comes with ready-made seasoned beef in the au jus. I can't think of the. Matter of fact, y'all talk for a second. I'm gonna go grab the because I still got one. I keep dollars and shit in it when I need to give tips. But hold on, man, I got it.
So I can probably find that as you're going to look for it. I can probably find that here in Canada. They have some real good similar sandwiches. It isn't, quote unquote Chicago Italian beef, but we've got some similar steak, similar beef sandwiches that is all au jus sort of dip based. So
Did you see the Red Baron suggestion?
Yeah. I'm gonna go test exactly that out because that's probably where I can get both the au jus and the beef, right? So it's a great flex. There's a couple of spots here that have like a couple of the of our grocery stores where we have a deli in the grocery that would likely have both and the bread too, man.
Hey, do me a favor, Ted,
because I just took care of you. Check check your DM, brother, on X, brother. I just
on
took
X?
care of you, bro.
Because
Yeah,
I
just took
can't
care of you, bro.
preach.
You can order that, bro, and take care of all that, bro.
Yeah, I got a tub of, it ain't the shit
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
but I
Okay.
cannot reach it. But you should Google Italian beef in my area.
See, brother,
It's not
boys,
gonna be authentic.
like real talk. In these little situations, I don't trust it. I like for this, I would make this. I can make, and I would enjoy making.
Because he puts an Italian beef in my area, he's gonna end up to some franchise place in the mall.
Right.
No,
Not only will I end up in a
be-
franchise
it might
place
be
in the
in
mall,
They
the
might
last
be in this grocery store, Trish. You know what I'm talking about, that tub of stuff that they have in the grocery store. Because I used to take that shit back to Georgia whenever I came home, I would take that shit back to Georgia. It's a little salty, you gotta water it down a little bit. But yeah, they got that shit in tubs in grocery stores, bro.
Well,
so it's really just the au jus that I need. Like I can get that at the grocery. I can get that at the grocery for sure. The last time I tried to do something similar was with, so in my travels, man, I wound up in Philly, and I was like, damn, I gotta get a chili, I gotta get a cheesesteak here, and I got a cheesesteak sandwich, and it was dope. But then since then, coming home and trying to find a like legit Philly cheesesteak sandwich is impossible, bro. Like, they're all bad. No, you know what I mean? None of them are even remotely close to an actual Philly cheesesteak sandwich. So worst come to worst, I've resorted to making them myself. Mine's pretty good. Yeah, it still ain't Philly. I think I can put this together though. I you know what I mean? This is not extremely complicated, and it's definitely something that I would really enjoy. I love it.
But on that list, make sure you got the right bread, because the French and Italian,
the easy part.
Thickness.
That's the easy part. That's the easy part.
And then you can't skimp with the meat. You gotta overload it with the meat.
Okay, all right.
Because you gotta remember, it's gonna shrink during cooking. You know,
okay. Crimson saying Italian beef is better than Philly cheesesteak. I am totally with this as an idea. I believe it is. I got a slow cooker upstairs. Actually, we just bought a brand new one.
Yeah, you go get you a piece of a cheap piece of beef and throw it up in there with some au jus.
I tell you, kids, trust me when I tell you what I sent you. Do that first, so this way you can have a flavor profile to go off of.
Right on.
All right.
This is not hard. This is not hard to do.
Do that first, brother, and then you want to venture off and do your own next time. Right. You can. But trust me when I tell you, you will not go wrong with what I sent you, my brother.
But this will take time. This is a meal that takes time.
Dip on that site look crazy. They're not playing around.
Let me also tell you something too, man. This is a Al's Italian beef. I remember I was a kid riding around Chicago with my uncle, man.
Which Al's you go to, man? Which Al's?
I don't remember. I'm a boy. The one I went to, I'm a boy. I can't remember. I'm just whipping around the city with my uncle. And he was just like, come on, boy, let me go in here and let's introduce you.
He had you on the west side.
It's nothing but fucking white dudes in here. Nothing but white dudes standing at a counter.
Taylor Street. You was on Taylor Street.
And he was just, and the motherfuckers knew it. The motherfuckers knew who he was. Yeah. Excuse my language. The cats in there knew who he was. And I was just like, damn. And he was like, man, you gotta.
He was in Little Italy.
And he was just like, man, let me show you how to eat this the right way. He got his with mozzarella on it and dipped. He said, I'm gonna let you you ain't finna do what I'm doing.
Wait a second now. So there's no cheese on this, right? Is that
no? That's add-on. That's an add-on.
Okay, so and if you were to add it on, specifically mozzarella,
well, you get mozzarella and or there's cheddar also.
Okay,
like
all right.
The not creamy, but the flowy cheddar. The not like the, what do you call that? There's a name for it. The liquid cheddar.
Oh, okay. I got it. I got you. I'm a cheddar guy across the board, much more so than mozzarella. But I might just make this without cheese.
But I mean, so that's the thing. You can get it with or without cheese, dipped or not dipped. You know, giardiniera hot or without, or mild giardiniera. You know, banana peppers. You know, there's many different ways to have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me I'll finish telling y'all the story real quick. So I'm a little boy. It's my first time getting an Italian beef. He's like, well, let me teach you how to eat this. You ain't gonna get yours like mine. You need to start off with the original stuff first, like they tell you. And he got it for me just like that, dipped. It's wet and it's running down my arms, and I couldn't stop biting it. They was in there laughing at me. It's like, your first time? I was like, yeah. And I was just tearing that motherfucker up. My uncle's pulling all this cheese off of his, and his shit's running down his arm. And I'm telling you, the mozzarella on it is a different level. If you you got to eat one of these by itself naked first with the dip. Then you graduate to the cheese level. But the mozzarella cheese is something special on that shit.
Hey, Nomad.
Yo.
You want to blow his mind?
What about the combo?
Read, no, hold on, Bishop. Read what Red Baron just wrote in there. You got to go combo. Blow his mind, Nomad.
Let me pull it back up. Hold on.
Let me just describe. The combo is a combination of Italian beef and Italian sausage.
Oh.
So you put a Italian sausage, you lay it up in that thick bun, and then you dress it up with that beef.
Oh,
on top of it, and then you add the accoutrements as you will. Have you ever had a good Italian
sausage? Don't forget to dip it, baby. You got to dip it, baby.
So the combo, okay, so you get this by itself, kids. You come in and you want to get the Italian beef for the first time in Chicago. You just order it with the sweet.
Nice.
You say sweet and mild. You say hot and mild, and they'll know what to do and say dipped, and that's gonna get you everything you need. Now the next time you come to that, because you're gonna come back tomorrow, I promise you. You're gonna want another one of those.
You need another sandwich.
Give me another one of them sandwiches. This time,
not a lot of leftovers here.
Give me the combo, or give me mozzarella.
You can say
you can just tell them all the way.
Yeah, or you can tell them to dip it, or you can tell them to baptize it, bro. Tell them baptize it. They know what you're talking about, bro.
That means like fully like submerge and count to like 4 and then bring it out.
Okay.
Baptizer, baby.
You definitely going back the next day. You're gonna be like, hey, give me that same thing all the way, bro. With some Italian, with some not with Italian, but some mozzarella cheese. You might even go with the combo. Like I only ate the combo a couple of times, and it's so filling. It is filling.
I'm good with the beef. I'll be real about that.
No, I do the combo, man. I do the combo, baby. I do the combo because I'm a pig, man. I got to eat it all, bro. Give me the combo,
and the big butt, like D-Nice
with the French fries, bro.
Loaded French fries, Bishop.
Yeah, so with the cheese, yes, sir. With the cheese, oh man.
Well, with the cheese, the bacon. Come on, you can't have the cheese without the bacon.
I don't do the bacon, bro. I do the cheese. If I do the fries with the cheese, I don't do the bacon, man, because I'm already knee deep into the combo, and I don't do the regular size, bro. I get the giant, bro. So I'm all into it, man. Yeah.
Oh, and see, this is something that you got to be careful with because this is not a in the car food. This is not because, like Nomad said, it's gonna be dripping down your arms.
Yeah,
and the itis will be kicking in. So you want to make sure
you don't mind that jewel running down your arm, bro. You don't mind it, bro. It's just so.
You find owls. You find the owls in your vicinity when you come here. They're gonna ask you if you want it all the way. You tell them yes, you want it all the way, and they're gonna be like 1 dip or 2 dips.
Oh damn!
Because they double
dip.
Yeah, you can double.
That's what I mean by baptized. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Because that bread, do you want a crunchy bread or do you want like a soggy bread? It's
yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Man, you do owls, Carms, Mr. Beef.
Because now the
beef.
Owls has more locations, but like Bishop just mentioned, Buena Beef, I've seen, franchised. And FYI, for those that didn't know, they are franchised in the same locations as Rainbow Cone ice cream. So it's kind of like, remember back in the day when it was like half Taco Bell, half Pizza Hut, or half KFC, half Pizza Hut. This is half Buena Beef, half Rainbow Cone, which are,
you just something, man.
So hold on. Create Culture just gave you the best advice he can give you.
I don't eat the wax paper. Thank you.
Yeah, but you got to suck the juice off and get the cheese off.
That will happen.
Don't eat the paper.
Pause. So You just hit on something that's completely off topic, but I didn't realize that KFC
Squeegee.
and Taco Bell were also like partnered up in the US too. Is that
Yeah,
like
they're
a
owned by the same company.
Oh yeah.
okay? Like me and my cousin were literally just talking about that this weekend because it's KFC, Taco Bell. There's another company, and I'm blanking out on what it is.
Wasn't it Pizza Hut?
Yeah. You're right. And Pizza. Those are the three. The same thing across the U.S.
Yeah, yeah, same ownership.
Okay, all right.
So what the thing is when they do the franchises and they spread out, it kind of waters down the originality of the food, and so you guys got to be cautious in doing that because like the best Philly cheesesteak I've had in Chicago came from a place ironically named Philly's Best, and they were good. When they first opened, they had grinders, which is a sandwich. No Diddy. And all that stuff. But as they got popular, the quality went down, the portions went down, meat. Because what's important about this is a lot of fucking meat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you see a quantity of bread more so than meat, you know what I'm saying? That's not a good spot. Not a good spot.
And
All right.
and with a chip with a good Philly cheesesteak, bro, when you get that cheese whiz on it, bro. Gotta get the cheese whiz.
Oh yeah, the cheese whiz and mushrooms. I fucks with the mushrooms.
Hey man, listen, I've had some Italian beefs and some good ones all over the place, man. And I ain't gonna. I always go. I remember the first one that I ate, and that thing, to me, ain't nothing. It's stuff that's gotten close, but that thing was really good, man. That thing was really, really good. I licked my arm after I got done demolishing that thing.
Well,
No man can
man,
lick his
come on,
elbow.
bro.
He's
So
talented.
so what you basically look, kids, keeping a buck, bro. Our neighborhood greasy spoons, bro, have some of the best food you will ever eat, bro. I mean, we got a thing called a pizza puff that will blow your mind, bro.
Oh yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Tripping.
pizza
Blow
pot
your
pie
mind,
at last
brother.
week. Yeah.
You
I mean, but
know,
just street
the
food.
gyros, bro.
Yeah.
The gyros are just. I mean, bro, you can't go wrong when you touch down in Chi-Town, bro. You need 7 days, bro. You need 7 days because one of them days you gonna after you eat, you gonna have the itis.
I've
Well,
been
every
telling
day after
you,
you eat,
one day is a complete write-off, is what you said. Like at least one. It's funny, y'all gonna have to roll me the fuck back on the plane.
you're gonna need some Tums. Because you're not gonna be used to it all. Bring some Tums.
Sheesh.
You're gonna have the itis, so you prepare for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Because you gotta hit a barbecue
Oh.
joint, bro.
There's
There's so much to touch, bro. You're going to have to make several trips to really truly enjoy because man, we got some of the best chicken wings in the neighborhood, bro, that you can get a whole. Bro. Anyway, go ahead, no man. I know you got to keep it moving, bro.
Before hold on, before you go, Nomad. Speaking of chicken joints, what the hell's her name? We got to give a rest in peace to the daughter of the Harold's Chicken Shack franchise.
I saw that on Facebook, man.
No.
Yeah, his daughter passed, and
What?
everybody knows Harold's Chicken, and so she was basically in Harold royalty that she inherited the franchise. So rest in peace to her. Speaking of Chicago food and fried chickens.
Yes.
And we'll do gyro real soon. Create culture. That's one of the ones that's coming up next, man. I'm gonna show you what they look like around here. But yeah, one of my favorite things in the world, which I haven't had in a very long time. It's like these are some of the things that I adore. This is some of the stuff that I completely missed, and it was part of the reason why I moved back home. But the things that you love the most is the stuff that you need to discipline yourself with. I'm just telling you. Because you can easily overdo these things.
Yeah. Hey kids, you get a chance, follow a brother on either IG or on Facebook called Foods with Foxito. This brother go around the city, man, and he's a foodie, bro. and you can save some of the spots, bro. So you'll know certain places you can go and hit when you do touchdown, bro. He's called Food with Foxito. Follow that brother, man. You know, hey, he be putting it down, bro. But he be hitting all the spots, bro. And he do the beef run, he do the pizza run, he do the fried
Real
shrimp
food.
run.
Real
Yeah,
food with
bro.
Foxito. I
In
got
the
'em.
neighborhood, bro. He hits the neighborhoods, bro.
I
You
got
know,
'em.
west side, south side, north side. It
So
don't matter.
Hey,
and somebody real quick as Nomad queue up the next one, but reheating pizza if you choose not to have it cold, pizza in
In
the
the oven.
microwave is horrible. You know, if you have
Oven,
the
baby.
patience, put it in the oven or toaster oven. But even better, to reheat tavern style pizza, even deep dish, heat up a skillet, you know, a cast iron skillet on the stove, and like a medium high heat, and just put the pizza in, just put it in there, and then cover a few tablespoons of water for steam, and then cover it. And so the steam will melt the cheese, and then the
Melt
hot
lemons, yep.
skillet will toast the crispy crust. So it's crispy, the cheese is melty, as opposed to the microwave, which just fucks it all up.
So I'll give you another little trick. Butter it, but it got to be real butter, no margarine. Butter
Okay,
your
wait, you're talking
pasta,
about fat bags.
throw it in the air fryer. This is a quick little look.
yeah.
Boom.
There's a lot of different ways to reheat pizza, man. But this is one of my joys and one of my loves in life. What you're seeing right here on the screen. But you'll be surprised when the last time I had one. I'm telling you, it's been well over a year. And that's just me
Shame on
disciplining
you.
myself. That's just me disciplining myself. The things that I like a lot, just trying to, keep them away from me, man, because it ain't the healthiest thing in the world, but it's all kinds of joy in that bun right there. But we
Oh,
do
hell,
have
you
to
gonna
get
die of
into,
something, man. You gonna die
we're
from
gonna get,
something, man.
I ain't gonna die from that, but we're gonna get to some other stuff. So last week, man, I noticed that a lot. Well, I told people there's a bad bug going around. And I don't know what it is, man. It's some kind of flu strain that's tearing people to F up. And so
Oh, yeah,
I don't know
bro.
how many, you'd be surprised how many people I've talked to that don't know how to make this. Anybody that feels like talking, can go ahead and speak on this.
Oh, that's a hot
Oh,
toddy.
bro. Hot toddy, baby. Yes, sir. You looky here. The old granddad, yes, sir. I'm gonna read off these ingredients. It's called the hot toddy. Ingredients are lemon, honey, Lipton tea, old granddad, which is 100 proof, clean sheets, and bundle up, baby. Yes,
And
sir.
prepare to
Okay.
sweat your
I was like,
ass
what's
off.
the old granddad?
Put-
All right, because that's what I expected it to be. That's how we
They
roll.
call that 100. They call that 100 pounds around here.
All right.
You
We
know,
call it Ray
and-
Nephews.
you put on you put on some sweatpants and a sweat
Oh,
top, bro,
weaponize
and get up under
Mhm.
them covers. You
Sweat
wake
it
up
out.
the next day. You wake up the next day feeling completely better, bro. So
Right.
yes, you got to hit
yeah.
the hot toddy.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Oh, and also what Nomad has in the picture here, but not on the ingredients list, cinnamon stick as a
The
stir.
cinnamon sticks.
That's extra. I ain't had that yet. I ain't had
Little
that.
Chico stick.
Because when you put
No,
that
I
honey in
ain't-
there,
look,
you
bro,
got to
I ain't
stir
gonna
that
lie.
honey with something. And the
Bro,
slice
I
of
ain't gonna lie. My
lemon.
mama didn't put no. She ain't put no cinnamon sticks, and she just stirred it with a spoon and say, "Here, boy, drink this here." I
Here,
drank
boy,
that,
take
man.
your
Get
ass
under
to
them
sleep.
covers. Get under them covers. Wake up the next day, boy, ready to run through a wall. Boy, it feels so much better.
But the
So-
thing is, the old granddad, you was liquored up, so you knew you was hot, but you was drunk, so you didn't care, and you was able to stay asleep.
That's the best part.
Right. So it's like, oh Lord, I'm hot, but oh, get it out of me. And then you, like Bishop said, you wake up, it's like, man, what's for breakfast?
Yeah,
Hey
you ready
man,
to go?
I'll tell you one thing. A hot toddy, I think, might have saved my life, man. I had some definitely bad flu, man. I was probably my sophomore year in college. We decided on a weekend to jump in the ride and go Jackson State and go party. Man, we went down there, man. I got sick as a dog, bro. One of the homeboys had a relative that, I mean, it was bad, bro. Like I couldn't hardly breathe. And they had to pile my ass in the car and take me. This is a little town outside of Starksville. I can't remember the name of the little town. what is the name of that little town? But everything that you see on this list, kid, the old granddad, 100 pounds, the clean sheets, and bundle your ass up, put on some clothes, and you're gonna be in some thick ass cover. You finna sweat.
Yeah, bro.
I'm laying in some old ladies. This lady had to be like 90 years old, and I'm back in this old creaky ass Mississippi house and shit. The bed looked like it's back from 1920s. Man, I'm on there with some flannel sheets and shit, thick than a motherfucker. But I'm in that motherfucker cold. Now I got all these clothes on, hat, hoodie, tied up around me. I'm laying up under this thing and I'm still shivering. I drink this goddamn shit, man. And I'm telling you, knock my ass, slam ass out. They say I slept for 12 hours. 12, 13 hours straight. Didn't even budge. Got up and felt like I thought I pissed on myself.
Be careful, man. Squeegee.
No, it was just sweat. That was how much. I mean, you literally like in a sauna sweating. Like, you are literally drenched.
The idea is to make you sweat to get that bug out of you.
So all the toxins and shit.
I sweated so hard, bro. I actually woke up, got out of those clothes, and put on something else, and got back in the bed, bro.
Brother, the Jamaican that I am, this is how we
pull them sheets off, put on fresh sheets, and get back in the bed and sleep the rest of it off, bro.
This is how we handle sickness, right? This is how we handle it back home. This, like, I say back home, but I mean my mom's. One of the things my mom's blessed me with as a child was basically, baby, you know how to take care of yourself when you're sick. You're good. Like, you've been trained on how to do it. Me, how I handle my sickness is basically what you're staring at here. I'll whip up one of these Ray nephews in the glass, bundle up, put a hoodie on, you know what I mean? And, watch some TV, pound that down. But the other thing that I do with a sickness that isn't just drinking, eucalyptus. I don't know if y'all really fuck with eucalyptus and a humidifier, but those two things together, you're good to, like, the only sickness really real talk that ever smacked me up for more than 24 hours was COVID. Everything else, hot toddy.
They say this bug here is almost as bad, man. Like if you look up in the comments, scrolls saying this.
Yeah, he said he got something real bad.
A weaker man. That's why I'm putting it up here, because this shit ain't no joke. And for the people out here that don't trust medicine and don't trust doctors and all that kind of stuff,
get you some eucalyptus oil, man. Put it
in. Here's also the thing. As a create culture saying, then a sauna. Well, saunas aren't always readily available for everybody.
You're right.
But if you got a shower, try some of these joints.
So I got you.
You can get the eucalyptus, or you can get the whatever.
Do you guys know about?
You put them in a shower with you, and it gives those essences, those flavors.
You guys know about Buckley's mixture?
I never heard of her.
Oh no! So this is the most Canadian of cold fixes of them all. This stuff tastes like the worst shit you could possibly think of, but it like almost instantly clears your sinuses. I gotta, like, man, I'm gonna show you guys a bottle of Buckley's. I don't know why they don't sell this in the United States of America. I swear to God, the Buckley's company, sponsor Kids the Canuck, give me a couple of bucks. We'll push this into Chicago. It's cold as all get out there. We'll make billions. This stuff will clear your sinuses out like that. Forget Halls. You'll never touch Halls again, ever. Because it's one spoon of this, you're gonna go, good Lord, what did I just put in my face? But at the same time, like, I'm at a level now, I put it in my mouth and I go and then swallow, and it just clears out your shit. Like, instant, man. It is instant. It's great. Buckley's mixture for the win. Get it if you can. But those are my, like, the few things that I use, and the last thing I use is Tiger Balm. I hope y'all got Tiger Balm out there.
We got that.
I've never used it for, like, being sick. Well, no, check that. Tiger Balm is good for strains, muscle strains, but
it's better for
also on, like, rubbing on your chest. But little back in the day, it was more Vicks Vapor Rub.
Way better. So think of Vicks times 8. I won't say times 50, but like 8 times more heat. So if you're talking about sweating from this is me. If I catch a cold, hot toddy, heat, tiger bomb up, bundle up. I sweat out whatever fuck was in me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? By the time I wake up in the morning, whatever was in me is gone. one touch of that Buckley's mixture, whatever might have been messing with my sinus is clear. I'm off to work, baby. I'm good to rock and roll. That's how we do it.
It's the hot toddy with the blankets, and instead of the Tiger Balm, it's Vicks Vapor Rub. You know, so that was the only difference we had.
Squeegee uses KY.
Right. Hey man, listen. Before we get out of this, one more quick story I gotta tell you, and this is just R.I.P. to my brother. Before he passed away, man. When I moved to Columbus, Ohio, I moved there on the strength of him. And he's he's not a used car salesman. He was a new car salesman, but he got anything new off the lot in this Nissan dealership, man. He's working out there. He's getting anything he wanted, riding off the lot every day. And on his days off, on his day off, rather, on Sundays, he used to like to ride, man. So one time and we at the end of at the end of the summer, now that the weather will change on you in a heartbeat. At the end of the, once the sun go down, man, it might get different on you. And so we riding, and he got this drop top, what else, Benz or whatever it was, man. He just had to go ride in it, man. He wanted to go look at the honeys and do all that type of shit. And so we riding, and now I'm starting to feel the cold. I ain't got no hat on. And it's just like, all right, bro, man. We done did the drop top thing. The sun is down, man. We still got to be riding around with no top on, man. Why don't you pull it up, man? No, dude, let's ride. We got the music bumping. And I'm just like, I dealt with it a little too long. Finally, I got to a point where it was just like, all right, man, dog, that's enough. I'm cold in the motherfucker, man. Pull the goddamn hood on this thing, man. Let the windows up. But it was too late, man. That shit had gotten to me. Only had flu twice in my life. This was the second time. Bro, when I tell you it's the worst thing I ever did, I couldn't even breathe without being over a dehumidifier with a towel over my head all night long. That's the only way I could get air, and everything that was coming out of me was green. Out of my nose, out of my lungs, everything was green. And so I called up somebody that's like, dog, you need to get you a tidy. And I was just like, you know what? I remember that. And so get all the shit you see on the screen, y'all. And within 24 hours, 48 hours, it was pretty much, I had no signs of what I was going through, sweated it all out. So this is how I knew my bro was a bad alcoholic. Nobody's drinking old granddad. Trust me when I tell you, nobody's just drinking that shit. I didn't even like the taste of it. I had an uncle that did, bro. Really?
Yeah, man. Hold on. No, man, this is crazy. I wouldn't call him an alcoholic. He just liked to drink. But he drank this shit one time, man. It was fucking summertime, bro. My mother cussed him out. He was supposed to paint our house, man. He was bent off. No, bro. He was bent off that damn old granddad, bro. And he was like, motherfucker, how you drinking this? And it's 90 degrees outside.
Man.
So yeah, bro.
No, Matt, Bishop, kids. I don't know about you kids. But there was always somebody in the hood, old school dude that didn't have no teethuses, that always wore a pair of dungarees, which are long ass Levi's, and had a pint, the old granddad, in their back pocket.
Oh man!
Tell me you didn't see that dude. Tell me you ain't see that dude, and I'm gonna call you a motherfucking liar.
Skid Row. That's Skid Row.
If he didn't have old granddad, he had some Canadian Miss.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh boy, let me finish this story. So anyway, I got a Canadian Miss story to tell you too, but that's a whole other thing. And old dirty man club and shit. But so my brother's wife. So about a week goes by. I'm back and forth to work. I'm pretty much got the money I need. I'm getting ready to move out of his house. I got my own apartment set up. So I'm like 2 or 3 days away from moving there. So she stops me on my way out the door to go to work. She's like, hey, did you drink the rest of that old granddad? I said, what? I said, why would I drink the old granddad? I just needed that for while I was sick. It's up in your cabinet, top of your cabinet. Look up there. She said, no, it ain't. I said, what you mean it ain't? She said, that shit ain't there. She said, that shit ain't there. I said, that shit up there. I went and looked, and that shit was gone. She said, your brother got that. He said, he got to it the day after you went back to work. Shit was gone that night. That's when I knew my bro had it bad.
Had a problem.
Yeah. That's a whole fifth. I only drank, I didn't even 1/8 of it. That's about as much as I drank of that thing. The bottleneck. And that's when I knew my bro had a problem. And for those who new to the channel, my brother passed away. He drank himself to death.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, you know, this is a warm memory, but this is like the first warning sign I had with my brother that he had a serious ass problem. He down that fifth in a night. Like it wasn't shit. But yeah, anybody that's going through any kind of illness right now, any kind of bug going on right now, you can do this to kind of preempt, because honey has a lot of quality ingredients to it too, man. You know, fresh honey is good for you, just for the record. So check that out, man. I kind of wish Samo was here because he was kind of on my mind, man, when I thought about this drink here.
Hey, but you know how you can jazz up not jazz up, but even make the hot toddy a little bit better? Put in a dash of turmeric.
Yeah. Yeah.
That has its own medicinal values.
Boy, people sleep on turmeric, man. They are so sleep on turmeric and ginger.
Peace out to FFG. He got a bill, man. Peace out, bro.
Right on, FFG.
All right, FFG. Yes, sir.
Peace, bro.
Yeah, and then that's the thing about like teas and stuff. You can add turmeric, you can add ginger, and it's not gonna, change the profile of the healthy benefits of whatever it is you're consuming. You're just adding to it in one drink. So I mean, add as much as you can, because you're not drinking a hot toddy for the flavor or for the taste. You're drinking it because you're trying to filter and cleanse your system.
Yeah.
A lot of benefits from honey, man. But this drink, I was actually thinking about. So I can, you know what, Bishop? I got a feeling that you one of these kind of guys too, man. Like, even though I'm a sports junkie and I wear athletic gear all the fucking time, every day of my life for the most part, but I know how to fucking put it on when I need to. I can fucking put it on, and this drink made me think that. This is called the Boulevardier.
No. Boulevardier.
Okay. So go ahead. Boulevardier.
I had to give you the French there. All right. So ingredients: sweet vermouth, rye whiskey, orange squeeze, lime squeeze, Campari, orange peel, rock ice. Boom. Now you've got yourself the Boulevardier.
Look at here, bro. That there would pair well with a nice cigar, and consider I will be at the cigar lounge this Saturday night when my lady arrives. We're gonna go and hit the cigar lounge and enjoy a nice steak. I'm gonna have to order one of these since you chose to share that with me, brother Nomad. Thank you very much, brother. Yes, sir.
This is for the people that know how to get their grown man on.
Yes, sir.
I can put it on when I need to. I ain't the biggest. I don't like dress clothes, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I know you got to keep some in the closet for certain occasions, man. This is definitely a debonair kind of looking drink.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this is one of them. All right, I'm a grown
man drink, brother. It's a grown man drink.
But now you only order it this way when you in the hood. When you want to be refined and civilized, you say sweet vermouth. In the hood, you say sweet vermouth.
Yeah, I thought it had an H in there, but it's
Mr. Charles is right. It has some of the similar ingredients with the vermouth, especially that an old fashioned has.
Yes.
Now, what is Campari?
Another mixer. It's like a vermouth, but it's got another flavor profile to it. I had it one time in something. I just can't remember what that taste reminded me of, man. But it's sweet. It's a liqueur.
It's Negroni.
Yeah.
That might be more. You might be more familiar with Negroni. So it's an Italian bitter.
Yeah,
I've had Negroni a couple of times. Negroni. It's sort of Negroni.
Hey, pronounce it right, man.
It's kind of lemony. It's a bitter. It's I don't know. It's an interesting flavor, but it's not particularly sweet. It's just a little bit more sour than anything else.
You know what this drink and the look of this drink reminds me of? Excuse me, what's your name? Jay-Z.
I was definitely.
I have no idea what the fuck that is.
I had Grand Marnier on my mind, but you put that up there, brother. I might have to go ahead and order me one when I.
Okay, now another question. What is rye whiskey versus whiskey?
Rougher whiskey. Yeah. To me,
so it's a specific thing that if you go to the store, you're buying rye whiskey.
Yeah, it's just an extra ingredient when they, as they're processing and distilling it, bro.
So you can't use like just regular Jack Daniels in this?
I wouldn't.
No.
You don't want to put Jack Daniels in anything, really.
Yeah, Jack Daniels will fuck up the
flavor profile.
The profile. Yeah. It'll jack up the profile, bro.
Yeah. Jack Daniels a little too sweet.
So I mean, is rye whiskey is one of those things that you buy specifically that's just on the shelf until you like make one of these or something?
Yes.
You should probably grab you a small thing of rye whiskey and just taste it for yourself. And
you can taste it. You might like
try it out, bro.
You might like it. Some people swear by rye.
It says
I know guys that drink rye whiskey when they have they do a heavier gauge of a cigar. But rye whiskey, yeah.
Rye has a little spicy.
Yeah, harshness. I like the way Scrolls put that. That's a fair description. I don't know if I would say spicy, but harshness, I definitely agree with.
It's spicy, but spicy not to the point where it's hot, like a heat to it. I know what you're saying, suppose. It's just a different.
That's Minister Charles. That wasn't Scrolls.
Oh, Minister. Yeah. With it has a different profile to it. Rye whiskey it's not bad, man. It really isn't, man. But I prefer it with a nice cigar, bro.
The only whiskeys I don't like are sweet whiskey. Like if you added some sort of maple, I ain't really trying to do it if it's sweet. Rye's all right. Rye's pretty decent. Jack is a little bit harsh and sweet for no good reason, so I only drink it in certain situations. But yeah.
So
have you brothers tried Uncle Nearest?
Yeah. True Rho Sigma, what's up, bro? Yeah. I was telling him about that a couple weeks ago, if not last week. Yeah, that's
someone just say whiskey.
Yeah.
So
True Rho Sigma's in.
Again, that Uncle Nearest is a whole story behind that, and Jack Daniels. It's a black man that originated that
slave
recipe. And so you got Jack Daniels and you got Uncle Nearest, but the original is Uncle Nearest. Jack Daniels ended up beating him out.
Oh, you did tell us about Uncle Nearest. That's
it's funny that Bishop in here talking about it. I was telling y'all that.
Yeah. That's right.
Now another question is like rye whiskey. Is that the same thing in bye bye Miss American Pie? Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys was drinking whiskey and rye. Is that the same thing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, cigars, man. I might have to add that as a feature. I'm not a cigar person, but I have partaken in some cigars, man. And
when we do that, bro,
I don't never have to pay for them, though.
when we do that, no man, let me know because I would like to have my boy V-Dub because he is a cigar aficionado. And he can really break down cigars, man, to where really get those who are interested, or more likely, you have some people that smoke cigars but don't truly know the breakdown of cigars, and how they're really put together in terms of the leaf, the fillers, the tobacco, the different types of tobacco. So let me know when you're ready to do that, brother. I would love to have that brother come on, man, and help educate everyone on
We'll,
cigars.
we'll we'll do that. We'll do a segment on just whiskey soon, man. And like in the next couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks, we'll do just a whiskey segment and just talk about some of the good whiskeys out there and
And
some of
what
the stuff that
pair
pairs up
'em with.
well with the cigars. Yeah, we'll do that, man. That's
Okay.
some they
Man,
do
let me
that on
just
Smoke Fellas, but we'll do it a little different way over here on this channel, man. Because I ain't gonna tell you I'm not no aficionado when it comes to this. I'm just not. But I got some people that are.
Yeah.
Some people that really do this shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
My
the
my
thing.
boy, my,
It's
my
a
man Van
culture.
Washington. Van Washington, my boy, man. I'm telling you, he's deep into the culture, man. He really is. He's actually in the process, man, of I'm not gonna put his business out there, but let's just say, man, be on the lookout for that brother within the next year or so, man, when it comes to the cigar culture. That's all.
All right, man. Listen, you look at Mr. Charles say he's a cigar aficionado, licensed and certified. Damn it.
There you go. All right. Yes, sir.
People keep trying to pull me into that world, and I'm nudging into it. I'm nudging into it, man. But in the meantime, man, you know what else we got to talk about? The
What?
doggone Chicago Bears, man.
There it is.
Let's get to
And
it.
let me just
Let's
because
get to it.
Steve called for it a minute ago. He was just like, "Hey, man, it's about that time, so let's do it." Let me put up this injury report. Anybody that wants to speak to it can feel free.
Okay. While you're pulling that up, rye wheat is ground in water, sugar, yeast added to allow it to ferment. The yeast eats the sugar and starches from the rye and converts to alcohol. In Europe, you can distill it for yourself. In the USA, it's illegal, bogus, without a license. However, you are allowed to make up to 200 gallons of wine or beer legally a year. Well, that's something else for your bug out bunkers, your basements, your doomsday shelters. Get you a little liquor, that help pass the time and alleviate the mood.
What up, Terrell? Terrell Jackson, 82, busted up in here, man. Hey, welcome in. But let's get on this, man. Anybody that wants to read the injury report can. I can read it if y'all don't want to. It's scrolling back to the top right now. And as it scrolls, anybody can pick it up.
I'll
And
grab it.
this is probably the best injury report we've seen all year. Go ahead.
So the Bears injury report, we have cornerback C.J. Gardner-Johnson, full linebacker Amon. I can't say the last name.
Amen.
Full participant.
Bamiga. I got you.
Offensive tackle Braxton Jones, full participant. Wide receiver DJ Moore, limited. Defensive end Joe Thyron, full participant. Roma Dunze, wide receiver, limited. And Nick McLeod did not participate. And Josh Reeves Maben, limited.
Let's
get to it, fellas.
That's probably the best looking injury report we've seen all year, considering the circumstances.
In a long time, brother. In a long time.
Very long time. And considering that TJ and Ozzy are out for the year, this is a good, really good prognosis for us, man. We're gonna have hands on deck. We're gonna have a lot of reinforcements here. Hopefully Jalen Reeves Maben can get back up to speed by the end of the week and get him in the game, because I love the way he looked on the field too, man. He was a demon out there. CJ Gardner-Johnson, full participant.
Yes, sir.
He's going to be active out there, whatever role he's going to be playing. Amon, he's going to have to play a role, at least a supporting role. Braxton, he's going to probably be a supporting swing tackle. DJ, he's going to always be there. JTS, I can't wait to see what he can bring to add to the plethora of guys that we had that can get after the because the second half looked tremendous, bro. You got to go look at the second half again. You got to go look at the second half of that game again. It was different. But let's stick to the injury report, man. What do y'all? Anybody that wants to talk, what do you see on here that you think is going to be a straight up benefit for us?
Well,
Let's
since
take it
I'm in this
clockwise.
position,
Go ahead, kids.
kids, yeah, you're over
No,
there.
go ahead.
Go.
Okay. Well, one name you don't see on this list is CJ Gardner-Johnson. We'll start right there. So CJ Gardner-Johnson missed this last game. CD Johnson missed this last game. I think that the best situation we can have is him and Kyler on the field at the same time. I think that's awesome. Wait a second. Strangely, we don't have this list is missing the two major hits, which is TJ Ed.
They're on IR. They're not
I
on the
know.
list no more.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so that's why they're gonna put them on them. Yeah.
So they're completely off. I still think that's the biggest boost here. Nobody's really hurt. This is a clean list as far as I'm concerned. I'm excited, man. I like the fact that CJ is going to be back, and I love the fact that he'll be playing alongside in some capacity Kyler Gordon. They figure a way to get those two guys on the field at the same time. I think it really changes the dynamic in the center of the field, along with DeMarco Jackson, who I think might have been the savior this past game. But that's a whole other story. Trip?
I like to point out that the brevity of this IR report I'm loving. So as the playoffs continue for the Chicago Bears, the team is getting healthier. And the guys that came back last week, like your Kyler Gordons, your Rome Odunze's, should be even healthier going forward. But also, it's I think noticeable that Braxton Jones is back healthy, and we've seen the way that Ben Johnson has deployed the tackles this season. When benedet was starting at left tackle, Ozzy was still coming in the game as fullback, as a decoy tackle, running routes, what have you. When Ozzy was starting, we saw Theo out there running that deep post, putting up the mailbox, like, throw me the ball, Caleb. You know what I mean? He's out there doing things. So they have multiple tackle usage. Now it's going to be interesting to see how Braxton Jones is utilized against the Rams, because that's a huge part of the offense, having that third tackle coming in doing stuff in different plays and formations. So Braxton Jones coming back off of injury, filling that role as the number 3 tackle, and how he's being used and how that affects Ben Johnson's play calling is going to be interesting.
I think
go
ahead, Bishop.
So, first of all, I'm excited to see that CJ is coming back. I think as well as actually, I'm glad to see everybody back, and those that are full participants. This is the healthiest we've been in a very long time, especially defensively, which is going to really allow Dennis Allen to really get deep into that creativity when it comes to different blitz packages and different coverages, which we got. If you think about it, the two-headed monster that they have at wide receiver, we need these guys to be healthy at this point of the season. So I'm excited to see how Dennis Allen uses CJ along with Kyler, in different packages. Do we play more? Are we going to continue into playing a lot more man, or are we going to be able to fall into some different zone packages now, where we can really keep guys in front of us, and more importantly now be able to get some pressure on the quarterback, get Stafford all, with the happy feet, get him off his spot, as well as him having his index finger being injured on his throwing hand. And it's going to be and the 12th man, which I call the weather, the 12th man is going to really be beneficial in this game as well, because them Sunshine Boys, man, they blood is thin, bruh. And at kickoff time, I believe the temperature is going to be like 12 degrees, feeling like 0. and the wind is going to be whipping between 20 to 30 miles per hour, perfect bellwether. Perfect bellwether, man. So I'm excited, man. I'm glad to see these guys coming back, man, and ready to get at it, man. Yes, sir.
Well, let me give you a little quick breakdown of what I see. And this is coming off of looking at the Rams game. I watched them against Carolina. I was riding the bike watching the shit, and I was noticing some things. One thing I know for sure, that Matthew Stafford is probably pound for pound the best quarterback in the league outside of Patrick Mahomes. This dude is in that pocket. When he's comfortable, he just breaks you down. The last thing in the world you want to do with Matthew Stafford, because he has answers at the line of scrimmage pre-snap. If he detects a zone, he knows to tell those guys what to do. He knows exactly what to tell those guys, and they will just pick you apart and just inch you down the field and score on you or take chunks out of you in those zones. This is where having the extra DBs available that we have right now is going to benefit us times 10. The fact that we can match up. The fact that we can match up and man up, that's going to provide quite a bit of a fluster for Matthew Stafford, who is probably the best at detecting zones. Outside of Aaron Rodgers, he's the senior most veteran quarterback in the league that knows how to do this, man. He does this shit, man. We do this podcast and shit. He does that football quarterback shit like a motherfucker, dude. And so we have to know, Dennis Allen has to know that you have to mix up your coverages. It's going to be times when we're sitting in a zone, depending on what down and distance it is. But for the most part, it's going to have to be a lot of man-to-man coverage. Because zone coverage is he just eats that up. He knows where the holes are. And so they are not indestructible. If Carolina can do to the LA Rams what they did to the LA Rams twice this year, not once, but twice, we can run ruckshot over these dudes. We can have our way with them. It's just
when
about
we was garbage last year, we beat them, didn't we?
What's that?
When the Bears, when we had probably the worst roster you can think of, we competed against them and beat the Rams. So imagine now here we have an actual roster, man, that can actually compete.
Man, dude, let me tell you something about the Rams and the matchup between us and them. There's a lot of things that work in our favor. The worst thing in a Dennis Allen defense is a mobile quarterback. He can get everything covered. He can get everybody matched up and covered up for the most part. But if you got a quarterback that can slip in and out of the pocket, that's a different thing, man. That breaks your defense down. It does, man. It just ruins the integrity of your defense. People got to come off their man, and then they come off their man. He gets to the line and tosses the ball down the field, and big play happens. This guy, you are less worried about Matthew Stafford getting you on the ground than almost any quarterback in the league. It's not that he can't run. He just can't run well. He can't avoid pressure very well nowadays. And so that favors us. And with JTS coming back and adding to the plethora of guys that we can throw at him, and do this favors us, man. I love this matchup.
It's an interesting one. I don't know if you guys really got the chance to see this here Rams versus Panthers game. It's pretty interesting. This week, the game just before us earlier in the day. It was a good game. The Panthers really took them to the fourth quarter, and I didn't see that coming. For a lot of folks sort of look at the Bears as that team who shouldn't be in the playoffs, right? To another degree, the Panthers were also viewed as that, and they took these guys right to the bitter end of that football game. I have to say it. End of the day, Matthew Stafford saved the day. I have a strange feeling. I think this Bear squad gonna pull it out again, y'all. And it just might not be one more time the way that everybody expects things to go, or anything like that. But I have a feeling that this team just might pull a rabbit out of their hat. But that trick never works.
Well,
This time for sure.
Let's show them.
Presto.
Show
Sorry,
them.
I had to do the whole Rocky and Bullwinkle thing.
Show 'em.
In any event, I think that's what's going to happen, man. I think we are going to pull this one out. Stafford is a dangerous man not to be trifled with. He is not the Matthew Stafford of the past. He's
more dangerous than he was before.
To certain degrees, he is, but in other degrees, he's not necessarily as resilient as he once was. So if we can get to him, and Austin Booker's been proving that he can get to quarterbacks as of late. Perhaps we might be able to rattle his cage. If not, hate to say this, put him out of the game.
Well, but that's highly dependent upon the front four. If we can get pressure from the front four against Matthew Stafford, get him off his spot, get him uncomfortable in the pocket, he will throw up the ball. And we know that this defense is, Johnny on the spot when it comes to getting those interceptions. So, I mean, he is beatable. And then you get the stats of, he's 1-9 in cold weather games, but McVay is this in cold weather games, and it's like, weather will play a factor, because it's gonna be a factor for everybody. But people who live here, who are acclimatized, like the Bears, are gonna have a little bit advantage there. But my question really is not what's going on the gridiron, but who are the Rams fans? I mean, sure, there are some people from St. Louis that are still talking about horns up. I don't understand, because the Rams said fuck you and moved across the country. And then they're in a city to where there's another football team, and some people go to the game and some don't. Who are the Rams fans? And does anybody care if they win or lose?
Well, they do care. But let me speak
Good
to
question.
something Jan Heeman just said. And thank you for being here, man. This is the exact next line of conversation I was going to bring up. Funny that you came here, and this is exactly what you said. Stafford is 1-8 and in games 40 degrees or less. And that's where I'm going to stop. I mean, he's got a sprained index finger, but that's the point. Jan, that's the best point tonight so far. He sucks in bad weather games, and we're going to have some rough weather come Sunday. It's going to be cold.
Well, let me add this, man. Here's some teams that put enough on film in terms of beating the Rams that we can use in terms of being able to study. So the Eagles, who beat the Rams early in the season, but the Eagles, who was an NFC team, beat the Rams. Let's talk about the 49ers. 49ers beat the Rams. Also, we have here, of course, the Seahawks, along with the Panthers. So there's enough on film to be able to utilize, to be able to say, okay, we know how to get at them. Along with now, again, having a healthy defense. And I think that second half of last week's game is going to carry over into this game. And to Tripp's point, they're not going to have anybody in the damn stands, man. So we talking about another frozen tundra madhouse on the lakefront, where the fans are just going to be crazy, to where, I mean, and I know some people that was at the game, man. I had a chance to talk to them. They said, brother, when we tell you that the stadium itself was shaking to where you could literally see your whatever it was, your beverage, man. And these people was in the press boxes, bro, and the beverage, man, is literally shaking, bro. That's just how much the fans were just, it was that loud. It was just that crazy, bro. And
Do
to
you
know
think
that
it's going
this
to
will
be
be the
like that this
last
week?
game. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, like,
Yes.
I'm asking the question because it was the Packers, right? Like, you go up against a division rival and the whole building goes crazy. I really hope the building's going
I'm glad you said that,
nuts
kids.
this week.
But understand this, brother. This is, this is the first time that we've actually had 2 playoff games played in Chicago.
This is the
They
spirit.
they are not, brother. When I tell you that these fans ain't playing with it, brother, they not playing with it. They're going to be out there, man. The game kicks off at 5:30. You're going to have people out there at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, tailgating in that weather, brother. They are for real. Look, man, they believe, and we're one game away of going up to Seattle if they happen to beat the 49ers.
But
I
have a feeling they're going. This is what I think.
If the 49ers happen to squeak out a win, guess who got to come to Chicago, baby?
Mm-hmm. So sweet sneak peek in the Keds parlay for this week. I think the 49ers upset the Seattle Seahawks. That's my little sneak peek, and I think it's going to be a rematch in Soldier between them 49ers and the Chicago Bears, and the Chicago Bears are going to pull it out.
Here's the homer in me, kids. It's funny you said that. Here's the homer in me, bro. Right now, looking at the AFC and how that's starting to play out, I would not be surprised, brother. And again, this is just a homer in me, man. And please, people, don't hold nothing I say. Don't hold it against me. I'm not going on record. I'm just saying there is a possibility. And just think outside the box for a minute. What would it imagine a Chicago Bear New England Patriots Super Bowl, bro?
That's it, brother. So you knew where I was going with all of this. I was just waiting for things to sort of come back around to me, because that's what it's gonna be. At first, I thought, wait a minute, we have the ability to bury Aaron Rodgers, but it looked like he kind of buried himself, and that's fine. He buried my parlay along with it, as we have discussed earlier on. But it's 40 years, y'all, to the friggin' letter. It's going to be exactly what you just put down. At least that's how I see it. I think it's going to be the New England Patriots representing the AFC. One more again, just like 1985, versus the Chicago Bears representing the NFC. And if that's what it is, that's historic. That's craziness. The level of competition is wild, because we're talking about the number 1 and number 2 picks at quarterback in that draft. This is kind of it's historic for multiple reasons. But I have a strange feeling, and like things to say about both of these teams is they're both on an upward trajectory as of this season with new coaches.
Kids, think about the head coaches, bro. You got Ben Johnson. You got a Vrabel, bro. And what these guys, what they epitomizes in terms of coaches and how they've really affected their teams, and how these teams have taken to their personalities, bro, and have evolved in these systems, bro. I'm just saying, it's the homer in me. It's the homer in me, man. But I kind of see it playing out, man, in a way, because you think about it. You got 3 young quarterbacks that's still in the playoffs, and you got 3 old heads that's still in it, man, in terms of Josh Allen, Stafford, and Sam Darnold.
Difference. And then you look Bishop, here's the difference, though. You got the rookie class quarterbacks. You got Bo Nix, you got Caleb Williams, and you got Drake May. Now, Drake May is coached by Mike Vrabel, who's had experience as a head coach.
Yep.
Bo Nix, you got Sean Payton, who's had experience as a head coach.
Yep.
Caleb Williams is on his second coach, third offensive scheme, and a first-time head coach in Ben Johnson. So I think the uphill road, while they all had to battle, I think the Bears are higher on that hill as far as like this really shouldn't be happening to this team right now.
So
This
this
team
is where
should not
people
be this far ahead.
this is where people say we're ahead of schedule, right? And
No
Ahead of
such thing.
schedule.
you know what I mean? I somewhat agree with that as a take for this particular team, but I got to give a big shout out to our guy Sean Sierra, because what we've just sort of touched upon right now is the truth of the matter is coaching fucking matters, y'all. Like this is really where we are
Yes,
in this playoff at this present time. Coaching matters at a level that is exemplary, exemplified by every single team that has showed up in this postseason, including the Jacksonville Jaguars. We were laughing at the whole Duval thing at the beginning of the season, but regardless of how he says it, he brought Duval to the playoffs for the first time in a long time.
Let me say something to you guys, man. Before we take off into Super Bowl conversation, which I'm with, let me reel y'all back into this Rams game, and let's talk about them from the defensive standpoint. Let me tell you something. That defense is young. I'm talking about
good, buddy.
front. I'm talking about their front. I'm talking about their front four.
They drafted.
Let me tell you something. Yes, they did. And not only are they probably the best team I've seen getting after the quarterback on third down, they can get at you from the edge, and they can get at you from their defensive tackles. The edge rushers, defensive tackles, their rush plan together works very, very well. And what they give up, I'm talking about the D tackles, what they give up in size and girth, they make up for in twitch and speed. They can really, really get after the quarterback from the inside and the outside. And so we have to have a plan to make sure that on critical downs, we have adequate pass protection to keep that pocket clean for Caleb Williams. And I'm sure that Ben Johnson is working on that probably at this hour, making sure that they got the right calls set up for them to make sure that they can handle the edge and they can handle the D tackles, because those dudes are quick. Yeah. They get off of blocks really well, and they really can get to you from the inside. And that's the worst thing in the world for a quarterback, is to get interior pressure and get you off your spot in a timing offense. So before we get to running away with the Super Bowl now, we got to stay here.
I mean, I hear you. I'm just being a homer, man. But I'm gonna be honest, bro. I think this game. I honestly think, man, we're gonna see a running attack from us that we've kind of been devoid of the last couple weeks. But now that we've gotten that monkey off our back, which is Green Bay, I think we can settle back in now and really get back to the basics. And I honestly think, man, that we're going to really pound that rock, man, on the ground and keep their offense on the damn sidelines, bro, and wear down that defense, bro.
We're gonna have to, because they are light up front. And when I mean light, we got some heavy duty, heavy hitters up front in the interior of and the outside of our offensive line that we can take advantage of them with combo blocks and different ways that we can get after them, because you can move them. You can move them off the line of scrimmage. But in passing formations is what I'm talking about in particular. When you got passing downs, those dudes can get at you from the inside and the outside.
Well, yeah, but now we got to look at the strengths versus the weaknesses. Braxton Jones, if he plays, and starting left tackle Theo benedet, they're better at the run than Ozzy was. All right, cool. So let's also look at the analytics. I see you, kids. That this Bears team has been shittier at the run the second half of the season as it has gone along.
Ooh.
With the weather conditions, with the defense that the Rams have, which is more fast than they are strong, you run it at them and you run it down their throat repeatedly. And hopefully you keep the time of possession, and then you put the Rams offense behind the 8 ball to where they are more have to throw, and then that plays into the Bears' hands.
Ooh,
So
triple R.
offensively, the Bears have to play from the opening whistle whenever they get the ball in the first half. You know, you just can't keep getting down because this is a team that can put up 50 on you if you let Puka run free. And if Adams is healthy and his hamstring is better and he's running free in the zone or beating a man because they can't keep up, you know, those are bad things. So you have to kind of dictate the flow of the game from the beginning, I would think.
You're gonna have to get at him. You're gonna have to get at him with the tight ends again. You're gonna have to get at him.
Oh, like you guys are laying it down now. Both of you. Colson Levin got to be a big part of this game. But I think Triple R nailed it. You're right, Trip, and I wasn't gonna be the guy to say it ever, but I'm gonna say it now that you said it. You know what I mean? So, you know what I'm saying. So, ozzy Trapilo came out and he's played formidably. He's played great football. Since he took over the reins for Theo Benedet. But Triple R's right. The flip side was that the running the football on the left-hand side of the field was a little bit less powerful, for lack of a better thing to say. Right? Like, so that was the sacrifice. The upside was, again, no issues from a pass protection perspective. Ozzy did a fantastic job. We needed him to do that, to be honest, so that he can actually take that role. We're going to put Theo back there. Nothing wrong with that. But you know what the trade-off is. The pass rush support is going to be a little bit lesser. We know that. Just a little bit. But the run game case scenario skyrockets. So, yeah, you run that ball wherever the hell you want because we already know the other side is locked down. You can now utilize Tooney and Theo on the other side to really push the rock on the ground. But when that ain't working, you can pump that ball directly into the hands of Colston Loveland, get him lit up, and keep the rest of those wide receivers fed as well. Obviously, you know, not just the tight ends, but I think Nomad, between the two of you basically nailed it, man. On as far as us versus that Rams defense, got to keep the tight ends fed, and you got to work that run game.
Did you say the two of Utes?
The two of Utes. The two Utes. Yeah. Anyways, but that's what I'm saying, man. That's how I think this breaks down very favorably for the Chicago Bears on the ground, as well as utilizing those tight ends. And if they get if they can get to the tight end dealy early, it's kind of gonna start them to it's gonna allow them to get to the wide receivers that much more. So I'm interested. I kind of expect a big game from Luther Burden as well, because he was a little bit Darth Burden. You see that was a celebration in the middle of the game last week. His first catch, he's like, yo, I'm gonna choke him up.
Hey, I gotta tell you guys something. And you were just speaking to it just now. Everything y'all just got through saying, you and Trips together, I'm gonna put a cherry on it. We do have a distinct advantage physically up front, offensively. With the we can go with the three tight end set and move them completely off the ball. And now that you have Theo in at the left side, it gives you some options. What run calls that you call. You might want to run more stretch runs over to the left side, because most of the hay that the Bears have been making on the ground has been on the right side.
It's on the right with Darnell and Jonah Jackson since Theo's been off the field.
Yeah. So we have a distinct advantage. If they go with, you start seeing three tight end sets out there on a regular basis, you'll know that when you watch this show, these motherfuckers knew what they was talking about. Because Ben Johnson is seeing it. He was just like, this is what we're going to call against them. We're going to get them off the line of scrimmage, and we're going to take our 4 and 5 yard runs when we can get them. We're going to use our tight end against their linebackers, and we feel like we have an advantage.
No, man.
I think it's going to be a Cole Kmet game.
If they did, it might just be. If they didn't know we knew what the F we were talking about after last week's game, after last week's playoffs game, I don't know what to tell you.
Holla at your boys.
You know what I'm saying? Because we sat down here and we said, TJ Edwards kind of looks slow. You definitely want to put DeMarco Jackson on there by hook or by crook. Accidentally and unfortunately, TJ gets hurt. DeMarco comes out and shuts the world down again. Like this is what happened. That's just part of the conversation that we brought to light. The other piece was really layering in Kyler Gordon in those crosser situations. And for the first little bit, they were scoring on us. No Kyler Gordon to be found. Kyler Gordon finally makes his impression felt, shuts that shit down. So like it was just about everything that we put.
And you know the difference, kids? In the second half, Kyler Gordon got 100% of his reps. Second half, DeMarco Jackson got 100% of his reps. Second half, the Bears did a better job of slowing down that Packers offense.
Wow.
I got a hot take for you guys, man. You guys can write this down. I'm talking about everybody in the chat, and you guys too. The Bears will have their best rushing performance by far in this game against the Rams in the 2 playoff games we played so far. This will be the best rushing performance. The best. We have a distinct physical advantage against these light guys. Man, we got some big dudes that can really get after cats. And we're going to get on them, and it's going to frustrate the edges. It's going to frustrate the D tackles. It's going to be a lot of flags because they're going to get frustrated because they won't be able to have their way with us, man. It ain't going to be one-on-one blocks. They're going to be comboing these guys.
Boys, I think we figured this one out. Like, at the end of the day, you keep Matt Stafford the fuck off the field, and that's how you beat the Rams. And how you do that is you run the mother football. Run that shit. And accidentally, one more time, by happenstance, our left tackle goes down, and we bring in the replacement left tackle, that Canadian Eagle, that Eagle from Canada. And all of a sudden, the run game opens up on the left-hand side of the field.
The laws of physics will be in effect in this game. We are heavier, we are stronger, we are bigger, and we are more physical than them. And the laws of physics will be applied in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And this game is also this game is equally personal because Mike LaFleur is part of the coaching staff over there at the Rams.
So he got to represent for his brother.
You mad his brother got pumped up.
So
So what you're saying, Bishop, is so you're saying that Matt LaFleur is on the phone with his brother and Sean McVay about the Bears.
Legit.
Yeah, they all come from the same coaching tree.
You're looking for a job too, by the way.
Bro. Absolutely. Hey, and then think about this too. Did you guys catch the interview with Jalen Johnson?
No.
So he did an interview and he had mentioned about in terms of the two-headed monster with Puka Nacua and with Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
And he was saying they, as far as breaking down film and how they feel, how they're going to have to defend those guys, man. And Jalen spoke on some things, bro. I'm just going to put it like this. These guys are getting prepared. They're really diving in deep on this film study, man. They're taking this very seriously, man. And again, the guy that I want to point out that I think is going to be very pivotal in this
Tyreek
defense
Stevenson, but you keep going.
Tyreek Stevenson is one, but the primary one, man, and he was equally pivotal in the second half of last week's game is DeMarco Jackson because he was calling out the play and he was getting the defensive line set. He was telling them when to shift and how to hit those gaps, man. And I'm telling you, this young man is going to do something special.
You ain't wrong.
Did I jump? Did I get ahead of? Did I get ahead of us again?
You jumped ahead a little bit, but that's okay. That's right where I'm going because the other side of the ball.
I do it all the time. I'm sorry, brother.
No, you right on time because I'm going there. Listen, that's a point I'm coming back to later. The defensive side of the ball for the Bears is it's going to be about matchups and what a quarterback like and you guys remember this shit. Write notes if you need to, but take some mental notes of what I'm saying to you right now. This is all about matchups. Veteran quarterback like Matthew Stafford, every time he goes to the line on a passing down, he's looking for a matchup weakness. Where can he find a matchup weakness? In particular, who can he get Puka Nacua in some of the movement, some of the motion? how can he get Puka Nacua matched up on who he wants Puka Nacua matched up on? Number one. And so for me, I have a Bill Belichick mindset when it comes to these kinds of things. I'm cutting the head off the snake. At times, I'm not going to show him exactly when I want to put double teams on Puka Nacua, but on certain situations, I'm going to disguise my double team. But I'm definitely going to roll some coverage over Puka Nacua so that I take that away from him. Not that they don't have Devontae Adams on the other side of him.
Let me make
But
a note.
this is something when they go in motion, particularly with Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams, they're looking for a matchup weakness on the defense. Just know that off the top. And if we can disguise the double teams, whether we want to take away Puka Nacua, particularly, or Devontae Adams, if you can do those two things, disguise the double teams and use the double teams at the right times, you will absolutely frustrate Matthew Stafford. We will get probably more sacks in a game that we had throughout the playoffs or throughout the season. We will get that guy on the ground if you can disguise your double teams, but you have to cut the head off the snake first. Take Puka Nacua out the game and make him go after guys that he doesn't want to target. Get that first option off the table on crucial downs.
But let me hit you with something that I don't know if you guys are aware of. And this was an interview this interview was with Kyler Gordon. So
Okay.
Kyler Gordon mentioned about how familiar he is with Puka Nacua because they battled a lot in college.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So he's very familiar with Puka Nacua. And actually, him and Puka Nacua are friends. But he said in college, they battled a lot. So he's very familiar with Puka. So he's got inside intel to give to DA with regard to how to scheme and different things in terms of defensively, you know. And Jalen gave them their kudos. He said, hey, they're physical at the point, they're very physical coming off the line. They're physical. They're strong and physical when they catch the football. So we're going to have to be equally as physical. So they're getting prepared. They're deep into the film study, man. You know, now tomorrow they did walkthroughs today. Tomorrow they'll really get at it, and really start putting in the game plan. So, brother, let me tell you, this is going to be another one for the history books, I believe, bro.
Also,
I really do. But I have to agree with No Man with regard to the run game. I think this is going to be another very complete run game that we haven't seen when probably the Philadelphia game.
This is
I think
and that's when the switch happened. The switch happened the following week.
Right.
You nailed it. The switch
The
happened.
only thing,
Go ahead.
the one thing, kids, I want to mention is what we really need to see from the run game that we have not seen enough of, but we have seen the flashes of, are when the holes are there or the Swift or Monangai makes them there. They have to make some more house calls. You know, Monangai missed, I think, a longer house call run by trying to run a guy over. Yeah. Instead of just cutting to the outside and he would have been gone. Yeah. You know, Swift, was a shorter play, but instead of going to the sidelines and either going for the pylon or getting to the sidelines, he cut back upfield. So just in generally, the vision of the running backs has to be more toward open field. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Trip. I agree with you. We both.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We both noticed that right away in that particular game with Monangai, because it was all green field to the left of him, and he went right and tried to run somebody down and got taken down at the same time. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more, better vision in that case. My other hope is, again, what we're kind of missing is Steele's ability to sort of continue upfield into the secondary, continuing the block. And that's helpful. We see a lot of that from Darnell when you're running to the right, and that's why the run game's been successful on that right-hand side still. But if you can do that on both sides, if both edges are screaming up the field and adding a little bit more heat, some additional blocks up into the secondary, that's going to break a man free. So I think what's going to I think what's going to happen here is Theo Benedet is going to really make a name for himself in these playoffs here tomorrow or this weekend. I think DeMarco Jackson is going to make a name for himself in these playoffs here this weekend. And these are unsung Bears for the most part that really don't get the love that a lot of these guys who are making big money or were drafted high get. And that's really my call for the weekend. I think those are two examples of unsung Bears who are about to make their impression felt. Not to say DeMarco didn't make it this past week. He sure as hell did. There's one more, though.
You forgot one.
Tyreek Stevenson, and that's the last one.
You forgot somebody on the offensive
side. Did I forget somebody on the offense? Who am I forgetting about?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you who I think is gonna quietly, man, be a killer.
Who?
Cole Kmet. Because they're gonna be keying on Loveland, and that's going to allow Cole to get loose and get funky free on him, baby.
You're right.
And I think Cole Kmet is gonna gash him for some really big catches, man. Because they're going to be keying trying to make sure they try to take away Loveland, but they forget about Cole, and Cole's been quiet. Cole's been relatively quiet, man. But Cole Kmet is going to, I think he's going to rear his. I don't mean it in a bad sense, but he's going to rear that ugly head this weekend, bro. And I think he's going to have a big game, over 70 yards and catches, bro.
I think also, man, I got a few notes that I want to talk about, but one thing I should point out, and it did not look good as we were watching the game live, and we were screaming for Tyreek Stevenson to get on the field because of Jalen Johnson. Didn't look like he was able to keep up, right? On closer inspection, and I'm just talking about in comparison to the game before, game before that, and the game before that, I'm steadily watching him. I think Jalen Johnson is like a game or two away from being Jalen Johnson.
Back to normal?
Yeah, man. On closer inspection, bro. I'm just
not healthy
you
yet.
said that.
I can dig it.
No, man, I'm so glad you said that, no, man, because to me, he played more this past game. He was playing more sticky coverage than he has the previous games, man. And he's looking more and more
it took
like
him a
himself.
minute, man. You know what I mean? It took him a little.
Honestly, kids, nobody that's had that type of surgery has come back the same season, bro.
You're damn straight. It took him a little, and this is why I brought Tyreek into the or wanted to bring Tyreek into the conversation. It's just taking Jalen a little bit of time to get back to Jalen form. I don't expect him to be in full Jalen form this season, but he started to creep back into Jalen form as that game progressed. Tariq, mind you, came out as Tyreek Stevenson, right? Like he came back to being where he is. I don't think he was really at that level of setback. I think he's honestly just lost favor within the team, and that's an unfortunate situation for Tariq. But I think he played really well. But at the same time, with him coming in and splitting time with Jalen Johnson, Jalen was sort of able to get a little bit of a breath and get back out on the field and get back to being Jalen Johnson as he went throughout that game.
I think this week, though, he's going to be splitting time with Wright. And I got a question for Nomad, because I know Nomad got down and broke down some film. Nomad, do you have Tariq on Puka, or do you put him on Devontae? And why?
Depending on what coverage we got. If we got a dime package out there, Tyreek is one of the guys out there, and it's a dime man coverage. I trust a physical Tyreek on Puka Nacua.
That's a bigger question at the same time. Oh boy, do you keep Nahshon Wright out there?
Well, no. The question is, how many times this season have we seen Nahshon Wright line up at left cornerback? Versus how many times we have?
Right cornerback is
right. My bad. He's usually on the right side.
All right, and left side is a mix between Tyreek Stevenson, Jalen Johnson, and/or Kyler Gordon. Have we seen Nashawn Wright line up at left cornerback at
No,
all?
No.
and we shouldn't, because unless we have to.
Well, but that kind of answers that question. Is it seems as though Dennis Allen is keeping players in those positions. He's not matching up with receivers per se, saying you're going to follow this guy around all game. It's kind of like, well, who's on the right side of the defense? Well, that's who Nashawn's going to cover.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
It's more okay, if Tyreek is out on the right side and Puka lines up, let's just say, or on the left side, and Puka lines up over there, and it's a man coverage call. If Puka goes in motion, Tyreek flows. He's going to flow with it, and he's going to carry Puka Nacua no matter where he goes. If it's Jalen's going to follow him if it's a man coverage. But these are some of the things that happens at the line of scrimmage that give veteran quarterback like Matthew Stafford an advantage. These are the ways they detect whether or not this is going to be this play or that play. Is this going to be this matchup or that matchup? Because if Tyreek doesn't go with him or Jalen doesn't go with him, that's going to be his first indicator that it's not a man coverage.
I'm gonna say some crazy shit now, and I don't like it. Shout out to the chat, man. Chat's going crazy. We got fans. We got Rams fans in here, Patriots fans, Bills fans, 49ers fans. Like, share, subscribe, please, to all three, any of the three, or what have you of these networks. Whether it's my guy over at Sports Chicago Style, my network at Kez the Canuck right here on YouTube, or the Nomad Network, hosted by my man Nomad right underneath me. But yeah, I don't know. See, this is where we are going, Cribs. This is exactly where I'm going. I don't know if I trust Nashawn Wright against either one of these.
I do, because he fares much better against a bigger physical receiver versus a quicker, scatty, jitterbug type of guy, because he's a longer
these guys are
guy.
Route runners, though, brother.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, Tyreek fares. Not Tyreek, but Nashawn fares well better against somebody his size.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like he can get sticky on Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams. I trust him on either one of them because they're his size. Now the jitterbug little guys they got, that's a little bit more of a problem. Like the slot receivers and shit. Like they're more of a problem for Nashawn than the bigger guys, and I consider Devontae and Puka bigger guys.
So here's a little something. I knew it was something that had escaped me, and it just came to me now that because Nomad brought it up, and this is what hit me. In that interview with Jalen Johnson, he said they noticed that they lined Devontae and Puka up certain ways to try to get certain advantages. He said as long as we identify that, we'll basically know what coverage they're in and what plays they're looking to run and who they're looking to go to. He said, as long as we are on top of that and understand, he said, because one thing about Sean McVay, he looks for matchup, like Nomad said, he looks for matchup problems. And with that, they know based off of who's going to be lined up where on the field about where that ball is going.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said, man. They diving in real deep on this film study, man, for this game.
Yeah, and after that, it's about preempting and not overplaying what you saw on film. Like, okay, if they get in and they get in a 3-stack bunch formation, so you got 3 stack receivers in a bunch formation on the right side, and then all of a sudden, right before the snap, the guy in the slot goes in motion. They know what to look for in that. They know it's just eye candy to get the tight end open across the middle. They know that. Little things, little tendencies. It's football is such a chess match, man, from week to week. It's like, I don't care what I saw on film in the breakdowns that I'm giving y'all right now. Everybody saw them. And guess what? They are planning to have an answer for everything that was put on film last week. That's the different thing about the playoffs. And so now you got to trust that your personnel can and will take advantage of what they think their advantage is. If you think you're going to move guys in motion and find all the you know, the one-on-ones you want with whoever, you can show you that these one-on-ones ain't to your advantage. So make a play on the ball. That's it. But we got a super chat real quick. Let me get to that. Give me a second. Here we go. Hey, Bishop, go ahead. If you feel like it, you can read this one off if you want to, man. It's super chat from Cloud Chasers Radio 499. Bless you, my guy.
Yes, Cloud Chasers Radio. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Here we go. Just pray over this team. It's the only way. If we get through the number one offense, we will make the Super Bowl. Bears versus Pats 40 years later. Boom!
Right on, Cloud Chasers. Well, put it like this.
I still don't think it's going to be the Pats, but I love it, though.
Hey, Bears, Pats, cool. Bears, whoever the fuck,
it's
cool.
Gonna be the Bills, man.
As long as the Bears is there, cool. But now, question though, Matt.
No, man. I don't think the Bills gonna make it, bro.
As someone who watches film, speaking about Nashawn Wright, if you are Sean McVay or Stafford or Nakua or Adams, are you trying to beat him off of routes or off of scheme? Because what I've noticed, or just me, is Wright physically has been covering receivers. They just make a play, make a catch. You know, he's on them. But where Wright has seemed to be lacking is in zone. And we don't know if that's a him problem or him looking in the backfield problem or getting lost. You know, where are his deficiencies? Where do you attack him?
He gets caught peeking in the backfield.
That game, I think the game Trips is talking about was it became real evident in the 49ers game. I think the eye candy, some of the pre-snap movement before the ball was actually snapped was really being effective on Nashawn Wright. So I won't just put Nashawn Wright out there as the culprit, like he looked really bad. No, all of them looked really bad. They were all a step slow.
Wait, remember, I said that last week. Remember, I said that last Wednesday. No, man. Remember, I brought that up. I said, man, the part of the problem was they got caught peeking, man. They were undisciplined with their eyes.
You all it takes is like a split second. And you're gonna look slow as dogs.
Yeah.
And he was
if that's his. But how do you balance that? If that's his superpower, as
preparation,
Raymond Granderson is saying that he's a ball hawk and he wants to see where that ball is so he can make a play on the ball, versus covering your man and then making a play on the ball.
Here's a secret, and this is not going to sit right with everybody. I'm about to say it. When you're dealing with your opponent is always looking for a fracture. When's the last time you see the Bears have a huge fracture? It was the 49ers game.
Yeah.
Defensively. They will apply some of those methods to the Bears to see if they've made the necessary adjustments. And they will use a whole lot more of the eye candy, the pre-snap movements that the 49ers did to the Bears that kept them on their heels and kept them a step slow, a second behind the play. They will do that.
Because Green Bay tried it. And because they was trying to pick on Kyler until a couple of times Kyler got his hand in there and got a pass defense. And then they kind of said, well, let's get away from him because we know if we try him too much, he's susceptible to getting his hands on that ball.
But that was the formula.
No, you're right.
That was the formula, right? So what the Bears have put on tape is they can be beat by speedy receivers in crossers. And that's what the Packers did. That is what the 49ers did. But truth be told, again, DeMarco Jackson was not on the field. Neither was Kyler Gordon.
Here's where it gets twisted. Okay, I'm going to put you in this situation, kids. Hopefully you'll feel me. Let's just say you're Kyler Gordon and you're playing the slot. I'm the linebacker closest to you. And when that guy goes in motion, let's just say it's a zone call, but in this play, because that guy went into motion, is that motion supposed to trigger a man coverage based on what we practice? So he goes in motion, and your job is to come to me, who's the next guy to you, a slide, be a man. that communication in the split second, if it doesn't happen in the right way and that slide doesn't happen at the right time, yes, that's how it happens on a football field. If that communication ain't symmetric, I mean, just pop, 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 it's gonna look bad on the field. And I think we suffered from some of that during that game.
But that leads into my next question, because I asked questions. I want to know the answers.
Thank you, Cloud.
And the question is, if you are Dennis Allen and you know what the Rams like to do offensively, you know what your deficiencies are with your players, your defense, whatever, because you know that players are teams are attacking your defense with those, drag routes, with those crossers, man up. What do you in your game plan design to not only counteract what they like to do, but enforce your will?
You have to play it a little bit more aggressive, and you just gotta. It's a whole lot of gambling going on, Trent. To be honest with you, I'm gonna go with my aggression to the ball and trust my guys. They see what's going on the field. They can react to it. But what you don't like is what I was talking about before. It's the delay. Like if Kedge is coming off that slot and he's coming past me and he gives me the information, I'm late to move with that information. It's going to throw the whole integrity of the defense off. All it takes is one guy, Trip. All it takes is one freaking guy will ruin the entire integrity of your defense. And so a really good call at the right time looks really bad on film when you see it because one guy didn't react at the right time. I mean, the pre-snap stuff is the medicine, bro. If you can detect and stay in flow with what the pre-snap stuff is, everybody's moving at the right time, the defense is going to look exemplary. But if it's not, it's going to look shitty.
Am I hearing that? So game plan wise, there should be more of a man up, 4-man rush kind of scenario.
It's probably the best thing you can do with the veteran quarterback. That's what I think. This ain't Jordan Love. This ain't Brock Purdy. This ain't Malik Willis. This is probably the best quarterback playing right now. You cannot give him. I
agree with Nomad.
Yeah, you can't fuck around with this guy.
Yeah, so we're looking at man, 4-man rush, right? So that means Montez Sweat, the highly paid, and the young upstart Austin Booker, who is going against, isn't the left tackle of the Rams, isn't he a young guy or replacement for injury that he's going up against?
I believe so.
With the way that Montez Sweat did come along in the second half last week, if he can eat up some double teams, and if big ass Javon Dexter, as slow off the ball as he is, can eat up something in the middle, Austin Booker should be able to dominate his one-on-one, because I don't see them double teaming Austin Booker to leave Sweat one-on-one. So if a 4-man rush is able to do it, whether it's just straight up or if they run some stunts, which I'm sure they will do, I would also see that this secondary is more than apt to be able to stick with the Rams receivers as long as you give Stafford less time to throw and make sure to roll up that coverage as well, because he's going to be doing the dump offs.
Let's put it this way, Trips. You got a great quarterback like that. This is a future Hall of Famer. And his prowess in finding ways to beat teams. Would you trust a defensive formula, whatever the schematics are for that game? Would you trust the sitting back in a coverage that feels good because zone coverage? Would you trust a zone coverage, or would you trust him having to be pinpoint accurate with every one of his throws in tight man coverage?
He'll pick the zones apart. It's Matt Stafford we're talking about here, and I think you're actually really diagnosing this well from a schematic perspective as far as what can Dennis Allen do to mitigate that. And what I'm just gonna postulate here is truly based on personnel. I think we have the personnel to sort of match up very well in the middle of the field, which is basically where Bears fall short or have been falling short over the course of the last few weeks. If we are talking about a pre-snap movement case scenario where they're stuck in a zone, yeah, they're probably going to get diagnosed and picked apart. I think, again, from a personnel perspective, we have the right people on the field to be able to handle that in a man coverage. I also like what we have going on against Devontae and Puka, just given the speed that they bring to the table. Like they're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not burners. They're not deep.
They're very technical.
They're
You know what,
amazing route runners, both of those guys.
And Kez, to piggyback off of what you were saying, a couple weeks ago, I have to completely agree with you with regard to schematically. We were deficient in areas defensively. Now that we have our core back,
yeah,
I honestly think, man, right now, this particular game is ideal for our linebacking core along with our safeties to really protect the interior of that defense in terms of the middle of the field. So anything underneath, I think those guys are going to be roaming, and I think they're going to be laying some wood. All I'm going to say is this: they're going to be playing with intention, and all I'm going to say is early on, if you with the proper physicality, you can get them guys to where they putting their heads on a swivel because they're hearing them footsteps coming. They're going to get those dinosaur arms after a while.
They're not going to be wanting to catch the ball. But that's what irritates me. Who in the secondary has delivered any of those hits to make those alligator arms pop up?
We hadn't been, but Flips.
You want to know who it was last week?
You didn't have your core. Now that we have our core and guys out there that trust one another and know where everybody's going to be, man. Look, I'm telling you now, Briscoe gonna be bringing it, bro. I got a feeling. I think Kwani B is going to be bringing it, bro. I think
he's had a very
played his best football. He plays best football Saturday.
Yes, this Saturday, hands down, bar none, best game of the season this Saturday. And again, we all know who he is and what he brings to the table, because it's really interesting, when it's a contract season and shit. People play different types of football. It's just how it is, and it really hasn't been a favorable season for Kwani B coming off an injury. All of a sudden on Saturday, man, I really got to say it, things looked bad, right? And the one guy I could look towards who on defense, Kwani B gave zero. He left nothing on the field, gives 0 Fs, man. He gave 0 Fs. He was out there shutting it down as best as he could.
He had his bro out there, to give him his flowers, he had Kyler out there with him, man, and him and Kyler play good off one another, man. Having Kyler took a lot of weight off of Kwani B, man.
That familiarity.
Again, like I said, he was having to bail a lot, man, in coverage because they didn't have that safety valve. Now that you have Kyler, man, that's going to be playing in that slot position, man, as far as that nickel. Look, bro, that frees him up to really just roam, man, as a missile and just bring that wood, baby. And now that brings a whole nother dynamic, man, because now Bayard can really ball hawk, man. They go look, Stafford is gonna have to be very precision like with that football. Otherwise, brother, we may have multiple turnovers this coming game. I'm just calling it what it is. I think these boys is gonna really play loose and play free, man, with it. And I think I really believe as strategic as McVay is with his schemes, you'll know. We already know 85% of those passes he's gonna be trying to get it to Puka. As Nomad said, you cut the head off the snake. Now, what do you do? And then if you lay enough wood out there in that cold, brother, guys gonna start making business decisions. and them arms gonna get short as the game goes on.
I'm gonna give y'all a little, and I hate to even say this out loud, doing a live. We are live on TV, y'all, and make sure you subscribing to all 3 channels, man. We are live on the Nomad Network, we are live on Cares of Canuck, and we are live on Sports Chicago Style. Make sure you subscribe to all 3 channels, man. Let me say that first. But I'm about to give y'all a little tricks to the trade, man. And I hate to even say this live. This is stuff I have conversations about privately with my teammates and shit. And when you're like, let's just start in the defensive side. When you're in the defensive side and you're in the defensive meeting and you're starting to get prepared for the game, the opponent, right? Here's what really goes on behind the scenes. This is the secret to the sauce. You're reverse engineering what that game plan might be like based on what you put out on tape previously. So what you're looking at is, okay, like I said before, they're looking at finding a fracture, finding a crack, finding a seam, finding something they can attack. And you are in that meeting room figuring out, okay, this is what they're trying to get to. This is what they want to do when they do this. This is what they want to do when they do that. And you're basically, so say for instance, okay, we got a couple of guys like Kyler, we got Jalen that's coming back from injuries and trying to get healthy and trying to get back into that flow. And it was obvious that the Green Bay Packers was going after those guys, right? So now what do you do in the meeting room? You're doing what you can do to mitigate that. How can you facilitate something, get some calls up on the board that can help mediate that? Same thing goes from the offensive side of the ball. What did you see this week? You saw Colson Loveland have a hell of a game.
Yep.
So what are they going to want to do? They're going to want to take Colson Loveland the hell away from. They're going to devise
game plan for him.
And so what Ben Johnson is going to do is reverse engineer that and use Colson Loveland as a decoy to get other guys going. So whether that be Luther Burden, whether it be Cole Kmet, whether it be whoever.
Weapons.
That's what really goes on, and that's what we're going to have to do. Both the coordinators are going to have to reverse engineer what they think these guys are going to get after and devise their game plan to attack that. That makes sense at all? I don't know, but that's what really goes on.
I mean, so if you are the Rams defensive coordinator, are you planning for a heavy run attack, or are you planning for heavy play action, or are you planning for heavy pass attack?
You have no damn idea.
Exactly.
Honestly, you have no damn idea because we haven't faced these guys, so we have no idea. We can just go off of what's on film, and each week after week, shit looks different. And I'm gonna throw somebody else in there, man. I think it's gonna really pay great dividends to this defense. Not so much on the field as much as in the meeting rooms. CJ Gardner-Brown has played a lot of football, and he has faced the Rams a lot, whether it was with the Lions or whether it was with the Eagles. He knows them, and I guarantee you, him and DA done sat down and they done went over some stuff, and him and that defense and that secondary, brother. When I tell you, I just think, man, I honestly think that we're going to be surprised. And I know I said this last week, man, and it didn't all come together, but for some reason, I just feel like the preparation is really going to be there this week. Because this is all of it, man. This is all of it on the line here, baby. And you are controlling your destiny now.
Let's fucking go.
Here's if I was Sean McVay trying to figure out a way to attack this Bears defense, it'd be 3 different things I'd be going after. First, it would be, let's see if Kyler is going to be better than he was this week. Let's get after him real quick first. Then we'll get after Jalen Johnson. Let's see if he's any better than he was last year, or is he still hobbled a little bit? Let's test that. But the third and most important thing that they probably want to test is the fact that we've got our glue guy, TJ Edwards, not there. And they want to see, they know that DeMarco Jackson can play the run like an MF. They know that. But they're going to want to see if we can get him matched up in coverage against a tight end, against a running back.
Wheel routes and stuff.
They're going to want to see if he can carry a running back or a tight end. If they can get a slot guy on him, that's going to be great. But hopefully they won't get that situation going on where it's a mix up and he ends up on a slot guy and boom, touchdown. But that's the name of the game. They're trying to. If you said Jalen said that in the presser, that's exactly right. They're going to try to find mismatches. They're going to try to find ways to get one-on-ones and find a weakness. And so those are the three things they're going to try to attack. There's going to be Kyler. They're going to want to see if that's real. They're going to want to see if Jalen. They're going to see if that's real. They want to see if this guy can cover. And then they're going to want to attack DeMarco Jackson to see if he's prepared for this game. Can he do TJ Edwards type things? Those three guys.
I think they're going to really try to see if we can actually defend the run, because Kyron Williams, they running back, he's not no slouch, man.
I think that's
they can run the football.
That's where they. Yeah, I think that's.
So I think they're going to try to establish that first to see how we defend that, to see if they can soften us up with that first. And then if we make them more one-dimensional, because we start shutting that down, which would then benefit us, but they're going to first start trying to attack us to see whether we are still soft against the run early on too.
I think
see
that
if they can get us on to try to get us on our heels quick and early. That's why I believe if we happen to win the coin toss, we're going to defer.
Guaranteed.
I believe if we win the coin toss, we'll defer, because we want to see what they're going to come out trying to do out the gate.
If DeMarco Jackson performs in this game and holds up the standard that TJ is he's our glue guy. He's a glue guy. There's no other way to describe TJ Edwards other than a glue guy. He keeps everything together. Him, Grady, there's certain guys on that in that defense that keep everything functioning right. If which I think he is very, very capable of, DeMarco Jackson has a chance to really, really solidify himself on this team.
Brother,
in this game.
Get paid.
This is what I was
saying. But you know what? I think a guy, man, that everybody probably think this might be his last season with us. I think Tremaine is going to act a fool too, man. I just think this defense is just going to really rise to the occasion, because they've been if you want to say the negative to the team, it's been the defense for the most part. And I think these guys are just going to look to really
raise the game.
Yeah, and set the tone early. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Right. Hey, real quick, a shout out to the chat as well. But Neff Buck, who's an Eagles fan, who's over here with the Nomad Network with @Cads the Canuck with Sports the Chicago Style, aka Triple R SCS, and he's saying run the ball against these fuckers, and keep the time of possession to where you got Stafford off of the field, and you're using your advantage, against their weakness, which is against the run. So that means, a lot of Komet, Loveland, Braxton Jones, Theo are going to be on the field all at the same time, with Stephen Carlson lined up at fullback, what have you, and run against these fuckheads. So you are doing what we know that this team can do. Granted, second half of the season they got away from it, but we know they can do it. And we also know that that's how you can limit this Rams team, because we are not afraid of getting in a shootout, but that is not something that we should necessarily want to do. We want to control the game as best as possible. So that means running against the team that is best rushing the passer. So that means a lot of heavy formations, and you can get your passes in with play action, and you can fucking kill them deep. Let's fucking go Bears.
Unalive them.
I'm sorry. You can unalive them deep. Let's fucking go Bears.
100 billion.
We got to get it going, y'all. I know y'all want to keep talking, man, but we are 3 hours into it. Thank y'all for keep hanging in here with us, man. But we got some stuff to talk about. And got a little ask of any one of you guys that wants to while we get ready to run this intro. But there's this thing called Project Anchor. And I don't know if this is a real thing. Something I came across late last night, started looking at a little bit more earlier today. Project Anchor. And supposedly in I think it is, let me look at my notes here. I think it is somewhere around
Notes.
August 12th at around 7:30 Pacific for about 7 to 8 seconds. The Earth is supposedly gonna lose its gravity. 7 to 8 seconds. And it's supposedly from two black holes pulling at each other. This is what they're saying. Something like that. I'm not exactly sure. But I'm just going to give you that as I lead into this intro and more reasons to prepare, man, because something like that could prove to be really, really disruptive to the world we live in, man. So let's get this thing started. Give me 1 second so I can find it. Oh, man, where's my stuff at? So I don't know if you guys looked it up. We'll get to that later. That's something I heard about. I don't know if it's a real thing or not, but I've seen quite a few little articles talking about it, man. A couple of major news outlets too. But this is what Trips. I'll just shut up and let you take over here.
Wait, what did you say a specific date?
Yeah, August 12th at about 7:30 Pacific time
Of 2026?
2026.
All right, well, cool. Cause 7 seconds, you count that shit out slow with no gravity. You think, that's not long. But yeah, that's a long fucking time. And there's a lot of things that are just sitting on shelves, on tabletops, on bookshelves, on countertops, that if they are gravityless for 8 seconds, by the time gravity kicks back in, they're not just going to sit down gently, like a soft landing. It's going to come crashing down hard. So basically, everything you have sitting down on something that's not strapped down is going to come crashing down from a height of about, if you count it out and it's gravity, I don't know, kids is with the numbers and the analytics being the degenerative gambler he is. But however high, however many inches and or feet that items will rise up, they will fall down just that fast. So that could disrupt subways, trains. We think that they're attached to the tracks, but your maglevs, your any kind of equipment that is like, oh, that's too heavy to float. And it's like, well, no, gravity, that's a thing. That's what makes it heavy. No gravity, all that shit's floating up. And then for 7, 8 seconds, and it comes crashing down, that's going to cause tremendous damage and mayhem around the fucking globe. So this would really suck if it happens, but
let me give you a couple of extra notes real quick, man. So obviously NASA and the U.S. government would be prepared for something like this. They knew in advance, and according to the reports, they have an $85 billion budget to prepare for it. And some of the prognosis for this event, if it happens, is they expect this thing to be 10 years worth of trying to recover. They expect 40 million people to possibly die. We're talking about power disruptions. We're talking about everything economically could be absolutely destroyed.
Man, you driving down the highway at 80 miles an hour and then you lose gravity for 8 seconds. What do you think is going to happen?
Say that again.
You driving down the highway at 75, 80 miles an hour. You lose gravity for 8 seconds. So that means your car is going to leave the road
So you
with
gonna
that
get
inertia going forward at 80 miles per hour or however fast you're going, and then after that time is up and that gravity reconnects, your car is going to go straight down with that same inertia now going down. So yeah,
yeah,
that's going to lead to a lot of unalivements.
yeah, you're gonna be somewhere between 20, 30 feet in the air, depending on how fast you rise after no more gravity. I'll imagine about 20, 30 feet in the air. And by the time gravity happens again, when you come back down, you're gonna come back down like hard, bro. Real hard. But that's a little side conversation. We talk about that a little bit later. Trips. What do you think about this Dutch oven situation? Because I do know this in a survival situation, what we know we can't count on with regularity is electricity and gas. And so, what is your cooking situation going to be like? This is a bit ritzy as far as pricing goes. If you have certain things like this already available to you, you pretty much don't even have to pay attention to it. But I would pay close attention to this rack. I think that rack has a lot of advantages to it. That little swing set there.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what we're looking at on the screen here, for all you doomsday survival fans, as you tune into some extra sauce Wednesday night, the Dutch oven cook set. Now, many of you may be familiar with the Dutch oven with your ladies, when you might have like some mac and cheese or some baked beans, and then you have a little then you might put the cover over her head and go, Dutch oven, baby, love me. That this is different. This is a cooking thing, not a Dutch oven that you put in the oven, but it looks like here there's a wooden box.
Thanks for the clarification.
That's just a container. That's just a container for the pots.
There's, you got a pot that you can make soups and stews, a smaller pot for mixing up some canned goods or whatever have you, a skillet, for the menu items for those. That utensil, for your frying and such. Then you have a griddle if you want to make some pancakes or what have you. Then you got a little handheld griddle, so you have all the different pots and pans necessary to make whatever foods, dishes you need to make. And then the swing set that Nomad was referring to, which is if you're viewing on the left side of the screen above the carrying case for everything, it's a graded screen, about the size of a 4x3 or whatever the measurements are, but it's enough of a cooking surface that you can put foods on it, your steaks, your meats, your vegetables, whatever. And then the swing setup is so you can raise and lower it over the fire that you have. Now you can make a fire, huge, where you're just out chilling, like a little mini bonfire kind of thing, and cook over that when you're just out having fun. But in a survival or safety situation, you want to have a little footprint, a little flame as possible, so you can lower the swing cooking attachment grill part closer to the fire, so it's adjustable that way, and it's carryable. But just remember, at $139 for the wooden box here carrying case, with the wooden box carrying case, versus $130 versus the swing set setup. These are expensive, and they're going to be heavy as fuck to carry if you are in motion. So this is something more for a setup to where you have maybe a bug out location in the woods someplace, or in the forest, or another location where you can do all this stuff outside, because this is all outside cooking gear, not indoor enclosed safe room or anything like that. So these are cook sets that are available that you can use. They the one on the right with the different pots and pans and such are more for the different meals that you would prepare, whether it be soups or fried stuff or boiled or whatever. And then the left side more for the open campfire cooking. So yeah, if you are looking for survival stuff, food, shelter, water, fire are your major components, and this goes a long way for your food part. So, look into it at 140, $130. Now you got your cookware.
I got a little objection to it because in a survival situation when shit goes to hell, everybody's going to be cooking outside unless you got access to propane or whatever you need to heat things up in an artificial way. Everybody's going to be cooking outside. Everybody's going to be using grills. Everybody's going to be using this utensil, that utensil to cook food. And this is where this stuff comes in handy, man, because if you know how to make fire, you're going to be able to eat. And the cast iron cook set is uniquely qualified for these situations because of how durable these things are. You'll have these things for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You know, the price you got there it's rich given the times that we live in. Everybody's kind of tight with money right now, and I'm one of those people, you know, but given the circumstances now, I think it was Create Culture that mentioned a tripod. There's another version of this swing set that you see over here. Those little chains that you see hanging from that thing, they are hooks on the end of. And so they are used to hook those pots, those pans, and everything else you got going on. And also you can use that in another way for meat, to smoke meats and different things like that. That swing in the middle, that grill grate in the middle, it's a dual purpose grill grate. You can use that to keep meat, a pot or whatever, away from being so hot on the fire. You can also use that to grill your meat. So there's all kinds of different purposing for this product here. And so,
and then also to add on, you see on the right side in front of the wooden box, it's a big more Dutch oven type pot, and it has that big handle that you can literally sit it down on the fire, on your coals, on your wood, whatever your fire's made out of. There's a little stand on the right side that you can mount into the fire and put stuff under it and put that pot down on it. Or you could hang that actual pot from a tripod or a swing over a fire and let it cook. So there's multiple uses of it. Then also something I did want to add about this was remember that if you are in a survival situation, that when you're cooking stuff, it's going to have an aroma. And that smell is going to waft in the air for miles and miles and miles. So remember, whatever you're cooking, the more flavor, the more spice, the more of herbs and shit you got in it, the more of a aroma of a fragrance it's going to put off. Just imagine you driving through a neighborhood and it's like, oh shit, it smells like somebody's barbecuing around here. Or, oh man, it smells like tacos around here. So you will put off an aroma and you will alert the people within miles of your area. So just be aware of that.
One more last thing, Triple R, before I'm done with this. I think everybody should itemize some of the things that you have in your house as far as your dishes go, your pots and pans go. Most people have things with all kinds of rubber, plastic handles on it, glass tops on all that kind of stuff, and even a lot of stainless steel cookware. Stainless steel will get you a certain distance, but even that stainless steel is going to wear. This cast iron, you'll have it for your life. You see $139.85 down there. It's just like, man, I ain't paying that much money for them shit I might not even need. Guess what? Guess what? What if you do need it? And the shit that you have in your house is inadequate for the distance or for the duration. I rather live with it and be happy I got it than have to live and be sad that I don't. You know what I'm saying? I think this is a very affordable price for what you're getting, man. These pots and pans will live with you for the duration of your life. That's what you're getting. Now the tripod, that's different. I think that's optional in a way, but I think the duality of what that thing can bring to the table, not the tripod, but the swing set of what it can bring to the table has straight up advantages. You get a big piece of meat and you need to smoke multiple pieces of it. This thing's going to come in handy for you. And you can sit this thing on another apparatus that can make it higher. And so that it's going to come in and pay dividends for you. I believe that everybody should have cast iron cooking ware at the very least in their homes.
Now, a few tips to piggyback on what Nomad was saying there. The height, if you don't have a swing set, let's say the $128.99 one over there, you can maneuver something with forest scavenged materials like wood, like vines and such. And so if you really need to go to the bare minimum of something that you wanted to transport and carry with you from location to location to keep yourself safe, go with the pot on the right side, because that pot can do what the skillet can do. It can do what the smaller, go with the big Dutch oven pot, because it can do what the smaller pot can do, what the skillet can do, what the griddle can do, and what the smaller pan can do. Because you can fry in a Dutch oven pot. You can do all of that. It's only one thing to carry, and you can store your cooking materials in the pot when you put the pot into your rucksack or your bag. And then you can rig up the branches and the sticks in the woods to make your own tripod to raise and lower over the fire at will and cook whatever you need to cook. And you want to keep that shit bland, because as Create Culture said, what does he say? Sauce. I have some I don't know. I don't see it now, but he says something to the effect of, when you're cooking, yes, it will put off an aroma, and that will get you unalived.
Yeah. Famous last words in the apocalypse is, that should smell great.
All right. All right, let's get to the. I highly suggest that you get some variation to your cookware, man, and make sure you got this in your arsenal. I know that everybody's got the nice, pretty sets like I have in the house, but I also have some cast iron in my home too, so that in the duration I will be able to do what I need to do. I need to get actually more, but I do have some in the house, but I'm in the process of doing more. But this next thing I want to talk about.
Plus, you whoop somebody's ass with them damn things too. Just to put that out.
You're gonna destroy somebody's life with them.
But, wait, what'd you say? What'd you say, kids?
I said you whoop somebody's ass with that pan.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's also a self-defense item.
Ask Coach Trippin all about that.
We ain't gotta be being violent, man. Let's talk about this next thing. Trips, if you don't mind.
It just is what it is.
I'm gonna start this one off.
All right, battery. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a huge supporter of this Greenworks product. They have all kinds of products. I got several around my house, from lawnmower to weed whacker to everything you can imagine that can take care of home. Why do I think these are more important? Because we have a freaking fuel shortage. So if you got gas this, gas that, diesel this, diesel that, guess what? In the long run, that's not going to help you. What we've been trying to promote here on the channel is to make sure that you have things that you can maintain your life with, and starts with a generator. And this is where the Greenworks 18-inch blade chainsaw will come in handy for you.
All right, fair enough. I was like, how are you going to charge this damn thing up? But yeah, okay. Like if you got yourself a generator and or solar power to a generator, you're good with this particular little setup. Outside of that, it is, you know what I mean? Like you'd be left holding the bag trying to figure out how to get this damn thing lit up. You know what I mean? But
make it work.
How?
Well, like Red Baron is saying, Trips is like the urban MacGyver. It's like,
so here we go.
Right. I love that show. He always created some shit. And now looking at this battery-powered chainsaw, it's like, well, why the hell do I need a chainsaw? It's like, well, you need firewood, you need shelter, you need tools. All of that stuff can be made out of what? Wood. Where does wood come from? Trees. How do you get the trees to fall down? Well, you got to cut them down. You can use a hatchet. You can use a fold-out blade and saw it, fold-out saw, or you can use a chainsaw. And so this is more for a like your home or a bug out location that's stable. You're not going to have this in your go bag. but wherever you are going to, like your bunker, your shipping container that you've converted into a bunker.
I disagree. This is definitely going in your goal. It's going to be with you.
Well, I mean, that means you got to carry the generator, you got to carry the saw, and you got to carry the recharging capabilities. You know, if it's not going to be diesel, if it's not going to be gasoline, it has to be solar. So that means you have to transport all of that on your back.
Look at it this way, Trip. So if you have to get into a move around situation, and let's just say you have to leave your generator, it's not transportable. If you don't have a small portable generator and you have to leave it, you have to leave it. You try to hide it, bury it, do whatever you need to do in case you have to go back there. But if you have to leave locations, you are most definitely going to want to take that chainsaw, because you can always find a way to try to port a power source. You might meet somebody somewhere. Hey, you got a generator? Can I?
Not for $270. You spend $100. You get your ass a good ass hatchet. And a hatchet doesn't need oil. A hatchet doesn't need to have its chain replaced.
What is your
hatchet doesn't need the solar, because remember, you are assuming that the sun is going to shine and charge your solar panels. If there's some sort of event to where clouds or some sort of flares are blocking the solar panels, you have no fucking power. So you also want to have a tool that can be used for self-defense. Remember, a hatchet. If you break the handle of a hatchet, you cut down another fucking tree with your little saw blade and you make another handle. A saw you cannot fix in the wild.
You can have them both, Trips. Listen, look at it this way. This is a disaster situation, and you just rolled up on a situation where you got some battery life in your chainsaw still. So I'm gonna take it with my good battery. Let's just say you run up on a road and you find on the side of the road, you find a car that has petroleum in them, and you're trying to get somewhere. But there is stuff in the road that needs clearing. Guess how long it's going to take you to get that shit cleared out with your hatchet?
Well, yeah, but you have that in the trunk of your vehicle.
All right.
He's right though. He's right though, no man. Because here's the biggest problem, and he kind of brought it up, but we glossed over it. Like, if that chain link breaks, you're fucked. There ain't no way to, in an apocalypse situation. How do you replace that?
When it breaks, it breaks. Until then, you have a chainsaw.
I'm just saying, if it does break, there's no way to replace the chain. I don't know where you're gonna go to replace it.
So you're gonna I have had my hands on these things. Are not heavy, bro.
Yeah, but there wasn't an apocalypse at the time. You know what I mean?
Look at creative culture.
You can get a replacement chain, worst come to worst, or a replacement battery.
I'll tell you what, you in a disaster situation, you got a good live battery and a chainsaw like this, you better not. What makes it heavy is the engine on those gas ones.
How much do you think those batteries weigh?
I know how much they weigh. They got a little weight to it, but not enough to hamper you.
Well, I mean, with everything, a survival situation, you got everything that you need to survive.
It's a lithium battery. It has a little weight to it, but it is not going to be enough to. So you are going to definitely want.
Okay, and then another situation, you have to duck and dodge, remain concealed. So that limits traveling during the daytime. So you sleep during the daytime, you travel at night. So that means during the daytime, while you're asleep, you have to be in a very concealed, covered position where you're protected and safe. Does that mean you're going to be able to charge up your battery, your solar panel, or you're going to be someplace where when the sun is up, you are in total darkness? And then when the darkness is out, that's when you're out moving about.
Let's just look at it this way, Tris. I think I might get your attention when I say this. Let's just say you're in rural Oklahoma somewhere and nobody to be found for the last 60 miles of my walk. And here I walk up on this lady, nice looking lady, had a couple of kids running around the house, and she's
Are you banging her?
Listen, man, come on, kids, let's stop doing that.
He just walked up, kids. Damn.
I'm sorry.
And you got an opportunity here that you looking for some respite somewhere. And here's this beautiful lady with a couple kids. She's defensive, and she don't know nothing about you, but you got this chainsaw on your shoulder, and you've been carrying it with you. And she's got all this shit going on, and all she needs is a couple things done around here before we can be functioning at this house. And here you come with the big chainsaw on your shoulder, man. Here you come to save the day.
And now she's frightened as hell that you're going to assault her with this massive chainsaw, and she
No,
decides
Diddy.
to kill you instead. Oops, unalive
I
you.
know that.
But look at the comments here.
Both of you
Look at the
cats got
comments.
dark ass minds, man. I'm trying to get you.
Look at the comments. You got Create Culture talking about all the maintenance necessary to make that chainsaw work. Just the one on the picture here.
I know what
you
it
need. Oh, hold on, no
I've
man.
had my
You need
hands on this
oil.
chainsaw. It's
You
not
need
a lot.
oil. You gotta have you gotta have all of that.
Bro, no, you don't.
You gotta
Y'all
have
done went off the rails, man.
I'm telling you, I know this chainsaw.
The
You
chest
don't
was
need
bad.
that. This is
How
not
do
a
you
game.
lubricate the chain?
Everyone in the chat's
Oh,
like, yeah,
God.
for sure you're banging her. What are you talking about? It's
Y'all
just
done-
fine.
What up,
Y'all
Foster?
went-
Motherfucking fucking Foster. Shit, motherfucking
y'all done went-
motherfucking
Y'all
Foster.
done went off the rails, man. Yeah.
That's too funny.
Here's the thing, though. The chainsaw, this battery powered chainsaw, if you have the resources to afford that, it's a good thing to have in your shelter, in your location, in your vehicle. But this is not something that you're gonna put in your bug out bag, because who is that? Patrick said he bricked like 3 of those chargers, the batteries. It's like if that shit goes to shit, you're shit out of luck. So you get a hatchet, a nice sharp blade that you can sharpen at any time by the campfire, and you have the drill kit that you can cut down a small tree or saw down a small tree and make a new handle for your hatchet. You need a hatchet, not a chainsaw.
We know a hatchet is handy. Have both, man. How about that? Chainsaw, battery powered chainsaw, Greenworks.
How are you getting a chainsaw in your bug out bag?
I approve. You don't have to have a bag to put it in, man. Put it over your
How you gonna carry it?
Put it over your shoulder. Get you a rope or something.
Oh, that's not obvious as fuck. Who's this ninja walking down the street with a chainsaw? You want to be discreet.
I'm sorry, this don't.
You want to be laying low. You want to have a backpack that nobody know what it is.
Nah, all right,
She's like, man, look at this dude right here with a chainsaw. Yeah, I think we gonna need to take him and see what else he got.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me round this out. We gotta keep it moving, man.
It's just the po and the law is like, why does this dude have a chainsaw? Stop right there, sir.
Man, would you hold on? Just let me finish this up.
Oh my
Battery
God,
powered
man.
chainsaw by Greenworks. Again, you guys, I have multiple products made by Greenworks. In fact, lawnmower, I just bought another lawnmower from Greenworks, but I've had it since I moved back in. It's been like 10 years. I ain't had to take that thing to the shop. I ain't had to change nothing on this thing. All I had to do is turn that thing on and run it. Battery powered lawnmower. I really, really approve of these products. I'm telling you, Greenworks is a great brand. And so people that want to get more into the preparation side of taking care of your home, go towards more solar, go towards more battery powered products. That's just my suggestion to you. You know, you think of it how you want to, but that's kind of a pro tip. Get you some battery powered stuff.
The chat's killing me, bro. I'm sorry, unaliving me, man. I couldn't. I don't know what to say.
We gotta keep rolling, man. I know it's funny, man.
It's hilarious stuff.
I get it.
Right.
No, but it's a good idea to have a batteries powered or solar powered tools, whether it be a chainsaw, whether it be a snowblower, whether it be a lawnmower. You know, those things are good to have. But in a doomsday scenario where you got to be mobile, you got to be flexible, you know, it's going to be hard to camouflage your chainsaw, and you don't want a chainsaw just hanging out in the open, because then people know you're tooled up and you make a
blade off
target.
chips.
Oh snap!
Holy shit! You can take the blade off.
Well, but I mean, so now you got a blade in your go bag, and you don't think that's gonna cut something up?
That blade is only weighing ounces, bro.
And the blade is weighing ounces, but you got the motor, you got the chargers, you got the solar panels. All of that shit weighs something.
I'm almost scared to go to.
How much
Maybe
is
I
all this
should-
way together? Just
I'm
how much
terrified
is
to
this
go
way?
to this Bob Lazar story, and you guys that came here for
What is
that.
that? 20 pounds right there
I
on the screen?
I know my guys. I know my guys, and they're already too silly as it is. So we're not gonna do that.
Extra
We're gonna
change.
save that until next week. Trips. Hold
We're
on.
gonna say Bob Lazar to next week.
We're gonna save Bob Lazar to next week because
I did all the homework and everything. All right, okay.
you ain't gonna act right now. You know you ain't.
Well, for sure, I'm gonna crack jokes. Like that's just what I
ain't
do.
got time for that, man.
He's a degenerate.
Time for that.
Of course he is.
All right, we're gonna do this, man. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna slide into something else. And then let me switch it up. And you guys that came for the Bob Lazar story, you know I'm gonna come through, man. It's just a matter of time. We're gonna get it right. Tonight ain't the night. I can tell by my guys, man. I can tell.
About before.
Not good tonight.
Bro, I like to think.
I'm gonna act a fucking donkey, and I'm gonna get mad.
Any of y'all play GTA 5, man?
I got something better for him, y'all.
Chef Trips Donkeys of the Week.
I'm gonna show it for you. I'm gonna show you right now. I got something better for him. We're gonna get into the movies.
Oh, okay. Damn, Negro. That's all you got to say.
Right?
I'm gonna leave that there and let y'all talk.
Shit, you talking about Squirrel Master in them? Nasty Nate in them?
Fine. I didn't know we were going down this particular road. So in my younger days, I used to sport a shag. I used to watch this movie all the time. But strangely, I had what was like equivalent to HBO when I would come home and this thing would just be on its own. But every time it was on, it would be quite literally a scene out of the movie. I'd turn like there's been multiple occasions where I walked into my living room in my apartment. This movie just happened to be on, and I'd turn to my right, and there'd be a motherfucker on my couch. And you know what I'm saying? Somebody's over here rolling up, and we were just sort of going through the regular progression of this film. This was the better part of my younger days in my apartment, and I have fond memories of this film across the board. This is a must-see for everyone and anyone, whether you partake or you do not partake. I think this is a must-see. I need a backiotomy. Mr. Smiley Face. Yeah,
okay,
man.
Okay. Hey, Trips, do you have watched this movie? I'm sure it's multiple.
Well, more than once, but go ahead.
Oh, do me a favor. Break down how the movie setup is.
All right. Here's the premise.
They're good Jenkins.
The premise is three stoners who've been friends since high school and smoking out together.
Four
stoners. I'm sorry. And they all live together as roommates. And they all have jobs, hourly wage, menial positions. But one dude is an actual citizen. He's a school teacher, nursery school teacher. But he gets caught up into some shit that he didn't do, and he gets arrested. And the premise is his other three buddies are trying to come up with money to get lawyers and bail and all that stuff. So their idea is to, hey, let's sell weed.
Wait a second.
And then it takes off from there.
Maybe we should sell weed. I'm sorry, because like in the movie, the three guys who are left over they go back to the apartment and they're like, yo, we should probably smoke some weed and come up with an idea on how we can get the money to save Kenny, who's now in jail for feeding a police horse too much candy until it unfortunately
because the horse was diabetic.
It's a police horse. So he unalived the police force, and now
he's in jail. And there's somebody named Nasty Nate that's threatening his booty.
Oh, you don't have a picture of Nasty? Like you actually do have a picture. You need to pull up the Nasty.
I ain't got it ready, man.
Really? And so Nasty Nate is threatening Kenny's booty hole, and Kenny befriends someone in the joint named Squirrel Master. But Squirrel Master, who keeps Nasty Nate at bay, is getting out on parole. So
But
so
who's the
there's a
squirrel
clock on
master?
this.
Trip.
Huh?
The squirrel master is Tommy Chong, which makes it even better. Tommy Chong is famous for being in weed movies, aka Cheech and Chong. So the best part is somehow Squirrel Master's in jail, and he befriends Kenny, and he's called the Squirrel Master because he quite literally has a squirrel. You see, he's got a pet
Literal
squirrel. He's got a little pet squirrel that lives in his shirt in jail, and he like sticks up for Kenny and kind of, he's gonna fight Nasty Nate at some points, but that doesn't quite happen. Back to these three idiots smoking in the living room, trying to figure out how to save Kenny. So they go hit the bong, and they have like 3 bongs, and they have to decide which one to smoke. One is Wesley Pipes. That's the only one I remember. What was the other 2 bongs? Anyway,
they all had names.
They all had names. There's names for these bongs. So they hit the bong, but each time they hit the bong, like one of the 3 of them is like, you know what, man? We should probably sell weed to get Kenny out of jail. Like each one of them kind of come to this realization. Meanwhile,
we should sell weed.
We should sell weed, maybe. So turns out that Thurgood Jenkins, the star of our film, works at this lab, pharmaceutical lab, and it turns out that somehow, like, he's a janitor, and that's what he's wearing, his janitor uniform. He goes to work the next day trying to still figure out how to save Kenny. And he's
scientist.
Hello, scientist. And he's sweeping the floor. And the scientist is like, hey, look, I need you to go down to the spot in the building and go grab something for me and bring it upstairs. He's
Run an errand for me.
It's so like Thurgood Jenkins is like, perfect. Here, sweep this fucking floor. And he gives him
he's like, yeah, whatever.
Hey, can I throw 2 cents in here, man? Because this movie in particular, when I found out about it, I got it. And I'm gonna tell you, man, you work in the social services field, and the work that I did in my professional career for a long time, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm a former stoner. I used to partake in it regularly every day when I got off work.
Smoke weed.
And it wasn't legal at the time. And guess what? I ain't give no F's about that. I just needed some relief from what I just
roll up, fool.
And I'm telling you right now, this movie saved me and made me a better person the next day I came to work. Every single time I watched it. I'm telling you. It just made life a whole lot rosier. And I just worked every day so I can get home and get to the bud.
Mr. Nice Guy.
I work my butt off.
Don't worry about me, Nomad. We have to figure out a plan to save Kenny. Which is one of my favorite parts of this film, man. There's a dude on the couch, and he's just sleeping on the couch.
Nobody knows who the dude is.
He was there at a party, and he's been there ever since, just out cold on
the couch.
And at one point, he finally gets up, and he goes to the washroom, and he takes like the longest piss ever. He's just in there and it's just water dripping, right?
Oh, fucking waterfall.
Man, my boy pissing, and like finally everybody's like, oh shit, this dude got up. Like, hey dude, like, are you leaving? You know what I mean? Like, are you gonna leave? You've been here for 6 months. And he's like, hey, Thurgood, don't worry about me, man.
Right.
Let's focus on Kenny.
Because he knew what was going on.
We need to sell the weed and save Kenny. It was great.
Hold on, kids. Yeah. He was asleep the entire time on the couch while they were coming through with their plans. He woke up to take a leak and was like, here's what y'all need to do.
Yo, that part of the movie was totally some white people shit. Like, I don't know.
No, man, no. Like, I had him on my couch in real life after that.
But hold on, kids. After he told him, what did he do later? What did he do right after that?
I don't know what happened to the dude.
He turned over and went back to fucking sleep. That's what he did. You know what I mean? That's what the fuck he did.
Went right back to the couch, man. It was.
So what's his name in real life?
We gotta let the dude hit this.
The dude, what's his name in real life?
Oh, you guys,
Because he's a very dry comedian. Very very nonchalant,
super dry humor, like the way that he.
And so he was like, "Yeah, let me hit that." Then he hit it. Then he was like, "Yeah, that's nice, whatever." And then he went back to fucking sleep.
Rolled right back up to sleep, man.
These guys' whole lives were about
not Steven.
I think you're right.
These guys, hey, did y'all realize these guys' whole lives were about getting to the next bag of bud?
They're stoners.
I was that too, but in reverse.
Weed aficionados.
I was that in reverse, man.
Stephen Wright.
He's like bald on the top.
Yeah, he's just very how
like
you
an
doing?
afro almost at the.
Because when he talks like he's really high.
Very melodramatic.
Right, huh?
There you go, Mr. Man. Thank you.
I'm talking about the guy, right?
Yeah.
That's the dude on the couch. The guy on the couch.
I never would have knew that.
Yeah, he's a comedian. Check him out. He's funny.
He's actually got some decent stand up, to be honest with you.
But dude, kids.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Did you ever suck dick for weed?
Yay, man. God damn.
but yo, so this
filter for once in your life.
But so as a kid, you grow up and you watch America's Funniest Home Videos. You watch Full House and you get used to the person who is Bob Saget, rest in peace. And in this movie, Bob Saget has one line. And that was the line that Trip just dropped a second ago. And
not to be repeated.
I'm not repeating. I didn't repeat it. It catches if you're from my generation. I'm sure it catches you out of left field because you're like, yo, at first that's Bob Saget. Oh snap! What did Bob Saget just say? Completely out of left field, only to find out years later, yo, Bob Saget is raw though. That's what Bob Saget gets down with his actual comedy. He's raw with it. I didn't know. I had no clue.
Yeah, he wasn't on Family Matters.
He
was grimy. Bob Saget was grimy AF.
Hey, R.I.P. to Bob Saget, man. He passed away a few years back, man.
Yo, he's raw, bro. He's dirty. His comedy's dirty, bro. His stand-up.
He was presented to America or the world as this very, very
clean Tanner, man. Clean cut.
Yeah, because it was America's Home Videos, right? That put him on?
That's not
no. Full House first, right? And then America's Funniest Home
Videos. That was second.
You know what, kids and trips? I wonder though, man, when I think about Bob Saget and that role that he played in that movie. And I think about how he's presented to the world, and he has a certain image, right?
Yeah,
I think some of that he and I heard about some of his stand-up. I haven't seen it, Big Pop.
Oh, it's crazy,
but I've heard some of it, and I
want
some of that rebellion from his screen persona of the stand-up, prim, proper white guy that everybody thinks is a really nice guy. No, not really. I'm really raunchy.
Brother,
maybe that was the rebellion of it.
He hated it, and there's a bit of a documentary on him where he sort of comes out and he's like, man, because of how raw a comedian I actually am. First off, he was like the actual jokes behind the scenes with him and the guy who played Uncle Joey. Really, the jokes those two guys would crack behind the scenes were like the dirtiest jokes. Even with the girl, like the young girls and stuff, they're like, "Yo,
John Stamos."
Not Stamos. The other one, Cut It Out. The other guy.
Oh, that's not Uncle Joey though. That's
no, that is Uncle Joey. Jesse.
No, that was Dumb and Dumber, right?
No, he's a different guy, man. I don't even know his name.
No, that wasn't Uncle Joey because I thought Uncle Joey was
Joey's Dave Coutier. Dave Coutier, that's who he is. But anyways, apparently they were super raw on set because he hated the persona that they gave him. But it's ABC, which is Disney. So ABC then turned around and they're like, yo, we'll give you another show. And he was like, okay, but you got to toe the line and still be basically Danny Tanner on the other show. So off he goes with America's Funniest Videos, and he's making good paper, but it's just not really actually him. The real him is a dirty, raunchy comedian for real. So like you don't get to see any of that.
That guy was a for real Jekyll and Hyde, man. He had troubles.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he had real troubles mentally.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And you just all you got to do is go look up some of his interviews, and you can see it.
Oh yeah, you can see it in the interviews. You can see it in his comedy after this film, because this line exposed the world to like what Bob Saget was actually about. You know what I mean? And just a wild little piece to be included in this movie. What other stuff in this movie is great, man? There's some other Mr. Smiley Face.
It's the drug
Smiley
dealer.
Face.
The drug dealer was funny as shit.
Yeah,
Samson.
man. Samson. Oh, Samson's a
hey, Samson. Hey, boys. You want some of the boobity pop? What's his name? What's his real name in real life?
I don't know who that gentleman is.
Yeah, because he was in a lot of stuff. What the hell's his name, chat? Y'all know whether you're on the Nomad Network.
Clarence Williams 3, bro.
Clarence Williams the third.
It's that's Candyman. No?
He just recently passed.
No, that wasn't Candyman.
No,
that's not Candyman.
Oh, snaps! Clarence Williams the third is from. I
most know him. I most know him from Hoodlum.
Well, no, hold on, because Clarence Williams III was a role actor who was in a lot of shit. But I'm trying to pull up his IMDb now.
I have it up. He's from something else, man. Once you see him with the afro, what is he from, brother? Is it
Mod Squad?
Mod Squad. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Let's see. Mod Squad, Tales from the Hood, Mystery Woman, Sugar Hill, classic, Hoodlum, Nomad just mentioned, Half Bake, 52 Pickup, Life, Don't Be Scared. Don't be scared.
He's a real one.
The General's Daughter, The Legend, Reindeer Games, classic, Ben Affleck. Purple Rain, he was Prince's daddy. Against the Wall, The Return of the Mod Squad. Oh yeah, Deep Cover. He was the cop in Deep Cover with Lawrence Fishburne and them. Blue Hill Avenue, 1900. Mystery Woman.
Slow down, Trish. Blue Hill Avenue. I suggest everybody within the sound of my voice watch that movie. That is what's old boy's name? He's from New Jack City that played Carl Anthony Payne. Well, not Carl Anthony Payne, but
you're talking
he played what's the dude next to Nino? What's his name?
G Money.
G Money. So G Money, that guy plays as the lead in that. That's one of the more underrated movies you're ever gonna see. Blue Hill Avenue is dope. It's dope. You better watch it, or you missed it.
Yeah, Blue Hill Avenue, 2001. Check it out. So yeah, I mean Clarence Williams, and it goes on, but Clarence Williams III is like, oh, I know that guy from that movie. He was never the star, but he always played a role that was crucial. Now in Half Baked, as Samson, he was the kingpin drug dealer. And his
one more
lair,
step and your Mexican friend gets it.
He's like, I'm Puerto Rican.
I'm Cuban B.
Cuban B.
Cuban B.
And so that was his name. Cuban B. But Samson's lair. But Samson's lair.
So Bishop had to bounce out, man. He got to get up and go to work. But I do. Any last quick thoughts on Half Baked? Half Baked is
classic.
It's so dear to me. It's like a part of me, man. I watched.
If you have been, are, or might become a pothead, there's all of the above there. Or if you just like a funny comedy film, this movie's got just about everything you need in it.
Greatest weed movie ever. Freaking.
I'm not sure. I'm sure. Like, there's a lot of weed movies out there, and a lot of them
are better than them all, man.
No. But listen to the cast. Hold on to the cast, though. You got Dave Chappelle. Everybody knows Dave Chappelle. Jim Brewer, he's the teacher guy, but he's a comedian.
No, Brewer's this guy, this idiot.
Yeah, he's a guy on the screen there with Dave Chappelle.
But
Guillermo Diaz, he's
Brewer's
a guy
popular
that's
now.
like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. I'm out. When he quit a job. Harlan Davis, comedian. Tommy Chong, as Kez mentioned. Clarence Williams that we talked about. Neil Brennan, comedian. Jon Stewart, Daily Show. Rachel True, Laura Silverman, David Bluestein, Greg
Regal. Watch
Regal.
TV.
And peace out, Foster. Foster got to bounce out too. Peace, Foster. Thank you for coming here, man.
Snoop Dogg, Stephen Baldwin, Willie Nelson. Willie fucking Nelson, bro. Tracy Morgan, somebody gonna get pregnant. Kevin Duvernay. I mean, the list goes on, but so many comedians and young actors at the time did just quick bits on this. And it's just a classic movie that is just slept on.
Yeah, you watch it enough times where what Trip just said at the end there, you'll start to notice some of those little spots in there. You'll notice some of those little quick bits he's talking about. It's like every time I watch it, I'm just like, damn, he's in there.
You can't miss it because most of these guys come in like a little vignette that he does in the middle of the movie, and it has to sort of do with different types of potheads. So he brings in Jon Stewart, he's one type. He brings in Janine Garoppolo, she's a different type. He brings in I don't know, like there's a list of guys. There's one guy who like makes bongs out of whatever. He's a mechanic and he's underneath the car, and his brother comes over to him and he's like, hey,
he's like, bring me this, bring me that, bring me this.
I got this weed. I have no papers. Like,
this movie was out. Kez, this movie was out for years before I found out about it.
Really?
I mean, years.
Wow.
I'm talking about a long time, and then I found out about it, and people were just telling me about it, and it was like, what? Whoa, you know. And I'm a smoker at the time, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, and dude, it's like it changed me, man. I ain't gonna even lie to you, man, but in another kind of way. But let me get to this next thing. But this is gonna require a deeper conversation. This is a conversation me and Kez have had multiple times, but this is gonna it's gonna change your brain right quick, but you're gonna have a lot of thoughts about this.
Oh,
anybody that wants to talk.
It's a different
Now, what are we looking at? The Matrix.
Can I start here?
Sure.
I am of the curious mindset. I am of a great amount of my mind is very, I'm looking for things. I'm very curious, man. So knowledge you don't have to hit me upside the head with a bag of nickels. No, I'm seeking you. You don't have to hit me. And I've got an active imagination. And so when you have those two things going on in a cocktail as a human being, a movie like this is another one that I found out way later.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, when were you introduced to this movie? Because
long time after this came out.
There's reason why I would ask. So I watched this movie in the theater. More importantly, the lead up to this film was probably the best marketing spin that I've ever experienced in my life.
Talking about the normal rules and shit.
Yeah. So under normal pretenses, you're gonna go to a movie. You know, you're in a movie. You see the crash bang boom big theatrical trailer, and that's cool. I'm gonna go watch this movie. The theatrical trailer for this movie was literally, what is the Matrix? 4 words, and just that background that you might be familiar with now with just stuff dropping. Black background, green characters dropping down the screen. What is the Matrix? So I'm in the theater watching, I think at the time, it was probably the first Star Wars, I believe, was around the time, first episode 1, if you will. And I'm watching, and this trailer comes in, and I'm like, I don't know. What is it? You know, what is the Matrix? Y'all ain't showing me nothing. Cool. So this builds actual like angst and you know, I kind of want to know what the Matrix is. You didn't show me anything. I'm interested, as opposed to what you normally got with any other trailer. So I go into this movie kind of blind, without any idea as to what this movie's gonna be about, as opposed to most folks who watch it later on and have heard some kind of things about this movie. For me in the theater, I'm like, yo, this might be one of the dopest films I've ever watched. And as it ensues, it's a story about a guy who's a hacker. That's how the story sort of starts out. He's a hacker.
Wait a minute. Let me be clear. This is the dopest movie I've ever watched.
Really?
Ever?
Ever.
Because
it ain't just because of the sci-fi that's happening in there. All
Mr. Mayhem, I agree.
I'm talking about the storyline. You're talking about how just mentioned the guy was a hacker and how he was approached. It's got all kinds of
Mr. Anders.
So basically, the movie is telling you in a nutshell that everybody is living in a simulation, and at this point in his life, he had to choose whether you wanted to remain in a simulation and act like everything is hunky-dory and your life goes back to whatever it was before I met you, or you can follow this white rabbit with your curiosity and your imagination and let it take you where it's going to take you. And he finds out the entire universe. That's what he learned, how the universe works actually. And what you are going through day to day is actually a bunch of bullshit. And the movie takes you through all these twists and turns on how people go about trying to maintain this fictional reality. And what do you do with all that knowledge that you know? Are you going to function, or are you going to lose your mind? And it's a lot of real life that comes with this.
Well, but my question to everybody, you know, not only just Nomad and kids, but to all the Nomaniacs. Now, let me get it straight first.
Mm-hmm.
The blue pill is the one that you take to remain in the Matrix. The red pill is the one you take to wake up, right?
Yes.
Which pill are you taking? Blue pill or red pill? If you had the choice right now, if somebody stepped up to you tomorrow and was like, hey, blue pill, red pill, truth or stay here, which one are you taking?
Depends if I'm Neo or not, right? And that's
or it depends on if you're somebody important.
It depends. What pill are you taking?
I just answered I'm going to get a bit deeper into my answer, though. Follow me, right? So the movie is cool in that respect, that they give you what it looks like on both sides. Now, those other folks who are kicking it with, like, this group here, right? This group here that you're seeing in front of you, the rest of the
rebels,
all of them have taken the red pill, right? With them taking that red pill, they're, you know, they might look cool in leather and shit, but they're kind of ass out. They eat crap, they eat slop for dinner, they're ass out. They're in a relatively effed up situation across the board. And the dude on the far left with the mustache kind of figures it, you know what I mean? He kind of figures it out midway through, and he's like, yo, like, I'm sick of eating shit here and living like a scrub, battling and fighting against the entire system. There's 7 of us here, grand total. I don't care whether Neo's a special guy or not. We don't know if he's special. I don't care. I just want to eat a steak. Like, I want a steak again. I want to bang chicks. I guess I can bang chicks, but right now there's only one chick.
I want to bang hot chicks.
You know what I mean? Who's trying to help to save the day, but like, if I go back, maybe I can find you know what I mean? So he winds up taking the blue pill and going back. Again, this guy ain't he's not gonna be Neo. He ain't saving the day. He's gonna have a one. You know what I mean? He's not the one. He's not necessarily gonna have.
Guess what guy I would be.
Well, you can't just choose.
So obviously that means I'm gonna make an assumption that Nomad's taking a red pill.
He's taking a red pill, but he's either gonna be Morpheus or Neo. But that puts you in a leadership and awesome role, and that's cool. I just don't know if that's actually, you know what I mean? You wouldn't know if that's actually who you would be after taking that red pill. You might just be a peon.
Well, let me
Might
read
be
what
the dude
Scrolls is
that's
saying.
driving a ship, the light-skinned brother.
Let me hear Scrolls' comment up because I
There you
love his comment here. He says The Matrix is the only film to actually make me question everything. To this day, people still wonder if we're in the Matrix. And that is the truest, one of the truest things he's ever said on this show. And that's really what it is, man. I can remember, I'm not gonna tell no shit, but I'm gonna kind of lead y'all down a road that you can kind of use your imagination. But I had a certain person, let's just say he had some affiliations. Before I ever watched this movie, I was telling him about it, and he was just like, "Dog, don't watch it." I
Don't
said,
watch it.
What do you mean, don't watch it? He said, "Dog, do not watch that movie. Don't watch that movie. It's gonna fuck with you. Don't watch it." And so I was that made me a little bit more curious, but for the right reasons. Like, wait, hold up. So I watched the movie, and I'm like, Scrolls is.
Was there any other movies he suggested that you shouldn't watch?
Want to bang steaks.
Just checking it out because you should probably go watch those too.
No. This movie is quite profound for a bunch of different reasons. I found that there was a lot of truth, and I'm talking about years and years now since I've continued to live my life. I found more truth in this movie than most anything I've ever seen. And for reasons being that, we live in a society that is all about what I have versus what you have. Everybody's in this rat race and for the wrong fucking reason.
True.
And this movie is all about getting yourself out of here. If you got enough power within you, you can change it all and convince these people that you don't have to constantly be chasing this or that and measuring who you are as a human being based on what you have.
Message.
That's really the thing. So Neo is plucked out of this situation to be shown that you have the power to change it all.
Well, again, you have to look at the broader scope. Neo was the chosen one.
The one.
You know what I mean? He was the guy who was able to make
you couldn't do this.
They went through a lot of other ones
unless you
before
were
him.
Neo, you couldn't do it. You couldn't be anybody but Neo, right?
No, I'm just trying to map it out for everybody the way that they mapped it out to show the breadth of the actual situation. There's some fantasy here, obviously, because we're watching the movie for the most part through the eyes of Neo, but there's another way of looking at it. You could be the light-skinned brother that Trip was just talking about. You could be his brother who gets blasted. You could be this homie with the mustache who wants to eat a steak. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily all awesomeness. It turned out to be awesomeness with Neo because he could, learn kung fu.
He was the one
and master it because he was the one. It's not all. It would not be, and like that part of the story is that it would not be friggin' all roses. You know what I mean? Like, kind of looks that it is through Neo's eyes, but for everybody else, it ain't all roses. It's a struggle, man. It's a struggle.
So what I found out in the later parts of it, I don't know if it's the second one or the third one, the story continues, right? And it starts to build out a little bit more about some of what Kids is talking about. Like, if you're not Neo, who are you in this situation that you're not in the Matrix? Now you're part of a group and part of
no, that's
squadron. Hold on, let me finish, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
You're part of a squadron of people that are together to try to disrupt this fucked up reality that all these people are living. And if you're not Neo, then who are you? You're part of a group that's trying to do what they can do for the world so the world can see. The world can see. The entire world can see. I want in on that. I'm not worried about my role in it. I just want in on it. It's about the type of person you are. Everybody can't be a fucking chief. Somebody's got to be a goddamn Indian. You know? And if you
Well,
got
but that's the thing. Neo is the chief, basically. The Indians, like Kwaito was talking about Cypher. He would have taken the blue pill because Cypher wanted to be important. He wanted to be an actor, rich, wealthy. And if you are living that lifestyle in this realm, in this existence, do you want to take a red pill? Like, no. But if you're eating shit sandwiches every day for dinner, if you're that lucky, of course you're gonna probably take the red pill. But Cypher, the guy on the left on the screen here with the mustache and the glasses, his real name is Joe Pantoliano. He has been in more movies than you even understand. He's never been the actor, the main character, but he's always been in the support role.
I wonder has he ever won anything for supporting roles?
Well, hold on. Let me just run through this list and let me know if you've heard of any of these movies.
Oh,
Bad
Neil
Boy.
there he is.
There you go,
Bad
Neil.
Boys, The Goonies, The Sopranos, Holiday Touchdown, The Matrix, Baby's Day Out, Memento, The Fugitive, Bound, Bad Boys for Life, Midnight Run, Bad Boys 2, U.S. Marshals, Risky Business, Bad Boys Ride or Die, Ba 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 La Bamba, The Santa Stakeout, Eddie and the Cruisers, Percy Jackson and the Olympians, Feast of the Seven Fishers, Wedding Days, From the Vine, The Final Four, All of the Other, Running Scared, classic, Chi-Town, The Bears, Empire of the Sun, Daredevil, Deadly Impact, Racing Stripes, Violent Night 2, The Adventures of Pluto Nash, Hide and Seek, Cats and Dogs, Unknown, Ready to Rumble, Canvas, Zandali, Lake Placid, Alligators, Crocodiles, give it a name, Taxman, The Last of the Finest, Downtown, The Amateurs, Cats and Dogs 2, No Kidding, Me Too, The Matrix 2, The Perfect Match, The Last Word, El Diablo, Eddie and the Cruisers, Three of Hearts, and Robot and the Family.
All right,
This fucking guy.
That's a long ass list, man. Let me say this one last thing about this movie. It depends on what kind of mind you have, right? I think this movie hits the individual in different ways. So as an individual, as kids as an individual, as trips as an individual, how their minds react to the information given in this movie is different. Just like everybody in the chat, it's going to hit you in a different way, depending on what kind of mind you have. Me, I'm just going to speak for myself. This definitely hit me in a profound way because of the storyline and what you can do to help as an individual and what you can do to help as a group. I'm one of them people, I'm not worried about how much I can eat. I can eat all the fuck I want because I've got everything I need to eat and eat well. Got talent, I got gifts, I got charm, I got everything I need to excel and do very well in this world. But that's not my most important intent. My most important intent is trying to figure out a way so that everybody can. And so that's the way I reacted to this movie. So that's why I would be a red pill.
Well, again, that's the way the movie is framed is very specific to, to put you in the shoes of the lead character, right? They put you in the shoes of Neo, and you want to be Neo. Everybody wants to be Neo, and that's awesome. But the reason why I sort of pointed out the Cypher piece was to explain that they show you the other side of this too, which is very deep of them from a writing perspective. They could really have just stuck blinders on, go Neo, you're the superhero, you're the chosen one. But they went as far as sort of saying, hey, there's another side to this. Sometimes it's shitty. And that might lead you to want to put those blinders on and eat steak. So I just wanted to sort of give the world that other side to this. I love this movie. Didn't necessarily personally, I think that this movie could have ended and I would be fine without ever watching The Matrix 2 or 3. Matrix 2 to me is just, it's one of the greatest action scenes of all time, but it's not a good film. Matrix 3, good film because they figure a way to sort of loop this all together and end it as a grander story.
Man, they put Jada Pinkett Smith in that shit. I was done.
You were out?
I was out.
You're
like,
out.
she was horrible.
She was not great in the movie, but like I said, this movie here, front to back, just this movie, I think everybody on the planet Earth should watch this. I won't mince words about it. It is that good. The other two other movies that I think are that good, V for Vendetta, right back there. I feel that movie is that good in a very similar vein. I also think that the movie Fight Club is that good as well.
First rule.
I'll say this. This is the last thing I'll say before I let you guys have final thoughts before we wrap this up. But when you're talking about profound impact on somebody, you have your sci-fi nerds out there. Well, I don't want to call them nerds, people that really, really get into that world.
Lord of War. And
then you got like, for another generation, maybe the people behind us or before us, you had Star Wars was a movie that there's just like, that's the epitome, right? Yeah. And everybody's not the same, kids. I'm just making a point.
Yeah.
I'm saying that for me in my lifetime, a sci-fi movie to have profound impact, it's on that Star Wars level that a lot of people see in that sphere. I'll just say that. It's that for me.
Well, I hear you. The reason why I was like, Star Wars, Star Wars just isn't like, Star Wars isn't trying to show you something. It is just a fantastic story.
I mean, but I'm just talking about in the hierarchy of these kinds of flicks.
I hear you. I hear what you were doing, and you're really putting it into, the reality that you're not necessarily like a sci-fi guy, right? Is more or less what you're saying. In the realm of sci-fi, for you, this is the tippy top, and I wouldn't argue with that. There's one more movie I would put in that sort of realm, and it's the Terminator series as well.
Kids, truth be told, the Matrix, while I believe that the blue pill, red pill, that's a whole discussion. The ones and the zeros, the whole digital thing. Agent Smith, enforcing the law, getting tired of that bullshit after a while. But the thing that is more realistic and is more scary to me, quote unquote, AI and the Terminator. And the things that AI and they have it doing within our actual government right the fuck now, right the fuck today.
The Sentinels, bro, that's real.
Like those for me, those four movies together are so important to where we are in human history in North America today, right? It's so important. This sort of shows you what if everything you knew is bullshit in a nutshell.
True.
Terminator says, beware of AI. Here's what can happen.
True.
Right. So that's basically Terminator. Fight Club doubles down on is everything actually bullshit? And if it is,
that was actually crazy.
How do you combat against it? And the way that this guy combats against it is a complete other thing.
Well, hold on, kids. Time out there, right there. Pause. I understand where you're going with the Fight Club, and I know that we're not quite down this road yet, but I see it as more The Purge.
Okay, I see what I can understand where you're going with The Purge. Fight Club is just more of it's two things. It's more of the rebellious state that you might get into before the purge would happen, right?
Hold on, because I think Trips lives and prepares for the purge. I think he
what?
I think that's who Trips is.
You think Trips is the purge?
I
Ready
think
to
Trips
happen?
is living his life every day.
No, me. See, me. I'm a lover, not a fire. Now,
Oh, there you go.
now, Coach Tripping. Coach Tripping over there at Sports Chicago style. Make sure you are
Yeah,
subscribed.
he ready. Man.
He is living for the apocalypse kind of thing. Yeah,
He's ready, man. He'll beat you over the head with just a random art
and
of.
then we'll know how to boil you to get the salt out.
Oh,
Lord. But yeah, like I say, Fight Club's it's a bit of a different story. People think it's just a movie about people fighting. It's not. It's actually a very, very interesting story about many other things. The first one being letting bullshit slide and focusing on real things that are important in your life. And that is the moral of that film. But this one here, if you're talking about, and it's super overlooked, most people don't really think about it. If you're talking about a film that, and just, quick 2 cents, V for Vendetta was written way before the year 2000, way before the things that you would make the obvious comparison of it to, which is 9/11. Point blank and easily stated. This book was written well before 9/11 happened. And the question is, hey, what if the government, did some false flag stuff and maybe experimented on people and stuff? Maybe the government did that, and what would the fallout be? And would you be pissed off at your government if they experimented on you? And that's sort of where this movie starts and goes towards
syphilis.
And it is crazy how they map it out. Again, mapped out well before any sort of thing like that actually occurred on American soil.
Now my final comment, Nomad. I think that most people and myself envision us being the Neo character, the main character. Whereas I think I could be other Morpheus. I've lived. I can share my experience. I can keep control in a leadership position. Or you could be Cypher. It's like, you know what? Fuck all this dumb shit. I want the hot honeys, and I want the finer things in life. Or could I be Trinity because I look fantastic in leather? I don't know. But the first movie was cool. The subsequent the next two were and they didn't answer, they didn't push along the story of any subsequentive nature. So yeah, The Matrix just in general as a standalone movie is good. You don't need to see the remakes or the sequels.
My last thing is, I feel different about the sequels. I think you should see them. Number one. Number two, I think the most profound part of that movie is the very intro, how Neo got out of the Matrix and, what he was presented with and his options after he was out. Most profound part of the movie. Second most profound part of the movie was the Oracle interaction. To me, that's just the way, for me, that was the nucleus of everything.
Cookies and shit.
Yeah, it's
there is no spoon. It is mental training in that movie, and it's a great little conversation. What's really sad is the way that they sort of had to leave it with her after that actress passed away, unfortunately, and they had to sort of rehash it later on. It didn't hit quite as powerful. It wasn't as powerful as it was in the first film. That's
because the first actress was so profound.
She was really good at what she did.
She was the Oracle.
Yeah, she conveyed it very, very well. And like I say, this film by itself, front to back, amazing. As far as Fight Club is concerned, get over the Brad Pitt thing. Think about Edward Norton. Edward Norton's a fantastic actor. He's a great actor.
I got to tell you real quick before we get out of here, how another movie, years after the shit was out, I go home and I turn on one of the cable channels I had with fucking HBO, whatever it was. And I'm folded. I'm coming from a night out, but I ain't all the way sleepy. So I eat a little something and I jump on the couch and turn on the TV, grab a blanket and just start watching something. And that shit comes on. Fucking Fight Club. And I thought it was the weirdest shit. I turned it off. I was folded. You know, I ain't gonna lie to you. I just came from the club, and I was just trying to, you know, I had the next day off, so I'm just trying to look at something before I get ready to fall asleep and ate. So I'm in that,
We lose them?
and didn't even think to watch it again until like 4 or 5 years later. Turn it on again, and it had a different. I was just like, hold up, this shit. Whoa,
Brother.
whoa. And then it hit me. I'm like, hold up. And still today, I probably need to watch that thing a little bit more. Huh? So I got a weird story I can tell y'all later on after off camera, man. But some weird shit happened in that movie, man. I had to check somebody about that.
But now now Fight Club is classic just because of the subject matter. But don't hate on Brad Pitt, because another, I think, well, in a certain niche, it gets its love. But the movie Seven with Kevin Spacey, with Brad Pitt, with what's black man's name? With
I
the
think it's Morgan Freeman. No,
Morgan Freeman. You know, that is a classic movie right there. What's the girl? The wife.
oh,
She's
damn.
famous now too.
You caught me on the wife. I don't like
but
that
a lot of
movie.
young up and comers.
I'll tell you a slept on ass movie, and it's a Denzel Washington movie. It's a subject that I've had to tussle with kids a little bit about. It's called Deja Vu. Should watch that.
It's just because I don't dream. That's all. But that
Gwyneth Paltrow.
has a lot more to do with the
Thank you,
movie Half Baked than anything else. Yeah. In any event, all Gwyneth Paltrow. All of these movies are super solid. I haven't. Yeah, the Running Man remake just came out. Quatu. I don't know if I can do it because I couldn't do it because the first one is too like it's it's ingrained in my heart. I love that movie. I do. I honestly do love it.
It's a little bit different premise, and
the Running
it's
Man?
not like a 1-for-1 remake. Let's say.
I had a feeling it couldn't be. And the reason that I'm saying that is because the premise of that film is the same premise as the Hunger Games, if you really think about it.
Right.
All right. So they had to sort of maybe slide a little bit in a different direction. But love that film, especially the first guy whose head explodes within the first 15 seconds of the film. That's just a great way to enter a movie. Ba-boom. Anyhow, Schwarzenegger
Well,
film.
but what's my man's name in the Running Man remake? The young guy, what's his name? The lead character. He's a up and coming actor. He's a good personality, and he carries a movie well. You know, he's a good actor, and I like his movies. What's his name, kids?
Glenn Powell?
Glenn Powell or Clayton Powell?
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell. Yeah, he's had some nice roles coming up in his career, and he's now getting that leading man role, and I think he carried it well in Running Man 2. Now, granted, it's a remake, and many aren't fans of those, but for what it was, with the little different premise and what he did in it, I enjoyed his role, his character, his acting.
All right. One last thing before we get out of here. I think you're talking about profound impacts on people. I think this is the next most profound movie that's going to really, really impact people, and it's coming out soon. Disclosure. This is the original.
Spielberg? Oh, shit.
Yeah, this is the original promo for it, and this was just a basic promo for it. And I think they've called it Disclosure Now. I think they've added to the name or the title of the movie. And Spielberg has made these movies, profound movies about aliens throughout his career. He's 70-something years old now, and I think this is going to be his genie. I think this is going to be his swan song when it comes to these things. This is a movie you better make sure you go and see.
In retrospect, I'm not sure if I like any of his films looking backwards. As a kid watching his movies, I liked them all because, again, they're really all just fantastic stories and they're really well directed. But outside of them being a fantastic story, just given the movies we're talking about today, all of those movies sort of have a little bit more oomph You know, it's not just a fantastic story, but there's a premise behind all this. There's a grander idea and thought train to all of those films that we talked about today, and that's the difference. I wonder if that's where he's going with this as far as Spielberg is concerned, but I haven't really seen him
Well,
do
you gotta
like
go
that.
do yourself a favor, kids, and go start looking at. They got a couple of trailers out there, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing you'll learn about me, and I'll just say it now, because of the Matrix, considering what we're talking about, after that Matrix promo, which showed me nothing, I do not watch trailers. I avoid them like the plague. If I go to the movie and the trailers are on, I go to the washroom.
Depends. Like some producers, directors, writers, executive producers, like you know proven when you know proven. This guy's proven.
No, I know he's proven, but I know what he's about, and he hasn't been about unveiling anything other than a really cool story for me. So I like that. That's sort of where you know what I mean. I'm not a big Spielberg fan. Is really what I'm saying.
Kids, you tripping?
Am I? What is he really?
Well, hold on. All right, check this out. Nomad, no maniacs. Just TV. Were you not a fan of Band of Brothers?
No, I didn't watch the series.
Okay. Pinky and the Brain.
Love the series.
That was Steven Spielberg.
Oh, I didn't realize that was Spielberg. Okay.
Yeah. Surprise, motherfucker. All right, now movie-wise, Jaws, Schindler's List, Disclosure Day, Jurassic Park, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, The Famblem, Ready Player One, which is a good reflection of society, Indiana Jones, Saving Private Ryan, classic, Close Encounters, Hamnet, don't know that one, Duel from 1971, that trucker movie on the highway.
I've never seen that
fucking love that movie. Catch Me If You Can, West Side Story, I Love to Live in America, I Love to Live in America, Back to the Future, Indiana Jones Part 2, The Terminal, Tom Hanks, Robin Williams, rest in peace though, Color Purple, Fight the Power, War of the Worlds, Poltergeist, They're Here, AI, the Artificial Intelligence, Jurassic World, Minority Report, another Tom Cruise there, Munich,
I like
The Adventures of Tintin, The Goonies, classic, Truffle Shuffle, Gremlins, really? Gremlins? Jurassic World, Lincoln, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln, otherwise? Hook, Robin Williams, rest in peace, Indiana Jones Part 3, Bridge of Spies, Tom Hanks, the BFG, Empire of the Sun, Japanese War, classic, War of the Worlds, Indiana Jones, another Indiana Jones, Super 8, dark, very intense, 1941, a more warish kind of movie, Shrek, and all of those comedies, more Jurassic Worlds, The Post, Transformers. So none of those movies you liked?
So don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I'm not necessarily a fan of his because of what he does. Like all of the things that you've listed, except for, in my opinion, maybe two. So the first one would be Ready Player One, and the second one would be AI, are just fantastic stories. Don't get me wrong. We're talking about Steven Spielberg here. Mm-hmm. He's a fucking fantastic storyteller. Everything you've listed here, for the most part, is an example of that. Jurassic World. I hate the Jurassic series, but that's neither here nor there.
So, yeah, but the first one.
Explain why you're not a fan. I want to hear that.
Because of what I just said a minute ago. I prefer films where you're not just giving me a fantastic story, but you're also giving me more meat on the bone, a little bit more, the Matrix. As let's step
Saving
away
Private Ryan.
Let's step away from all the things that we've said so far, and let's just say Avatar, for instance. Avatar is a fantastic story about some weird alien shit. But there's a deeper thought train to the entire film that's being put forth. So in that respect, I give the man big respect for doing what he's doing.
Let me break down a little something for you. It's to the last film you were just talking about, Avatar.
Yeah.
Look at the characters. look at the characters. Just screenshot if you want to in comparison the characters of Avatar. Those Avatar, those blue beings that had all these shit going on. Basically, those are Sudanese people. The exact same markings on their faces, exact same markings on their bodies, exact same body shape. They just turn them blue. Those are Sudanese people. And he's telling the story of Sudanese people with a little flair to it. All you got to do is take side-by-side view of the avatars and Sudanese people. People from Sudan have the exact same body structure.
And what does Sudan have that people want that are invading their territory for? Resources.
Exactly.
Well,
so
I'm not going to say yay or nay here. I'm going to say there's elements of that. Absolutely. There's clearly elements of what happened to the native people in North America here spun into that film as an underlying expose. And these are the types, like, he's telling a story within a story within a story. And that's the type of shit that I like. You know what I mean? Like, Steven Spielberg's just telling a story. But I'm gonna have to I have to take a step back, because the Ready Player One is a story within a story. If you can figure out what the back end is, I'll just leave that alone. Same thing with AI. AI is a bit of a story within a story. And I actually really like that film. It's not just the journey that's happening in the movie. It is the ramifications of the situation that is a little bit different, and sort of speaks a bit louder. But like I say, it's just my personal.
But you can understand why we take exception to you saying you're not a Spielberg.
Well, but here's the thing, though, Nomad and kids. There's a discrepancy on what we're talking about, because as Patrick put up in the chat, where he said we, and I'm assuming that we as in him and kids, is that they want truth on the subject as opposed to a story. Would that be a fair categorization, kids?
That might be a very good way of, like, it's a good way of explaining it. At the same time, it is another way of explaining it would be like, sometimes you just can't sort of come out and say shit to people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just can't.
But isn't that, but in Nomad's point, that's exactly what Avatar is. Mm-hmm. It's the truth about what's happening in the Sudan, but it's a story to sell to the masses that people go to the movies and see.
This is why it was my example. That's exactly why I said that. That's why I brought Avatar in the first place, because it's not just a fantastic story about funky sci-fi shit. There's a whole underlying conversation to be had. It drives a conversation that you might not be able to just have. Right.
So kids is all about the Winston Churchill quote: "A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma." Is what he's looking for to be entertained.
Or Hamlet, a story within a story within a story.
You gotta let me tell you something, man. A lot of movies like this, and a lot of movies like a lot of stuff that Trips mentioned, in particular Avatar, it's a story of a story. It's an indirect way. It's like a workaround to tell you the truth.
This is why I like The Matrix. It's the same thing. This is why I like V for Vendetta. It's the same thing. This is why I like Fight Club. It's the same thing. Like I'm just you know what I'm saying? Those are the types of movies that really catch me. You're really showing me something that I didn't necessarily come to the theater to see, but I get you. You know what I mean? Like, I get
shit.
You. I get you, bro. You're telling me something a little bit more than just, there's an extraterrestrial and he lives with these kids and he rides.
I'll tell you what, man. My girlfriend is off tomorrow, and she's being generous to me right now, letting me be.
Well, what you need to do is have her sit down and put her feet in your lap, and you rub them while we give our pleasantries.
Nobody listen to you and your nasty ass. Ain't nobody doing none of that, man. But listen, man, I just want to say, man, this also was fun tonight, man. Every level of the show. And I just knew for the people that came here for the Bob Lazar story, we will cover it next week. I will make sure I get these guys in a better mood, but I think it went off rails when me and Trip start talking about doomsday prepping. I think they got him off, man. I think we could have done it if we hadn't started.
Yeah, like you gonna walk down the street with a goddamn chainsaw on your back and not draw attention.
You honestly, brother, if you while you were defending that shit, if you were reading the chat was on another level.
I know. I seen some of that shit. It's funny.
I'm sorry, man.
I was having a good time with it, but this was fun, man. And I don't want to cut y'all short, man. But we do need to let's talk before we get ready to get out of here, man.
Let's shut her down. Big shout outs to everyone in the chat, real quick to Total Recall.
Shout out to the Bishop that was here with us all night.
Big ups to Bishop for hanging out and holding down the fort. Shout out to my guy Triple R with respect to all of the heads at Sports Chicago Style, including himself. Big ups to me. And give me a like, share, subscribe over at Kids of Canuck, and do the same thing for Nomad. Quatu, I love Total Recall too, but for different reasons. It's a hilarious movie for me, and Benny is one of my favorite characters of all time. I love Benny. Benny cracks me up. He's just lying about his kids, and I'm not sure. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure if anybody really clues into it until at the end.
8 kids.
Like, how many kids you got, Benny? Oh shit, I ain't got no kids.
I ain't got not one.
Anyways, love the movie. I most of the Schwarzenegger films I'm a big fan of because of Terminator 2, and that's kind of how it goes. Outside of that, big ups to Woke Before Karen. Big up to you, man. Good thank you for coming through. I appreciated all of your comments, Patrick Higgins. You've been with us the whole night, man. Big shout out to Super No Maniac Patrick Higgins. Love that. White Ghost, what it do?
What up?
Shout out to who else is out there? Mr. Mayhem's been here for the better part of the night. AC Adam, Foster Covers for coming through, is always hilarious.
Motherfucking Foster.
His comment cracked me up, man. It was a great comment. All I could think of
before Karen that just got in here, man. Shout out to you, my
guy. Yeah, man. Big ups.
Coming back, man. It's all kinds of cool that happens on these shows.
Big Papa 312. We had, like I say, we had Rams fans, Detroit Lions fans, Eagles fans, 49ers fans. We had the whole
but no Rams fans because ain't none.
Oh, damn. Ouch.
Unless they live in St. Louis, but they left, so
I did catch one. No, there was one Rams fan from the Philippines, which is, I was like, I don't know what's going on.
How did that happen? But okay.
How did that even occur? But no, my bad. The one from the Philippines was Bill's Mafia. Like I'm saying, we had the whole playoffs up in here today, which is wild. Big shout outs to all you guys. As far as Foster Covers is concerned, all I could think of was Grand Theft Auto 5, Trevor. How you get introduced to Trevor. If you played this game and you know the Trevor introduction, that was exactly what popped into my mind with Foster Cover's comment. Take that for what it's worth. I'll explain it on next week's show. By the way, it might not be on next week's show. I'm out of town. I got to wine and dine and do big things next week. So worst come to worst, I will see you the week after. But odds are this show will probably still be on when I get back to my hotel. And if it is, I'll jump in and I'll give a little what for. But I might be on that. I might be on that sauce. So that being said, big ups to everyone in the chat. No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs, and not. To end things off, we're gonna whoop some Ram ass this weekend. Let me rephrase that. We're gonna Ram ass this weekend. And
no Diddy.
What it's worth.
The main thing.
That's what's going down. That's what's going down.
All right, so I'm looking forward not only to a Bears victory, but to a little sauced up with an expense account kids, whining and dining clients coming on talking.
Hello.
That's what I'm talking about. And speaking of sauced up, let me give you the closing review real quick. My eyes heavy, but not from tiredness, because I have a giddy feeling about me, and it's like everything is just want to giggle and laugh. And this is what I killed out of the bottle.
Not so bad.
You know what I mean? You know, and I did a water back, so I feel unalived bottle of water back, and I had some ice cubes in it. So it's a very nice. Hello. Okay, this is an adult kind of sipping on a little something. You feeling just right, but still functional. Still able to do your thing. But you know, it's like, oh yeah, I've been sipping. So it's like, yeah, I give the Crown Black 2 thumbs up.
Amen to that. Amen to that, man. Listen, I got to just start right off the top and say, for the people that came for the Bob Lazar story, one more time, I promise you we will do that next week. We will get it done next week. And it's a lot of people that know, and I got to give Scrolls a credit. I think he's the one that put it on the mind. Even though I knew about Bob Lazar, I thought I did. Scrolls brought it up months ago. I think he brought it up, and it made me write it down as some things to get to on the list. And I thought I knew some things that I really didn't know nothing, man. I really did not. And so that story within itself, there's a couple of documentaries out there that would do you guys some good to look at. Check those out, man. Check out Bob Lazar. S4 is one of the documentaries, and the one that he did in 1988 or 1989. Please check those documentaries out. But I want to say this before we get out of here, man. It's a great time doing this show. And we gotta mute Trips because he's drunk as shit, and we got to get ready to close the show.
You saying hold on?
What?
Hold on, but hold on real quick. Ked said in the chat, they're talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. And Ked loves the movies Twins, but is hating on Spielberg. And it's like, what are we even talking about?
Hey man, I also love the movie Spaceballs.
Hey bro, you don't even realize
it's fucking hilarious.
The minute you said that, you self-owned.
No,
you owned yourself when you said that.
Come on, I'm not like as a kid. I love Spielberg movies.
I tried to let it play out, but Trips wouldn't. Well, he wasn't gonna let it go. He was just like, man, what?
Yeah, fuck that.
I'm not a big Spielberg guy. I'm not running to the movie theater to go watch a Spielberg movie at this age. Like, what's he doing for me? See, woke before Karen is with me, man. That's all I need. I need one MF out there, and it's woke before Karen.
Spielberg has made movies for every level of society.
Yeah.
I will say that again. He's made movies for every level of society.
So
Pinky in the fucking brain.
Look, I like that as well. Like I'm saying, I like his movies. I ain't running to the theater to go watch it though. Like I like Pinky in the Brain. I like Back to the Future. I liked E.T. when I was 6. But I like The Matrix way more. I like.
All right, let me ask you this though, Kez, real quick. But the movies that you all mentioned, Back to the Future, E.T., all of the movies that Spielberg makes, there's a common theme. What if ... What if aliens? What if this big power invades this small power to take their resources, but they look different because ... I mean, that's part of being a filmmaker.
That's a good, like, Mr. Ma'am, that's a good, like I'm saying, he makes good films and he tells fantastic stories. The stories under normal pretenses don't have that additional underlying theme that I look for in films. And this is all I'm saying.
How does a rebel like the Kids not fight and feel for a young Drew Barrymore and her brother with their alien friend E.T.?
No, I did when I was 6.
That's all that's necessary. It doesn't mean that you got to look back on it when you're 60 as a reflection. It's like, no, that didn't satisfy this craving. No, you enjoyed it as 6. See, he did his job.
No. I'm not saying he was like I'm saying he didn't.
Hold on, man.
He made a bad film with E.T.
I think he's made a movie for like pretty much almost every genre, but every age group, every mindset, it's just the layers of the production that he's made. There's some shit in there for you, Steven Spielberg. So for you to make that statement, that you definitely whooped yourself on that one.
Oh, yeah, if you say so.
Because you look at that list of movies, you look at his discography, you can point to how many movies that it's like, oh yeah, I enjoyed that, versus no, that movie sucked. You can't count the ones that you haven't seen because you can't vote on those.
I like Cameron a lot To be honest with you, I like James Cameron a lot. I like, this is just to answer the folks in the chat there who are asking. Cameron is Terminator 2. He's also Avatar. Those are two of those films that are on that list that we were just talking about. I also like Christopher Nolan. I think Christopher Nolan is a really good director for all intents and purposes. Tarantino's good too, but for different reasons, not for any of the reasons that I've mentioned here today. But his stuff does get fairly repetitive.
Trips, he never would have said none of this shit before he was wearing shades on the show. I'm telling you.
Right? You know what I mean? Because, he over here hating on One Eye Willie.
I watched One Eye Willie when wait a second, pause.
Right.
I watched that when I was 6. That's a whole other thing.
But I mean, at the time, you enjoyed it.
No.
It tickled your fancy. It gave you all of his movies are about imagination.
And that's where he lives and thrives. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I appreciate.
And you have an imagination, so that's what's really confusing me.
Right. It would think like you would enjoy his
follow
stuff.
me. I appreciate that, but personally, after growing up watching that fantastic stuff and appreciating it, I started to look for a little bit for another layer under the fantastic. And those are the films that I personally.
All right, well, let me ask you this thing, kids.
Hold on.
Have you seen Avatar?
I told my girlfriend off. We got to go, man.
Well, one question. Have you seen Avatar?
Russell Simmons on the way.
All right, so have you seen all 3?
I haven't seen the third one yet.
All right. Well, the thing is, just real quick, for those that haven't seen Avatar, it's about powers taking over another power for resources. And in the beginning, one of the ones taking over, one of the humanoids, had relations with an alien and had like a little half and half baby. Now, just imagine that is a soldier from whoever country's military invading some country and having a child with one of the natives, and story ensues from there. If you look at it from that kind of level, does that change it at all?
He gonna give you a no ass answer
because it's still the same thing. There's an underlying story baked within the sci-fi that they're putting forth, right? That's what I look for more so than just the fantastic story, the fantastic sci-fi story. And that's truly the answer. Spielberg again does have a few films that are more than just fantastic stories. And in my opinion, those are Ready Player One and AI. There's probably 2 more. Terminal's very good, but again, fantastic story, very well directed. There's so many of them at different levels. I love the Back to the Future series. I grew up on it. There's certain films in his list of stuff that I absolutely love. I'm a big Transformers fan growing up. Not a big fan of those films.
Didn't I tell you he can't give a short answer, man?
Hey, man,
but that's the thing, though. It's kind of contradictory because, so it's like, are you a fan of Spielberg or are you not?
I'm not like I said, I'm not a huge Spielberg fan at this age. As a younger kid, I was.
Okay,
I've just moved on to something else.
All right, Trips, don't do that shit no more, man. Every time I get ready to close and y'all having a good time, man, y'all do this shit. Come on now. I gotta go.
We ain't got no feet to rub.
I got to go. I love y'all, man. Make sure you stay tuned for the live broadcast, man. The live reaction show we do on. I think the game is at about 5:30 on Sunday. I think it's about 5:30 on Sunday, something like that. It might be. Check your local listings for the game in your area, but I think it's somewhere around that. That's the last time I checked. But whatever it is, we'll be on 30 minutes before the broadcast because that's what we do, man. You'll never get a live broadcast, live reaction to a game like that. We're actually breaking the game down while we're watching and giving you colorful commentary. So stay tuned for that. And again, I apologize for all that came for the Bob Lazar story. We will make up for it next week, but make sure you come next week because this show is so much fun to do. And I love you guys. And I got to leave you with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.